Oh my God, it's us. Hello.
Uh,
It's after Christmas, but I'm still wearing my Christmas outfit because I'm
Yeah,
lazy. Uh, yeah, this comes out.
because Batman, because Batman,
Yeah,
Batman,
Batman.
Batman Returns takes place at Christmas. That's why, I
Yeah,
guess. But
Batman
we're not doing
takes
that movie.
Christmas. Batman takes the Crimmers,
As
Crumbo.
well as Batman Arkham Origins, also a Christmas game.
Oh, well, there you go. Man, I really hope this noise is not coming through because for some reason my neighbors started to do construction at 8 p.m. or something, and I don't know what's going on. But as long as they leave my wall alone, I think it'll be fine. It's not gonna fall down on me while I sleep. That would be nice. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good Crimbo. This goes out pretty much right after Crimbas, I think. I would need to look at the dates. Let me look at the dates. Well, it's a couple of days after. But your Crimbus is probably going to be good. But while you hear this, I'm actually not in Germany. What? That's allowed? Sometimes. I'm
You ruined the illusion.
the illusion of the thing that says premiere on the bottom here. But yeah, I'm probably somewhere drunk in Wales, so I'm having a good time. Uh, and today we're gonna start this little arc, the a DC alt universe, I guess is what you could call it.
I mean, I don't know. It's just the Matt Reeves Batman movie. It's kind of its own thing, I guess. Like,
Yeah, I mean
but
we're
I
doing
guess you're right. Now it is kind of a universe.
yeah
Matt
because we're
Reeves
doing
universe, I guess.
yeah because this has nothing to do with the James Gunn stuff that's gonna come out, right?
No, one
Um,
would think not.
So yeah, I actually don't know where they take this because if you don't know, I've been talking about this, but today we're doing the Batman, and the next 2 weeks you'll be getting the Penguin with 4 episodes each on the
Yeah.
weekends while I'm gone being drunk, because that's what I do, because I'm German. And yeah, because those two movies and shows they go together because the Penguin just starts right after the Batman, pretty much. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to
Yeah.
see if they do more of this. Keep this as like an all universe kind of dealio, make some shows and stuff. But
well,
yeah,
to
I
my
mean that's
understanding, they are working on a second movie.
oh, in this universe.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Second
I think it's
movie.
supposed to come out next 2026,
Oh, okay, I wasn't aware of
Oh,
that.
which
I
is
don't think
like
it. Sorry, I
uh,
heard they were still writing the script for it, so I thought it was probably
oh,
gonna be later than that.
I mean, maybe. I just like looked up when is it coming out, and like the first result that Google gave me was 2026. So I
That
Right.
don't know.
might just be a date Warner Brothers
Yeah, it might just be
reserved.
bullshit. So take that with a grain of salt.
So yeah, I guess there's
Yes.
more to come. Maybe it's all gonna be well. Maybe there's gonna be more shows on HBO, which I'd be fine with. Spoilers: I really like the Penguin, and I want to see more of this. But we'll get to that when we get there. But there's a little spoiler: Penguin, good. Go watch it. You have
Yes.
1 week.
To watch the first four. Yeah, 1 week to watch the first
Yeah,
four.
1 week to
Oh,
watch the first 4. But if you watch the first 4 and you still have a couple of days left, watch the rest. It's really fucking good.
yeah.
I mean, I don't really have much preamble. And the Batman is quite a long movie, so
Yeah. No,
we
I
might as
say
well just jump in. Oh, I guess this one was kind of fun for me to like rewatch and do some prep for it because I just watched the EFAP I was on 2 years ago, which was this is the first time that happened. So that was kind of nice to have that as some kind of, I guess, research or something, and just to see what the thought was back then when I first watched it. And I do remember now again when I was in the cinema watching this for the first time. I don't know if I was like having like a bad day or something because I wasn't really into the movie at the time because I think I was kind of like overwhelmed with all the information that you have to keep track of. So it's like I guess it was all right. So I was actually not sure. I think I'm pretty silent on that EFAB too because I wasn't really sure to think of the movie yet. So it's kind of interesting to see and be reminded of, but yeah, now we're here on the Forge and talk about it again 2 years later, and yeah, Batman. With it's the Batman from the Batman DC universe. That's what he is. And
Yeah.
Yes.
talking about Batman, we're not starting with him actually. Got you. We see
Oh.
some. We start with some first person view and some heavy breathing. it's like, man, Batman sounds like he's overweight. What's going on here? But it's
I can relate.
I can realize like, I mean, if you go all the way off that roof just to creep on some kid or whatever, like I'd be out of breath too, I guess.
I mean, yeah, stairs aren't my friend. I only have one leg.
But yeah, the person we're looking through is looking through a window, and there's a ninja. There's a ninja hanging out, and you're like, oh no, is this gonna be an assassination? There's some fighting happening. It's like, oh no, they're all this. Like, nah, it's just the kid of the shit. What was he? The DA or something?
I think so.
Don Mitchell, right?
You know what's funny is I watched the movie in theaters, and I watched it again in prep for this, and it was the first time I'd seen it since the theaters. So when the little kid came up, I was like, I don't remember this guy getting killed by a midget ninja.
That's not what happened. But yeah, it's just it's Halloween night, I think, right? So everyone is doing some costumes and stuff, and yeah, they're going out for some trick or treating, and the movie is like, look, there's a skylight because we need to know where the guy comes from, I guess. And we cut into the guy, and we see, he's like what's the word? Incumbent. Yeah, that's like come, but made you say the word. It's one of these.
You're gonna summon Jay if you say it 3 more times.
No, come.
I know.
It's like one of these words I just never use in my life, and it's like, I don't even know how to pronounce this, even though I probably heard it like a week ago or something when I rewatched this and prepped it, or whenever it was. But yeah, we see him watching himself on the telly, where he does like the election speech against Bella Royale, because they're both the guys who want to be elected as mayor. And yeah, it's like they just talk about how things got hot last night and the final debate before the election. And he says that the new mayor wants to gut the Gotham renewal program that has been established by the great Thomas Wayne. Oh, we know that guy. That's Batman's daddy-o.
No way.
Yeah. And then he's cutting funds from vital projects like the seawall and the safety for those who need it. And then she says that the renewal program was broken. The city's been renewing for 20 years, and that this is information that's important throughout the movie, because this renewal program is going to play a big role later on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, crime has skyrocketed, murder and drug use, historic highs, blah, blah, blah. All the bad stuff that Gotham is pretty much known for. They also mentioned they have a masked vigilante running the street. Uh-oh. I wonder who that is. Is that the heavy breathing guy that we just saw? I hope not, because he sounds unhealthy. And we also learned that Salvatore Maroni case was the biggest drug bust in city history. And this was just a nice little thing to hear after you, if you've seen
Penguin.
The Penguin, you're like, oh, it's continuity. They have it. That's nice. Because he's a guy.
Revolutionary idea.
It's insane, isn't it? It's like, we do the thing we did before, I would put it in other thing, because same universe. Whoa, and then their brain expands.
Yeah, it's nice when it's things happening in the same world, but they don't make a big deal about Maroni here, really. Yeah,
no, it's just a nice little. There's a couple of tidbits in the movie where it's like, oh, they mentioned that in the Penguin too. That's nice. I like that. But obviously it's like, oh man, are we really doing like the television exposition thingy? That's a bit boring, I would think, or a bit lame, pretty basic. But no, we need Don Mitchell to be distracted looking at the telly, because the heavy breathing man, he made it inside. And you can kind of see he's kind of in the shadows, and then the the television gets a bit brighter and you see the guy in the back, and we don't know it yet, I guess, unless you watch the trailers, I guess. But this is the Riddler, basically. Looks a bit different from what you might expect the Riddler to look like. We got a bit of the green incorporated in a way, but he looks a bit more psychotic than the Riddler that you know, with like a green suit and a green top hat maybe or something. I mean, I don't mind it. It's just it's very different. What do you guys think?
I don't mind the suit, like especially for the tone this version of the Batman universe is going for. I think it's fine.
I think it's great. We get the edgelord representation we've all been waiting
Hell
for.
yeah.
Yeah. And the Riddler truly lives in a society.
Oh no, he's more like an idea in this movie. You could say. But yeah, he's distracted and doesn't take long until he kind of just bashes him over the head with a tool that's shiny and thing. This tool is kind of important, and it's shown very it is highlighted very much because again, it's going to be important later. Also, you guys can just stop me at any time, of course, if you want to add something. No, stop it, not right now.
I mean, yeah, I guess can we say what the thing is now, or how we try?
I think we can jump back and forth because I think it's important to talk about certain aspects, and it's been 2 years, so we can.
I gotta be honest, it was second monitor coverage for me when I was rewatching it. The thing is the thing that he uses for the carpet at the end, right?
Yeah, it's a carpeting tool.
Okay.
And the way they find this out later is a bit cringe, but we'll get there because that's like basically at the end of the movie.
Yeah, don't spoil that part.
But yeah, the Riddler man, he's murderizing one of the soon to be maybe mayors or something, incumbent. See, I already forgot the word. I actually just said it. But yeah, he just kind of brutalizes him with the thing. He goes, kind of mounts him from the back and just kind of starts like taping him up.
Mounts him from the back, huh?
Yeah, that's what he does. Listen, I didn't make the movie. That's what they show us. And then he
just wanted to make sure that everyone in the back could hear that he was mounted from the back.
He was mounted from the back.
Just in case anyone was wondering, he was mounted from the back.
And thoroughly carpet tool stab.
He was fucked in the ass is what we're trying to say.
Oh my god, no, that's not what's happening.
I was trying to add context, but I couldn't do it.
You don't need context for being fucked in the ass.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, that's the Don Mitchell is dead or Rooney, and the Riddler is breathing heavily, and it's fucking him in the ass. Cutting away, we get a little voiceover by Le Batman.
Yeah.
And
can I just say that I hate the Batman's voice in this movie?
Really?
It's not. It feels so like insistent and overly like trying to be dark and broody to the point that it starts to get on my fucking nerves, especially when he talks like that, even when he's not just being Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, this is a bit of an emo Batman.
Yeah. I don't
mind the look. I don't mind Robert Pattinson. I think because I've seen The Lighthouse and he's fucking excellent in there. He definitely subverted my expectations. I didn't think he was going to be a good Batman, and then I feel like he was for the most part. But
I really like him as the Batman here. I think it's great.
But I don't like the voice. I find it irritating.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
I like the voice more than the Christian Bale Dark Knight/Dark Knight Rises voice, but I kind of think Christian Bale's Batman Begins voice was probably the best one. As far as like very clearly trying to sound not like himself exactly, but in Batman Begins he still kind of sounds like a person, whereas I don't know, he sounds like he's going out of his way to growl in the other two Batman movies, and this is sort of somewhere between the Dark Knight and Batman Begins voice, I guess.
I only like the Batman voice in the Dark Knight movies, ironically, because it's extremely funny from all the meme videos. That you see on YouTube
absolutely. Of it. That is definitely its legacy.
Yeah.
Fun memes.
Honestly, I think it's the one fucking, I hate to say it, but like the one decent thing that Ben Affleck's Batman had going. That like his voice had like a modulator on it, right?
Mm.
Like it was being electronically
Yeah, that
distorted.
made a lot of sense for a thing that Bruce Wayne would probably do.
Yeah, like I don't mind that. I hate everything else about it, but I don't mind that one specific part of it.
I like the design of the costume.
I think it looks too armory.
Oh no, I meant the Batman, the BVS one, not the armor, but the his normal one.
I think I only remember the armor one.
Oh yeah, well the normal one kind of looks more like the Dark Knight Returns suit. It's a bit more black and gray than blue and gray.
If I had
Anyways.
read that, I'm sure I would agree, but
Oh, okay. Sorry.
yeah.
I try to forget
It's
about the
short,
DCU.
short ears, super jacked guy. I guess is probably the best short description of that version.
Alrighty.
Nice. But yeah, a little voiceover. And it's basically the Batman or Robert Pattinson, whatever. That's the actor. In case you don't know. He's like talking about, hey, I've been doing this for 2 years. Pretty much turned me into a nocturnal enemy. He's like hiding in the chaos, as he puts it, waiting to strike like snakes. Oh wait, no, I just mixed those up. He's just talking about the evil people. They are waiting to strike like snakes, and then he says that he's here too, watching, but he must choose his targets carefully because he can't be everywhere all at once. Obviously. So it's the good old Batman strat, putting fear into the evildoers' mind, so they keep looking into the shadows, being nervous about Batman being there. And there's a bunch of really cool shots where in every single one of them there's like a dark alley or like a shadow where he could hide in, and they always look into the shadows, check like, oh shit, is he gonna be here if I rob this store, or is he gonna stop us putting graffiti on the wall and stuff like that. So basically, they have no idea.
I really like how darkness is used in this movie.
Yes, I think it's great.
It's very effective, I think, especially like all those shots at the beginning. Like, is Batman in there?
It's really cool.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
And I think it's part of what I really like about this movie's depiction of Gotham, where in The Dark Knight, it was just New York. Like there was not really anything unique about it.
Yeah.
There was nothing about it that really screamed, this is a fictional city. Unlike, say, the Arkham games, where like it had a very distinct look and mood to it. This one wasn't as like vivid as the Arkham games, I guess you could say, but it was it definitely felt like it wasn't just New York. Like the Gothic architecture, especially in like the Wayne Manor and all that, like it really helped to set it apart from the other depictions of Gotham that we've seen.
Yeah. Batman Begins, Gotham is a little crazier than Dark Knight,
it kind of had a little bit of that going on, particularly with like the trams and shit, but then like they just fucking completely give up by the Dark Knight. And in the Dark Knight Rises, it's literally just a wide shot of Manhattan, and it's like, okay, so
I think they might have gone to like Pittsburgh for the second two or something like that. I think I remember reading about that a long time ago.
But... Oh, I was thinking of like when the bombs blow up all the bridges, like there's just a wide shot of it, and it's like, all right, there's just New York, regular New York.
No.
Yep.
But yeah, he's just as I said, it's like, oh, darkness is a tool. It's really useful. And he also talks about how he's now the bat signal that they put it up somewhere. I say that deliberately. It'll come up later. They put it up somewhere, and it's like a warning to every thug and evildoer down there. It's like, oh, is he there? Is he in the shadows? Is he not? So yeah, he started his little avenging arc or vengeance arc to get everyone to be scared, and maybe, hopefully, at some point, getting the crime rate down or make them be more afraid of doing more crime. While this is all happening, we also see some some gang members with some skull paintings going on. They basically do happy slapping, if for anyone who remembers that. Just fucking I guess happy slapping was like the bum fight stuff, right? Where they just get bums to fight each other. But these guys are basically like, oh, we're gonna walk here, film us, and then we knock this random person out on the street. And it's kind of funny how they depict this because they look at the phone, and it looks like it's just all of them. So they just rewatch the thing they did earlier in the day or something. They just punch the guy in the face, and they all go like, "Yeah, fuck it, let's go." It's kind of goofy.
They're extremely entertained by acts of petty violence.
Yeah, especially the ones they did themselves.
Yeah. They're very proud of it too. Yeah, entertained and proud. I guess that's the words I was looking for.
Yeah, and then there's one guy who has only half the painting, so he's not fully integrated in the gang yet. But they've seen someone leave, and they're like, "Yo, you're gonna go there and punch him in the face, so you can be in the punch in the face gang too, because we're epic and cool."
I think it's supposed to kind of be implied to be Joker's gang, like based on the face paint and stuff.
It could be.
I was a little confused if it was or wasn't.
Well, I mean, Joker's...
I didn't know if maybe I was like kind of because I had the same thought, but then I was like, is it trying to connect to like the Joker film, or is it like something completely different?
It is something completely. So Joker's not in this movie, but there is a scene with Barry Keoghan, I think is the guy's name, playing Joker with Riddler and Joker in Arkham.
It's like an after credit scene.
It seems like an after credit scene, but I believe it was deleted, although it kind of like made its way online.
Yeah. But
Are you sure it was deleted? Because I remember that being in the movie at the theater.
What? Really?
I'm almost positive I remember seeing that in the theater.
Is there actually something after the credits?
Yeah, it's like, I don't remember if it was after the credits. I do remember it was at the end of the movie, though. It was certainly in the video that I just watched the other day, where...
Am I insane? Like, what do I know? Oh, wait, hold on. Is it in the movie? Yeah, actually, you're right.
I'm pretty positive it is. It's at the very ass end, because you don't really see a good look at him. There's a different
that's 100%.
There's a different scene where Batman talks to the Joker that was cut, and you see a good look at him, and it's really cringe, and I'm glad that he wasn't in the movie.
I mean, it's very possible that on my rewatch a couple days ago, I was just doing something else while this scene was happening, because I honestly kind of remember that being a deleted scene.
Honestly, at this point, I would check out
prepared.
No, seriously. Gotta get my shit together.
But yeah, they're trying to punch the guy in the face, but there's also a little thing with shadows. But this time, dun dun dun, Batman is here. Woo! It's actually a really cool shot. I really like it.
Hey, Batman.
They kind of zoom in on it, and you have like footsteps, like heavy footsteps coming through, and he's coming out of the shadows. And it's like, oh, look at this goofster, how are you supposed to be? And then he punches the absolute piss out of the Nostalgia Critic. If you don't know what I mean, I'm going to show it on screen, but you can't tell me otherwise.
He does look like the Nostalgia Critic.
That's actually pretty funny.
Look at this guy. I'm going to put it on the stream as well. Or the OBS.
If only that really was him.
Dude.
And he got like one line in his stupid fucking voice so that everyone would know it was him.
I'm gonna punch him so you don't have to.
And then Batman beats the living piss out of him.
He could have just like looked at the screen and said, "A bat credit card."
Oh god.
It's funny that he comes up because I've actually recently been watching like all of the Angry Video Game Nerd stuff again. And I don't know, I've been really enjoying it. I think it's really entertaining. It's just that's what I've grown up back in the day. Good old Cinemassacre website, just watching all that shit. Fucking great. I'm really glad he's still around doing stuff. He's been doing.
I'm glad that he was in Smiling Friends.
Nostalgia Critic.
You're talking about AVGN.
Was he?
Nostalgia Critic was in there as the Ghost Hunter guy.
Yeah, did you see season 2?
I did, yeah. I guess I don't remember his voice being in it.
It was in that episode. Yeah, no, it was in that episode where the boss started dating a demon, and they looked up on YouTube how to perform an exorcism, and then he shows up, in like fucking goth makeup or some shit, and then he's like, "I'll get to it right after this ad," and then they skip the ad, and it shows that the ad was like 80% of the actual video.
That's pretty funny.
God, I'm so happy we still get more Smiling Friends. That shit is so good.
People
Yeah,
pointed
it's
out
worth
that
it.
Linkara would have been fucking furious after that scene, and I could just imagine him like getting really mad about it, and it brings me some small joy in
This
my
is
life.
bullshit. Uh, but yeah, anyway. Nostalgia Critic gets the piss beaten out of him after he asks who he is. Then he just says, "I'm vengeance," or whatever his voice is in this one. Uh, I really like how aggressive this Batman is. He just fucking nails him in the face. It's great.
I really like the combat in this movie
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
Like, not to say that like the combat in like the Dark Knight was bad, but there's something that feels a little bit more gritty and realistic about the combat in this one. Like they're not just going down after a couple punches. Like he actually needs to punch this guy like 12 times before he goes down.
Yeah. He even mounts
But
him
it's
after
like,
and just goes like straight for the face. Goes like, duh, duh, and then says, "I'm
yeah,
vengeance." It's like, oh shit. And that's when they also
Yeah.
realize, like, oh, holy shit, it is him. And then they start circle him, and he just beats them up all one by one. There's this one thing where he gets shot, so we kind of establish that his bad armor is
It's bulletproof, essentially,
it,
or at least.
not essentially. It is fucking bulletproof. This is actually
Well, I mean,
it's a big
I think
problem
they.
in this
he gets
movie.
shot like multiple times, and it gets
Well, I
it just
don't they
ricochets.
kind of make it make sense that like I don't know, like high caliber rounds could go through it or something, but it's like he's mostly getting shot with pistols because once he gets, I mean, I guess you're right, it doesn't like go through, so it's definitely impenetrable. But
Yeah.
like I mean, the shotgun really kind of rocks him towards the end. I do think that especially the scene where I guess they've got like submachine guns, but you have fully automatic fire just kind of laying into his chest without him like really
Yeah.
being affected by the impact of it actually kind of makes the shotgun weirder.
Well, the thing is, I'm gonna say it right here. They heavily rely on his armor being bulletproof to
Yes.
a degree that's way too much. That actually reminds me of John Wick. Like,
Yeah, and it's weird because I mean, I guess I can't really speak for the comics because I haven't read them, but I mean, at least from like the games and shit, he has like all these gadgets to like avoid having to
Yeah.
get into fights with people with guns. But in this one, he's just like, I'm gonna walk right into fully automatic
Guns,
rifle
yeah.
fire
Yeah.
constantly.
he does it all the time. The weird part is in this one, you can kind of see that from this revolver, he gets like a little bit knocked back, just a little bit. That's not really an issue anymore later on when he gets blasted with multiple machine guns. So that's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, you're right. Because even if they're small caliber, like it's that would knock you on your feet so fast. Like,
Yes.
it's not even funny.
But yeah, he kind of gets rid of the gun, and then he has like this device that's like a taser between his fingers. It's actually kind of cool. I like it. Like I actually don't know where the taser goes. He probably has like some little metallic things on his glove or whatever, and then he just kind of bristles his throat a little bit and knocks him down. So yeah, very aggressive, very visceral fight. You can also tell he's not like super duper hyper experienced yet because he gets hit quite a bunch of times. Like, you can see he gets like hit with a pipe on in the back or something, and he just kind of staggers around. So yeah, that's probably why it also feels a bit more realistic and gritty. He's just he takes a couple of hits, not like crazy ones, at least not now.
And see, I kind of like that. Like, even
Yeah.
if it wasn't completely, I guess I wouldn't say that the realism is lent by him being inexperienced so much as it's lent by. I mean, you look at some of the fight scenes in the Dark Knight movies, and especially like how bad they got in The Dark Knight Rises. And there is a lot of instances where you can just see guys standing in the background not fucking doing anything. And this one, when he gets attacked by groups,
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
I would have to slow it down, I suppose, for some of these fight scenes because I didn't pay incredibly close attention to all of them. But when he's attacked by this first group, at least, it doesn't feel like everyone's just standing there waiting for their turn to take him on individually. Like he's getting
Yeah.
hit by at least a couple people at a time.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's getting pretty pushed around too. Like it almost seems like he's a guy who's just kind of figured out how to fight a bunch of dudes like that, but it's not pretty. It still has some I guess grit to it, like that I think makes it kind of feel a little bit more I don't know, real, I guess, even though like the
Yeah.
tanking a bullet is obviously silly. But like
Yeah.
the idea of kind of pushing people into each other and like making it so that he hits one person at a time very, very hard, and then goes to hit another person very, very hard, and kind of trying to move between each of them fast, as opposed to, yeah, like you said, them just kind of waiting for a duel to conclude.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's been a staple of action movies in the past couple of years. Look, he's surrounded by 17,000 enemies, but they all attack one at a time. They also have guns, but they don't use them because they just
Yep.
walk towards the enemies like.
You don't need guns. That's what Batman says.
And even if you do have a gun, why would you shoot it at range when you can close the gap and point it right at their face where they can easily grab it out of your hand and then beat the
Exactly.
shit out of you with it?
I don't want my
Very
main
true.
character to die. What the hell? But yeah, after this, there's also another guy that he saves, but he's still afraid of him. He's like, "Please don't hurt me." And it's like, "Oh, okay." He's still seen more as a vigilante freak, with a lot of people instead of the Batman hero persona, I guess. So I guess the tool of fear seems to work to some degree, you could say, but it seems to also work against the people who shouldn't have anything to fear by him.
Mm-hmm.
And also there were like the first scene and the scene with the whole where Batman is talking about how he's watching everybody. There's some parallels to be made between that and the Riddler scene, because he's like kind of looking through the glasses, watching people. There's a more obvious one later on when Batman is looking through the glasses, basically like the Riddler. And they're trying to make a point in this movie that they seemingly want to do the same thing at some point, which we'll talk about that. But for now, he sees that the bat signal is on. He's like, "Oh shit, Gordon, he has some shit going on." And yeah, they go to the crime scene where the Riddler killed the Don Mitchell man. And you can see the police that are here, they're not really comfortable with Batman being around, and Gordon seems to be his only friend as of now. Because everyone's like, "This is like some vigilante. Why are you letting him go to the crime scene?" He's like, "Well, he's with me. Let me go through." And they're like, "Fine, I guess." But yeah, there's tensions for sure. So far that Martinez even calls him a goddamn freak. Pretty rude.
I mean, rude, but also, I mean, I could see if you're just a normal cop and like a guy
Oh,
in a
absolutely.
costume
I totally get it.
like,
Yeah, a guy dressed up as a bat comes in. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, well, I mean, can you not just wear a suit if he's a really great detective?
No. But yeah, they're checking out the corpse of him, and his face is completely wrapped up in duct tape, and on it says "No more lies."
Yes, it does.
And it's like, "Hey, what do we know about him?" And they say like, "Oh, he got some blunt force trauma, lacerations on the head. He got hit a lot of times and hard." It's like, all this blood is from his hand. It's like, nah, most of it is from his hand. The thumb was severed. The killer might have taken it as a trophy. And then Batman says, "He was alive when it was cut off." Ecchymosis around the wound. I know what that is for sure, and I probably said that wrong, but
Bruising.
okay. So they're bruising around the wound. There you go.
I wish that it showed him like actually take a look at it, because there's like a weird almost omniscience that Batman seems to have in this movie, where he can just glance at something from like 400 feet away and be like, "I know exactly what that is," and then I'll speak weird to everyone around me as though it's like something that's really obvious.
Right.
I really don't like the way he interacts with like almost anyone in this movie. Like and it starts at this scene where people are like trying to talk to him, and he just like stands there and stares at them all moodily, and it's like, can you just fucking speak? Like,
Right.
what's the fucking point of you doing the moody voice if you're never actually going to use it?
Yeah.
You'd almost think it would probably make more sense too if Gordon just brought him here once the initial police investigation's done, so that It's like check it out afterwards. If you don't have
I
to be
guess
around all
the
these.
argument could be that maybe they would have cleaned up enough that he wouldn't be able to do anything with it after that point.
Maybe.
Yeah, might have. What I do like though, you can see that Batman is like very much looking at everything, like he's moving his head around, looking at specific things, and we learn a little bit later that he has like he has bad lenses in his eyes, basically, like
Yeah.
that record stuff. It's very much a bad gadget.
Camera contact lenses, effectively.
Camera contact lenses, yeah, and that's what that's what it is. And they look around, and it's like, oh, family was out trick or treating, yeah, because I mean, they just kind of go through the things we established, or we know as the audience, right? It's like, oh, Maya was up here alone, killer might have come through the skylight, and yeah, then we say it's like, oh, there was a card. It's like, oh yeah, what's it is? Like, oh, it says from your secret friend. Who? And it's like an owl on it. Riddler is a little cheeky boy, little cheeky Redditor boy.
Yeah. Actually, though.
And then the card says, "What does a liar do when he's dead?" It's like, and then there's like
it's the. To be fair, that's the easiest fucking riddle. Like, you'd have to be silly to not be able to get that.
Well, the problem is that's something I remember from when I was in the cinema. I was like, oh, the puzzle, what could that be? And then Batman is like, lie still. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not thinking about this. You just told me. It's like in a video game, but it was like, ooh, I wonder what the puzzle is, what I need to do next. And then your NPC companion comes like, you need to check the wall. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, for me, like whenever there's like some riddle that comes in a movie, it's usually like either going too fast for me to like really sit down and think about it, without like risking missing points of the dialogue or the plot.
Mm-hmm.
So like I just wasn't even like thinking about it. There's some riddles later on that I got, but
yeah,
I just thought this one was easy because like liar, what do? You lie down. So like when you're dead.
I mean, yeah,
still like.
But the same as Wolf, I was like, yeah, I didn't really have time to even start connecting the things in my brain because we just get the answer pretty much.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. All of the riddles, for that matter, Batman solves like almost instantly, which is like fine, I suppose.
I mean, he probably would, but it's kind of lame as an like audience member, right? It's like, oh, I want to figure this out too. It's like,
from our perspective, it's like, well, can I join in on the guess?
Yeah, that would be.
I mean, I guess they have a lot of trouble with the rat with wings one.
They do, yeah.
Which is weird because that's like the one where I was like, bat.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically it wasn't. So
well, it was bat,
sort of
pigeon.
That, but...
Those were the ones.
Well,
wasn't
it like fucking 3 different things? All
yes. But like what's crazy is the first one they go with is penguin.
I remember we talked
like,
about. I
was like, I've never.
Yeah, and like of all the fucking animals, I would not compare a penguin to a rat.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, which one of them is the flying fucking rodent?
Yeah, because my thing was like, oh, pigeon, because they call them the rats with wings or something.
It's still a bird. It's absolutely still a bird, a pigeon.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess bats aren't exactly rats either, but
I know, but bats are rodents, are they not? Am I crazy? Like they're not birds. A bat is not a bird. It's yeah. Hold on one sec.
You're digging up PTSD for me.
What is this? Is this something that you had an argument about, or am I just very wrong?
Metal, are you aware of what I'm referencing?
I can't remember, I'm afraid.
There was a question. This was way back in the day during the Jenny Nicholson EFAP, where someone asked what kind of bird everyone would be, and my first question was, "Does an owl count?"
Okay.
And then Rags was like, "Well, obviously a fucking owl counts," and I was like, "What about a bat?"
I'm actually wrong. It's a Chiroptera. Still the order of mammals, but apparently, yeah, no. hand-wing rodents are part of our No, I'm actually wrong about that. I honestly always thought that a bat was because, like, I mean, there's such thing as flying squirrels that are more like gliders, and I just figured bats were the ones that could fly the best. Man, I'm not having a great day with brain stuff apparently. But to be fair, I think that was one I'd probably always get wrong because I just thought that was true for a very long time.
Well, the whole point is that why the fuck would you guess a penguin for a flying? Like, first off, penguins don't fly. Second, what about them looks anything like a rodent? Although we might be getting a little too ahead.
I mean, like, well, I mean, yeah, I guess
still 2 hours of the movie away.
No, this one reference says flatly no, bats are not even remotely related to mice or rats.
Oh well.
I was like, wow, that's like, man, like this source, Encyclopedia Britannica is making me feel very stupid.
Yeah, that fucking source knew exactly who was looking it up and knew exactly what it wanted to say to you.
Yeah, no, man. Way to
Someone's gonna look for this. I'm gonna wreck their shit.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case, there's a little more leeway. But I've never once heard. I've always only heard of penguins. God, rats referred to. Oh God, bats referred to as rats with wings. I've never once heard anyone refer to a penguin as one.
Yeah.
And a falcon, like, I mean, that's. Like,
I think they mentioned this only because the Falcone family is a thing, because they mentioned that earlier, so that's probably where they got there. But yeah, I don't know how
You mentioned the pigeons, which I think has a stronger connection because pigeons are like very much hated in like city areas like New York, which also has rat problems. So
yeah, very very high population of both rats and pigeons in New York for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a whole nother puzzle. But yeah, as you can see here on screen, there's like a card and has like a thing on it, a little cipher, and they got the the cipher is the thing that gives you the answer to whatever's written there, right? So there's symbols on the card, and they get a cipher in order to decipher it.
The cipher tells you what each symbol means,
yes,
but it doesn't like turn everything in for you. You just got to use the cipher as a reference and then translate the code.
I hate that After Earth has made the word cipher mean something completely different and altogether very wrong.
I never saw that film.
Yeah, I'm missing
Will Smith's character's name in that movie is Cypher Rage.
Try to decipher my rage.
Oh,
there is a point where Jaden Smith is the narrator because some genius thought that Jaden Smith should be the narrator, and he pronounces his name in like this really stupid accent that they developed specifically for the movie. Like their whole idea was like, well, in the future people will have different accents, which is like, okay, I guess that makes sense, but the accent they made was really retarded sounding. So it just sounds like Jaden Smith is slurring his words like he's fucking drunk, and he's saying Cypher Rage. And it's like, and it's the most like unintentionally embarrassingly hilarious thing you've ever heard in your life.
Man. So not the best M. Night Shyamalan film, I take it.
It depends on if you're looking at it as a comedy or not.
Oh boy.
It's always a tough question.
Oh man. Anyway, the commissioner comes in because yes, the Gordon is not the commissioner in this one. He's just a higher ranking detective. Wait, no, this is not a commissioner. It's just another higher ranking officer. Wait, I misremembered, but it's what's his name?
Was Gordon the commissioner?
No, Gordon is not the commissioner.
No,
in this one.
He's not right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this world. Maybe in the real world. I don't know. Maybe there's a police commissioner Gordon out there somewhere.
This guy is called Pete, if I remember correctly. And
it's actually funny. Sorry, it's just a funny reference you made about there being another Commissioner Gordon out there. There's this series of books that I really like called the Dresden Files, and there's a character called Detective Karen Murphy in the books. And they made this show that only went for one season because it was like notoriously horrifically bad, but they changed her name because on the Chicago Police Department there was an actual Karen Murphy there.
That's actually pretty funny.
And so they couldn't use her name, which is
it's like it
it's
looks
dumb, but it's like, okay, I kind of get that, I suppose.
Well, I mean, like that's the thing, because you'd figure people are probably going to be looking her up.
Yeah. I don't think it was spelled the same way, but
Then that's a little lame, I suppose.
yeah, but I kind of still get it, but it's like, damn, that's amusing.
I mean, but it's still that name in the book, though. So it's like, well, I mean, that name's out there. And is it the Chicago Police Department in the book as well?
Oh yeah, the whole series takes place in Chicago.
Oh, okay.
I guess the argument could be that like maybe the book or the show would be on paper more accessible to more people than the books would be, which is funny because no one fucking watched the show. But but yeah. Sorry, not to cut you off.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
That's okay.
But yeah, Pete arrives and he's like, "This is a crime scene. It's Mitchell, for Christ's sake. Got the press downstairs. You know I cut you a lot of slack, Jim, because we got history. Do we get anything of this history? No. Would be nice though." And I was like, "But this is way over the line." I was like, "Is he involved in this?" Like, no, he's not. It's like, how do you know? He's a goddamn vigilante. He could be a suspect. It's like, what are you doing to me? We used to be partners. I was like, yeah, that's a very reasonable reaction to have. This fucking weirdo being on this crime scene, especially with the press downstairs. Like, he's not gonna walk through the front door, right?
I mean, yeah, like especially if Gordon's like, look, I know who he is, and trust me, there's a reason his face is covered or anything like that. It's like, no, I mean, he could be anybody.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, then he shows him. The reason he asks, is he involved in this, is because the letter says to the Batman. So the Riddler tries to get a connection to the Batman, and while they're arguing, he looks at the corpse and he's like, he lies still. And they're like, huh? What? And it's like, the riddle, what does a liar do when he's dead? He lies still. It's like, oh,
yeah, that's another part of like why I hate the interactions between Batman and the other people in this movie.
Well, they don't really
like,
talk to each other. Things are going on, and then Batman's like, Martha or something.
Yeah, it's like, Batman, can't you just fucking speak to them like a normal fucking person? Like, they did that in the Dark Knight movies. I don't understand why he couldn't do that here.
No.
I mean, I guess he motorcycles home.
I was like, what does a liar do when he's dead? He lies still. And then Pete says, oh, must be the favorite time of your year, huh? Happy fucking Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
And then Martin tells him that the people are ready for the statement. He needs to go downstairs, and he wants him out of here. And then there's like a little thing, because if you know what's up with Batman,
he sees a sad young boy.
Yeah, he sees the son of Don Mitchell, and then Gordon tells him the kid found him. He's like, oofski. And he takes a look at him, and he's like, man, I can relate to that. Thanks, Batman.
I appreciate that the movie didn't treat us like we're stupid and like have to show us a fucking flashback or anything. Like it never once. Yeah, it never really brings it up. It doesn't do it in like a way that feels like it's talking down to the audience. Like it just kind of assumes you already know who Batman is. You already know his backstory. And I appreciate that it didn't feel the need to do like I'm pretty sure almost every goddamn Batman movie does it, where it has to have like that one shot of like the beads breaking and all that, and it's just like, okay, I get it. I know what Batman's backstory is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe this is the only live action Batman like series so far that has not had any kind of Batman's parents being murdered flashback.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it's always a meme when it comes out. It's like, oh, here come the pearls. Here they are. It's like, oh, they're flooding the floor.
I can understand it in like Batman Begins because we see like him growing up and then
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
beginning the training. Like that makes sense. But then like there's shit like was it in BVS or Justice League where we get the shot and it's like
BVS. It's BVS. It's
yeah,
the
it's like
first
yeah,
scene. First scene in BVS.
it's like did we really need that? Like did I actually need to see the thing I've seen in like every single Batman movie ever
Yeah.
where we see his parents getting killed? I know what fucking happens, Zach.
Yeah.
I
And the
think
thing is, in
the
this movie,
edgy.
they don't actually need this specific flashback. We get a scene with Alfred where they kind of talk about it, and I think that's way more effective than just using the same uh, fucking flashback scene that you see in everyone. So
Yeah, and the way
appreciate
that
it.
that scene is written is like it feels like they are characters who've known each other and already have this history, and you don't need to explain it to us bluntly.
Yeah, not enough Alfred in this movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it right now. We don't get enough Alfred there.
But we don't have anything super edgy like the Zack Snyder having
Ugh.
the kickback from the pistol be what breaks the pearls.
Oh God. I hope he doesn't get movies anymore. He makes me upset.
I like that nobody watched Twilight of the Gods.
Is that the animated thingy he did?
Oh, was it animated?
I don't even know what that is.
I haven't
That's-
even seen the trailer.
I mean,
for,
that's
I know
that's the last
he
thing
made
I
like
know he
some.
did.
I thought
Yeah,
Rebel Moon was the last thing he did.
No, he did this right after Rebel Moon, and then
What the
absolutely
fuck?
nobody watched it because of Rebel Moon, really. So
Yeah, it's an
I think-
animated series. Yeah.
yeah, Rebel Moon kind of killed his career to the point that not even his own fans really want to watch it anymore, which I am very happy about.
Yeah.
Oh, there you have it.
But yeah, Batman is making his way back home to his little. I mean, I hesitate to call it a bat cave. It's more like the basement that's connected to a cave. But yeah, he goes back and he says it's like, I wish I could say I'm making a difference, but I don't know. Murder, robberies, assault. 2 years later, they're all up, and now this. The city is eating itself. Maybe it's beyond saving, but I have to try. Push myself. These nights all roll together in a rush behind the mask. Sometimes in the morning, I have to force myself to remember everything that happened. So yeah, he's been doing this for 2 years, and he hasn't really seen a difference been made. It actually got worse. I guess like the things like it gets worse before it gets better, or something along those lines. You could say, but yeah, he's got to try. He feels like he has a commitment to make the world, or Gotham specifically, better. And yeah, he takes the contact lenses. I just forgot the word contact lenses again because I'm very smart.
You should just say it in German whenever you forget the word, and
It's actually
have
not
us
that
try
far.
to interpret it.
It's actually not that far away from the English word. It would be Kontaktlinsen. Contact lenses.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I would have understood.
Yeah.
What that is.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even think about that stuff anymore. And sometimes like, oh wait, that's actually not that far off from the English translation if you would just say it. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, he puts that on his little scanner device and he goes through his recording and just checks out all the things he looked at. He has the newscast on.
I wonder where the hard drive is.
Oh, it's really small. It's a cloud. The bad cloud. And the news they just kind of talk about the murder that happened, and also mention that it was the. They say that's like an eerie coincidence that it was 20 years ago this week that celebrated billionaire philanthropist Dr. Thomas Wayne and his wife Martha were slain during Wayne's own mayoral campaign. So yeah, it seems to be very deliberate as a choice. And
I hate that was on the news.
Yeah, I was on a newscast.
Right? Am I alone in saying that I hate the way that the news is used in this movie, like quite a lot?
They use
it's
that as
used
exposition quite a bit. Yeah, I've
they
always
use it as exposition too much, and then they show things constantly that would absolutely never be shown on the news.
oh, the news
They're
in
always like,
Gotham is
Oh
fucking
God,
crazy.
yeah, they're always like, just to let you know, what
This
you're
is
gonna see
disturbing."
is disturbing, and it's like, guys, I've seen that message on news sites before, and they never show anything even remotely close to the shit
Yeah.
that you're showing on
Yeah,
Gotham's news.
But Gotham
showing a
News, like,
handheld.
here, this person is gonna get eaten by rats.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's like, well, it's like, okay, yeah, we're gonna show like a really sort of handheld cam weird version of a Saw scene or something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, like there's that scene where you have the Riddler like actually torturing someone, and it's like that would literally never on
Yeah.
any network be shown live to people. Like what are you fucking thinking? Absolutely no one would allow this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really crazy what they show on there. Gotham News is just built different, dude.
I mean, it
Gotham
just
is
kind of
like really against snowflake culture.
I mean, like it shows me that like the writers of this movie seem to have not a fantastic understanding of the internet because like the only place where you would see this is probably on the internet getting shared around, and you
Mhm.
I
just
mean, you
have.
say that, but they did get like the most Redditor looking Redditor to play the villain.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but and also the we'll get to that at the end. How he organizes his Riddler gang is kind of funny to me, just based on the amount of followers he has, being considering they're willing to die for him, essentially.
I remember when he was like, he has like 500 followers, and I was like,
Yep.
oh wow.
He's got a niche
Yeah.
audience of 500 followers. Like, oh wow.
I remember when I was that big too.
I
Yeah,
also
like, it's
remember
like
when I had
this-
500 followers and 20 of them donated weapons to me and shot the mayor.
And their lives, like risked either jail or death for you. Like, come
Yeah.
on. But yeah,
it's
no,
funny.
like fucking Riddler couldn't even get monetized on YouTube. Like, think about
Yeah,
that.
what a loser, dude.
He's halfway there.
Yeah, that's true. He needs 1,000 on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It was like,
Not
yo,
even-
like that's
not
not a
even
big
that.
following.
Like, it's not even just 1,000. You also need to have like
A s-
3,000 lifetime views,
Yeah.
and I think
A certain
3
amount
videos.
of hours watched.
I think 400 watch hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also need to have like a certain amount of videos too, and it's like, damn, like, did he have any of the things that he needed? Maybe the videos.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess we're assuming that he's not on YouTube with this.
Oh, it's some
I
weird
guess it
fantasy
is.
site he's
yeah,
on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like they explicitly said it's like his own thing, but it's like, so how did he get his own thing?
Well, maybe he's good at
I
coding.
mean, yeah. Amazon Web Services is just kind of asleep at the wheel on that one. It's like,
He built it on Wix. Remember that one? That's an old ass web creator.
that rings a very distant bell, but yeah, I guess that yeah. But yeah, while these crazy news are happening, Alfred is here. And it's like, oh, becoming quite a celebrity. You're getting letters yet from the evil man. I was like, why is he writing to you? And I was like, I don't really know yet. He's like, and then I was like, well, anyway, have a shower. Our accounting friends at Wayne coming for breakfast, and it's kind of interesting because Bruce is like, wait, why? And I was like, because I couldn't get you out there. I couldn't get you to go there. And Bruce is basically saying that I don't have time for this. Like I'm vengeance. I can't do accounting.
That sounds like the kind of thing that you'd say to your parents if you were a child. Like, Mom, I can't go to dinner. I'm vengeance. And Mom's like, okay, honey. Just
Okay,
get your
okay,
clothes ready.
okay, Vengeance, get in the minivan.
You can be vengeance later, honey.
But yeah, basically it's very different from the Batmans, where he's like this playboy philanthropist at day, during day, and Batman at night. Here's basically like he's an introvert at day to the outside world, and Batman at night. Like he doesn't want to do anything to do with Wayne and the funds and whatever.
Very
that's going on here.
reclusive, a very reclusive version of Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
In that sense, I mean, I don't maybe I can't really say too much since there's only one movie so far, but I don't really feel like he's a great Bruce Wayne.
Well, I guess because like there's not much of a difference in the character really. He's just not wearing the suit.
Well, yeah, it's basically just him but without the suit.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a lot of Bruce Wayne, and the one time he does it is to bait out the Riddler. Because I think the idea is that after this movie, he realizes. I was just gonna say that what happens at the end. I think the movie wants us to think, or we go on an arc with Batman and Bruce Wayne, where it's like, oh, I can be vengeance all I want, but that's not gonna change everything. I also have to do more with all the funds I have, I guess. Like you have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I'm just thinking of like when in the Dark Knight movies, he would specifically use his Bruce Wayne persona to be able to aid in his Batman activities.
Yeah, and I think the
And we
idea
don't
with
really
this
get
one
any of
is
that
that
here.
he's not there yet, or he's just on his rampage arc, vengeance arc, or whatever. And then he
Yeah.
realizes fear just only goes that far. We need to do something more with my Bruce Wayne. So I wonder if we get the second one, if he's going to be a bit more the Bruce Wayne we know from other iterations of the franchises. Should be interesting to see, I think.
Perhaps it's only going to take us 4 years after the first one to get the second.
But yeah, Alfred is worried. He's like, this is getting serious. If this continues, it won't be long before you've got nothing left. And he's just like, I don't really care about any of that. And yet Alfred is a bit annoyed because like you don't care about your family's legacy.
Yeah. I mean, at least of all, like you don't care about having the resources to continue being Batman and building things for yourself and having gadgets and
Yeah.
You figure he would have some vested interest in his company being at least healthy.
But yeah, Bruce thinks like what I'm doing is my family's legacy. And then if I can't change anything and can't have an effect, I don't really give a shit what happens to me. And Alfred just says that's what I'm afraid of. I was like, oh, he's worried about Bruce. Obviously, that's sad. And then he just says, Alfred, stop! You're not my father. And he just looks at him. It's like I'm well aware. And it's like, oh man, be nicer to Alfred, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
I like how everyone debates, what the best Batman or worst Batman is. And absolutely everyone's in agreement that like there just isn't a bad Alfred.
Oh, Alfred is always good.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Maybe the Gotham High one is cringe, but that's
I mean, come on.
Okay, I'll amend that statement by saying the Batmans that anyone actually fucking cares about.
I mean, like movies specifically, right? Like we're not going into comics and stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, because I'm talking about like the portrayal of him,
Yeah.
Because like people will be like, oh, Ben Affleck or oh, James Patterson, this person can't be Batman. But then everyone's pretty much like, hey, I like that guy playing Alfred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like Michael Caine, Jeremy Irons, Andy Serkis, it's all pretty good casting. Like,
man, Jeremy Irons playing Alfred kind of guts me because it's like, what a great casting for it. That just had to be in this horrible dog shit film.
Yeah.
But yeah, we cut away and they're upstairs. Like, here's some fresh berries for you. And he also sees that Bruce saw the lad sitting on the sofa, and he's like, oh, okay. He's like probably even more invested in this now because the Riddler just made someone an orphan like him, and he probably does not like that. But Alfred also sees the cipher, and we cut away where, I guess after Bruce had a shower or whatever. And it's like, hey, Alfred, what are you doing? It's like, oh, just checking out the cipher. I just, did the thing. And tells him, it's like, Heli still is only a partial key and only gives us HELIS and T. And so he's looking for any double symbols to start, trying letters, and see where it leads. So yeah, he's just trying to do the ciphering.
I appreciate that Alfred just like immediately starts being like, all right, just gonna help you.
Yep.
He doesn't have to be asked about it. He just like says, all right, this is where we're at. You do your thing. I'm gonna help while you're doing that.
Pretty
it's nice.
Cool.
I like Alfred.
Alfred is always cool. I mean, we just said it. Everyone always wants to see more Alfred in these things.
Can we just get like an Alfred solo movie?
Hell yeah. Just him chilling
I'd be
out.
down.
Maybe we can get like a Spider-Man 3, but with all of the Alfreds.
I love the Alfred verse into the
No
Alfred
way back.
verse.
No way back to Wayne Manor.
Also, you guys keep talking some bullshit for a couple of minutes. I need to pee.
All right. So.
All right.
Talk about Alfred or
yeah.
something. I don't know.
There we go. Yeah, Metal's kind of running the play-by-play, so I suppose we can just discuss. What did you think of the movie up to this point, Wolf?
So it's interesting. It depends on which viewing we're talking about. Because my first time through the movie, I was a lot more positive about it than I am now. I mean, I say that as though I wasn't still negative about it at the end of the day. But like at this point, I was a lot more intrigued by it because I really don't like superhero content like at all in general, and I mostly kind of find it to be fucking stupid. Which, you know, if you like it, that's cool. I don't care that much. I just don't really personally like it and never really have. And I really only like superhero movies when they are, or superhero content in general, when it's trying to do something that feels a little bit more grounded and not just doing like the typical like end of the world, like we need to throw out like the craziest shit imaginable kind of bullshit. And
Yeah,
I really liked that this one was like, it's a detective movie, and it's like, oh, okay, so like the thing that I kind of wish Batman was always doing in the first place, that we mostly just get boiled down to look at Batman punching the bad guys. I really liked the different tone of it.
yeah. I think that this movie's scope, especially up until this point, was quite good for a Batman movie because, like as you're saying, it's not like sort of fate of the world kind of stuff for the most part. And yeah, the pace of it was neat in that you don't generally get this much time on the detective stuff in most of the Batman films. It's usually not like as much time of him kind of thinking about stuff. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and I really liked the first sort of beat up the dude scene at the beginning.
Yeah.
Most of my problems with the movie kind of happen later.
Honestly, it plays into what I just said. I think the movie starts being bad the more it starts leaning into the general superhero tropes that we see in absolutely everything, and it was a lot
Yes.
better when it was not
Ew.
trying to be a superhero film.
Okay, Metal is back. But yeah, we were just talking about just our impression of the movie up to this point.
Ooh.
Metal, what did you think about the movie up until this point?
I like it.
We could probably just keep pushing ahead. We'll get back to run the play-by-play because
Justify your opinion right now.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's what this whole show is for.
fair, good answer.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Unsatisfactory, but I'll accept it.
Huh. Get double wrecked or something. I don't know. Anyway, they're doing their cipher stuff. And it's like, oh, what if it's not a partial key? What if it's the whole key? Ignore the symbols we don't have letters for. And if we only use the letters from He Lies Still, boom, they got they got drive. I thought I had it on the screen
it's
already.
it's a word, so that's something.
Yeah, they got
He
drive.
just is a really big fan of the movie Drive. Can't blame him.
So yeah, drive.
I feel like this Riddler's got to be
Oh yeah.
total Sigma.
So
The
Gordon and
Riddler in
Batman
this
go
movie
check
is
out.
exactly what resulted in Joker 2.
Batman and Gordon go check out the house again. They go to the garage in the basement, I assume. And yeah, because they were thinking, drive, car. Okay, yeah, let's check out the cars. And they find a slashed tire that has like a, I don't know, like a scissor in there or something, like a garden scissor. And they check out the inside and they find a thumb drive because the thumb is in there.
I liked that one.
Zing.
I particularly liked the way that Batman actually said it. Like there was like a kind of like grimness to it, and as he was like explaining to Gordon like thumb drive,
Yeah.
like kind
I
of
have it on screen
he's
right
aware
now.
of how like gross it is and how also kind of stupid the riddle is
Yeah.
itself.
Thumb drive. Even in the subtitles, just like quote unquote thumb drive. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think.
I mean,
it's
I guess it's a Batman puzzle or like solution to a riddle that couldn't have happened on like the 1960s television show.
because that
Thumb
was
drives weren't a thing.
more for kids, I guess, right?
No, thumb drives weren't a thing. Like
yeah, that
I mean,
too, I
like,
guess.
as far as like modernity goes.
See, yeah, that's the obvious way. But yeah, they find this here. So you're telling me none of the police checked out the basement and all the cars or anything? No one went down here. I don't believe you, movie. There's no way they didn't find the scissor in the car and checked out the oh god. Checked out the car. Or just, friends and family wanting to get a fucking car and just go and drive away. You know what I mean? I feel like the police should have totally seen that there was something going on down here without the riddle.
Yeah, I feel like there's points in the movie where like the police should be able to come up with at least something, and they often don't. Like it comes in a little bit later, but there are parts where I think like the cops are made to be stupider to make Batman look smarter than he is.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, obviously they need to check the thumb drive, and they do the very smart thing to just plug it right into Gordon's computer. It's like, oh, you have like actual internet technology and stuff, and you just put that in unsecured into your normal laptop. You're a moron.
Yeah, you have to get a Mac first, because then at least
They don't
you
have
won't
viruses. Yeah,
virus.
that's true. No,
Get scrubbed.
they probably have like if you have a Gotham in that age where there's thumb drives and internet and live streams and all the technology we know now, they should have like a cyber forensics department where you can plug in shit without it being connected to the internet.
I mean, yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
that is what they would do.
Yeah, cybersecurity, very important. I work in IT, by the way. So shit like this like triggers me specifically. It's like, you don't don't do this. You're like my grandma if she would use a computer and wouldn't be dead.
I was about to say, like, there's so many points in this movie where it's like, did someone who would be like prime scamming material for like people in India like write the script? Because like there are so many instances where it's like, did you really not think that maybe it would be a bad idea to plug someone else's thumb drive into their own personal computer?
Yeah.
Especially if it's a fucking cop. Like, clearly they did, because that's literally what happens. But then why wouldn't the cops know to do that?
500 followers.
Especially when
Yeah.
like the police, I've seen videos of police being like trying to teach like old people, like, please don't give your social security number out to random strangers on the internet.
Yeah.
I promise he's
Don't
not
click the
actually a
links.
Nigerian prince.
It's so funny because when I get these spam mails, like I have multiple of these spam mails where it's like, I have photos of you masturbating. It's like, no, you don't. Fuck off.
I once got one of those and I was like, post them.
Post them, pussy. Do it.
Yeah. Strangely enough, it never came to light.
Yeah. And they're always phrasing the same thing. There's like, oh, there's something you gotta do. It's like, oh, is this like maybe? I mean, most of the time they just land in the spam folder, but sometimes they go through because they did something that the filters haven't connected with yet, or haven't updated
I mostly
with.
get phone calls instead of like emails. Like the emails were kind of like an older thing, but I get phone calls all the time. And I try and like make it their problem every single time that they
See,
call me.
The funny bit
And
is
I'm
with
just like, I really want to fuck with you and ruin your whole day.
See, I don't even take those phone calls because for some reason there's like phone calls where all of a sudden phone call from Poland. It's like, I'm not gonna get this. I don't know anyone there. I got one from the UK once, and I was like, Mal, did you try to call me on my phone for some reason? He's like, no. It's like, oh, some random guy. But yeah, those exist too.
I once got a call from my own phone number. That was weird.
I
don't know how that even
I
happened.
mean, wow. That's yeah, you don't have to think too hard about that one, do you?
Oh,
was
look,
like,
I'm calling.
me?
I'm getting called by me.
I want that to happen, but with like an AI version of my own voice.
I love it when they ask you, "Is this Mister?" and then they say your first name.
Oh, yeah.
I always like it when they're like, how can I help you? And it's like, you're the one fucking calling me.
Yeah.
Or also the text messages like, "Hey Dad, I got a new phone number." It's like, why do I have 7 children all of a sudden? What's happening?
Yeah, it's like, well, where'd you come from? I guess one girl lied to me, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, was it the hot one or was it the crazy one?
What was it both? I don't
mean,
know. I got like 7 of those.
Yeah, those two are usually together. Let's face it.
Block, just in case. But yeah, the thumb drive also has a little fingerprinter, which the Riddler used to use the thumb he cut off to encrypt it. So they turn on the thing, all the pictures go up. It's like, oh, Don Mitchell, he's been going around with some ladies. As Gordon says, so much for family values. And there's also the penguin in the background. We like the penguin. He's good.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, notifications happening. Uh-oh, what's going on? All the pictures go to the Gotham Post, Gazette, GC1, all of them. So they all, it's really funny because now they all got an email from Gordon that has like all these pictures in them. But it's like, I don't know, I think that's hilarious. I remember on EFAB they were memeing about this when I rewatched this. Like, what would happen if Batman would have put this in his computer, and then they get like an email from bat.man at bat@man.com or something.
Bat.man at Gotham.com.
Bruce at batcave.com. Section like that. Yeah, there were some funny ones that we came up with. It goes like, I'm gonna catch hell for this.
And then nothing happens.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Yeah, they see that this is the Iceberg Lounge, which is doing thing, which the Penguin is not leading. What's the operating? So yeah, the Batman's new target. He's going to the Iceberg Lounge. I want to say launch all the time. I don't know why launch. That's not even a real word. I'm pretty sure. Oh,
Yeah, go with it.
I'm gonna go have some lunch, said Boogie. But yeah, Gordon says, "I'll never get in there with a warrant." It's like, yep, but I will. And then we get actually like a pretty funny thing, because Batman just walks to the front door and just knocks on it, and this guy opens up. He looks at him. He's like, "What the fuck? I want to see the Penguin," and then just closes the door. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about, pal. And then he knocks again, and there's like 2 of them there, I'm pretty sure. It's like, yes, he wants to see the Penguin. There's no penguin here. That's what I tried to tell him. But yeah, it's just oh, then Batman is like a bit of a one-liner. It's like, "Get out of here, freak, you hear me? Or that little suit's gonna get full of blood." And he says, "Mine or yours." And then he beats them up.
As Batman does.
And then he just kind of fights his way through the club. And at first it's like, okay, he just punches some people. That's fine. I think they have some bats here and there. And I think, is this here or later where they start shooting inside the club? Because that's always a bad thing to do in your club.
It's right here, because I remember it being like so ridiculous that this even happened in the way that it does.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he gets the one guy even has a shotgun, and there's like this club is currently full of people. And I remember Rax making a good point about this. He's like, you probably don't even want to give your guards, your bouncers or whatever, or guards people any guns, so they don't accidentally shoot people in your club. That definitely won't come anymore because people get shot up in your club, and that's bad for business.
Not in Gotham, I guess. It just happens. It's the Penguins Club. What do you expect? He's a supervillain.
Well, this time he isn't. He's just operating a club.
I know. Just saying, like compared to,
he doesn't
like,
get supervillain status until he gets his monocle.
Exactly, and his little top hat and umbrella.
Where are the exploding penguins?
Right.
And Batman returns.
I demand the exploding penguins.
But yeah, talking about a penguin, here he is. It's like, oh, take it easy, sweetheart. You looking for me? And I was like, yay, penguin. I just watched the penguin. More penguin.
Yeah, and like, his intro here, I think, like, it makes so much sense with how he's portrayed on the show, too. Of just, like, off the bat, he's trying to be like, hey, what's up? We're friends, right?
Yeah, off the bat.
We're working. Oh, God, that was unintentional. But you know what I mean? Like, he tries to pretend like he's on the side of almost whoever he's talking to.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
I appreciated him doing that with Batman in this one right away. It's like, hey, yeah, man, I'm right here.
It's that meme I showed you earlier, Metal.
Oh, yeah.
Him just picking fights and then being like, no, I'm small and stupid.
I'm your friend. Come on, man.
You don't want to fight me.
But yeah, he just basically just tries to talk to Batman. It's like, how you doing? I'm Oz. It's like, yeah, and then he just gets him up to his little own private room. He even tries to give him a handshake. He's like, oh, okay. But yeah, he's showing him.
He's got like a little VIP lounge / like office type area.
Yeah. But he shows him the picture. Like, oh, I don't know who she is. Never seen her.
I just can't believe that they got past the whole shootout in there so quickly with like almost nothing happening.
It's one of those things that like you got to just assume that maybe they're trying to say that this kind of stuff happens in this city, because even the people in the club didn't seem like they didn't like evacuate.
No, nothing happens. That's like, even if that's a normal thing, they would still panic. There's guns being fired right now. So
I mean, like, forget the guns. I think even if a big fight broke out between a bunch of guards at the establishment and one guy in a bat suit, most people would be like, yeah, maybe we should get out.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, if I was anywhere and some furry broke in and started killing people, I mean, I'd be pretty panicked.
I mean, like, can you imagine a furry coming in and effectively fighting a whole bunch of the a whole bunch of the security at the bar you're at? It's like, those are the guys that are supposed to keep you safe, and there's a furry just kicking the shit out of them. It would be the weirdest night of your life, for sure.
No.
I mean, I'd at least record it before running away, because that'd be extremely funny.
I mean, yeah, that's true, too. You probably start the movie Kick-Ass that way. It'd be like, yo, this furry's kicking the shit out of these guys.
Is that the one with Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, he's in the first one. Yeah.
I always get that one mixed up with Sucker Punch, the one that isn't good.
Yeah, that's a Zack Snyder movie. The other one's Matthew Vaughn, and it's a good Matthew Vaughn. Metal, you okay?
I was just letting you talk.
No, I was done.
Oh, okay. So yeah, he's just asking us like, oh yeah, I was with them, but I wasn't rolling with them. The mayor's like, he's like doing the most penguin thing as well. He's like, I want to know who she is and what she has to do with this murder. Whose murder? The mayor's. Is that the mayor? Oh shit, it is. Look at that. It's like, fuck you, penguin. You knew. It was like, don't make me hurt you. And penguin's like, you better watch it. You know my reputation. And Bear's like, yeah, I do. Do you? So he basically, it's like, your reputation's not as good as you think.
He's on to him.
But yeah, it's a little later before this happens. Catwoman comes in for the first time. Well, we don't know her as Catwoman yet, but she's here, and she has some very noticeable boots on that you see on the picture as well, in the background.
That it zooms in on repeatedly.
Yeah. Because she's doing like the drug thingy, like she gets the drops. That's the way that she gets more drops to give to all the people. So yeah, that's here. He's like, I'm just a proprietor of this club. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, what people do here has nothing to do with me. I'm just hanging out. But she is kind of looking at the Batman. He's like, you know what? She might know more because she's on the picture where the other lady was that was with the mayor, or the soon-to-be mayor, or whatever. Well, I guess he's the current mayor because he was fighting it. You know what I mean? Now the Penguin says, why don't you ask Mitchell's wife? Maybe she knows. He's like, oh, too soon? It's like such a dick.
Oh, man.
So, yes. This is the thing. This is a massive contrivance. She is here. And that because she's going to become so massively important to this plot line that if she didn't show up here by accident,
this movie, it by accident, or I kind of got the impression she was there trying to figure out some of the same shit.
No, she works here. She just works here.
Oh well, yeah, you're right. That's pretty.
She just works here and was about to get more drops to get around the clientele, if you will. Like, she wasn't looking for Batman. She wasn't looking for him. She just gave him the money from the last drops she sold and got more to bring him down.
But she does like take a really good hard look at the photo.
I mean, yeah, because we know later that she is that this lady is in her place because that's Annika.
Oh, okay.
So she looks at that, and then she kind of glimpses into the room later on because like, oh, why is he looking for this guy or for Annika or whatever? So if she wouldn't have shown up here, this would have been a very different story altogether.
I mean, yeah.
Because she does all the undercover stuff later on for Batman. Because Batman follows her to see what's going on.
I guess you would have to assume that Batman would probably find another way to find out the same information. But yes,
it would be
her just happening to be there is like, oh man, I got trouble remembering shit like that sometimes. I guess I just kind of processed it as she was there trying to like figure some shit out because she's a thief.
Honestly, I think one of the things that prevented me, especially the first time, from like really compartmentalizing some of the problems this movie had is that there's so many fucking people to have to pay attention to and so many names to remember that it was honestly really confusing trying to actually watch the movie.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in. A lot of things happening, a lot of characters.
Especially when you have like 16 different Italian names. And it's like, okay, who the fuck is who? And
Falcone,
like,
Maroni.
Falcone and Maroni.
I had no idea who the Maronis were until watching The Penguin. And that's only because there was like 8 hours to go through.
Yeah.
Well, Maroni is in The Dark Knight also. He's who Eric Roberts plays.
Okay. Interesting.
In the movie?
Yeah, in The Dark Knight.
I don't remember that, but
he is, and Falcone's the gangster from Batman Begins. So like both of these characters actually are in the Nolan trilogy. It's just, or I guess in the first two, because I don't think Maroni's still around in the third one.
I'm gonna be honest. The only thing I remember about Batman Begins is the Liam Neeson parts and the guy with the bag on his head.
So Falcone is the guy who Bruce Wayne, I guess, just in Bruce Wayne mode, goes into the club and like kind of like interrogates him essentially, and then he's like you'll never understand this world, and you always fear what you don't understand, and then that's the night that Christian Bale like storms off to go become Batman.
I don't remember it at all.
Yeah,
I'm not saying like, oh, you're a liar or anything. I just
no,
I just genuinely don't remember this at all. It's been years since I've seen the movie, so
The actor's name slipping my mind, but I remember finding it funny that it was a British dude, like one of those dudes who's like an old guy in a lot of like movies that take place in England, playing an Italian gangster. I was like, oh well, guess there's that.
Well, you know what really fucking blew my mind was when I found out that the guy who plays Penguin is
Colin Farrell.
Yeah. Like when I saw that, I was like, that has to be a mistake. There's no way. And I looked it up and I was like, I would have never in a million years ever thought that was Colin Farrell.
No way.
Yeah. I feel like it's like, hey, Colin, do you want to be in a new Batman film? He's like, yes, but only if I can be ugly.
And in the fat suit.
Yeah, I'll play the Penguin. Why not to play the fucking Penguin?
Like it's not even just like the looks, because like definitely like I would have never guessed by the looks, because the prosthetics are really,
his voice
really good.
too. Yeah, right.
But yeah, like his voice, like I would have never thought. It's crazy. I like had an existential crisis when I found out that was him. It's how I feel every time that I find out that like a British person who's playing an American in a movie is not actually American. Like the fucking guy from Deadpool and Wolverine who's like British, but he's in Succession and he plays an American, and it's like you sound like you're making a fake British accent.
Yeah. It was for Carmine Falcone. Carmine Falcone, I just looked up. Carmine Falcone in Batman Begins was Tom Wilkinson. So that's another example of a British guy doing a very not British voice.
They're infiltrating our culture. It needs to stop.
Doing more. What? Anyway, Selina, or Catwoman, is making her way back home. Is on the phone. It's like, oh, what's going on? No, you be calm. I'll be right there. Don't you worry. And Bruce is obviously following her to see what's going on. And again, this is very convenient. They showed up here and also wore the same boots and not just other boots, just other shoes in general. But we established that. And now Bruce is being a little creep, watching them, and it's kind of like the first scene when the Riddler was looking for the mayor. But here he's looking at them doing things. Because Annika is here, and she saw the things on the news, and she's kind of freaking out because, oh fuck, they're probably gonna murderlize me for, now that this information is coming out, and that makes her very angry. And he sees that Selina is changing her clothes, or should I say, she's taken off some clothes. Nice. And then putting some back on. Damn it. Boo. All right, tough crowd, I see. Anyway,
she puts even more back on, but it's a suit.
Yeah, she puts on the cat suit, if you will.
Yeah.
And
you can't say these things and expect a reaction from me, Metal. I'm very, very gay.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, I probably should have been the one to say it. You know what? This is easier when I've got the stream up and can see what's on screen.
Yeah. That's fair. So yeah, she's driving away on her motorcycle, and Bruce is following her as well. I get a little POV shot of him riding through the city, through some stuff. But yeah, Batwoman is going to the crime scene, and she finds a little hidden safe with all kinds of little gadgets and doodads that she has to open up a safe. And Batman just arrives behind her. Is like, you're pretty good at that.
Yeah, that's a way to introduce yourself, I suppose.
Yeah.
Compliment.
And then she immediately tries to kick the shit off Batman and fails miserably.
Lol.
I mean, yeah, at least that part made sense.
Yeah, it's kind of overpowers her as soon as
it would be. How funny would it have been actually if he's like, yeah, you're pretty good at that, like cracking a safe, and then they fight and it's established that Catwoman is just far better at hand-to-hand combat than this Batman.
Fuck. I
Like,
don't know.
okay.
Sounds pretty woke to me.
I mean, they'd have a pretty good argument for that one.
It also sounds like the kind of thing in like those college humor videos that they might have done. He'd come up and be like, "You're pretty good at that." And
You're
then
pretty good at that.
she'd beat him up for like spitting on the back of her neck.
Do you remember this one where he tries to figure out his voice? Where are the other drugs going? You think that one is good? It's like, I don't know.
Oh, right. He's like, where are the other drugs going? Fuck face.
Fuck face. It's like the stupidest face. God, those are so
I like
funny.
how every time he makes like a different voice, it gets like he gets uglier and uglier looking. What he was like silly drugs.
Silly
Like,
drugs.
He was like doing like a gay impression or something, I think.
Drugs are silly. You shouldn't do drugs. They're silly.
Except for the good ones.
Except for the good ones. But yeah, she was trying to get Annika's ID out of the safe. But Batman gets it. It's like, oh, he hurt her. Is that why you killed him? It's like, oh, just give me the thing. So he just thinks like, oh, did you kill the mayor because he hurt Annika? He's like, oh, Kozolov, Annika. It's like, did you hurt her or did you kill? I just said that. I don't know why I said that again. I'm very good. I'm doing good. My brain is functioning at 100% capacity. Yeah. Anyway,
worst podcast host ever. Oh my god!
I mean, look,
I can do worse.
Man, like, I think I fucked up more today so far, so don't worry. You're still in the lead.
Yeah, but Batman grabs her and holds her mouth shut, and that was non-consensual, so Batman should be cancelled. But no, there's one policeman that's guarding the place, and he was making his way in here, so he hit them both because they don't want to be seen, obviously. And Catwoman tells him, like, hey, you got the wrong idea. I didn't kill anybody. I'm here for my friend. She's trying to get out of here, and this son of a bitch stole her passport. And Batman obviously wants to know what she knows, and whatever it is, even Selina doesn't get information because she's so spooked about it. It's like, oh yeah, she did seem pretty upset back at your place. Let's go talk to her. And she's like, God damn it, he knows where I live. And yeah, so we see them riding their motorcycles, and
if there's anything you don't want to have happen, it's some guy in a giant bat costume coming up to you to say, like, let's go back to your place.
She seemed pretty upset.
I mean, yeah.
I do know where you live, by the way.
I saw your boobies. It's like, oh god.
Oh boy. Probably want to leave that one out of it.
In any case, they go back to her place, but the place has already been broken into. So yeah, they took Annika, which is the one thing they did not want to happen, or well, at least Selina didn't want that to happen.
I can't hear that sentence without thinking of that video.
That's exactly what I'm referring to. Yes. This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
With all the words in different fonts popping up on the screen.
Yeah.
I show that to my friend. Like any friend I know who hasn't seen it, I make sure to show it to them so they can like fucking die laughing with me.
Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. So again, we use the telly, and now we get the first thing where I think this is the one where they show the weird trap he built. I think because like, oh, this time the killer has come forward to claim credit online because there was a second high-profile murder. But Selina's like, hey, what are you gonna do? She's just a kid. It's like, oh shit, they took my phone. But in any case, the Riddler's like, hey, I killed your mayor because... Wait, I think I just flumed up my note. There we go. Oh, there. Oh, yeah, this is the Riddler speaking. On Halloween night. On Halloween night, I killed your mayor because he was not the one who he pretended to be. But I am not done. Here is another. And then we get like a full shot of this fucking contraption he built with rats going into someone's eyes or whatever. Yeah, it's like going to his face.
As you
like,
do.
Here's another who will soon be losing face. I will kill again and again and again until your day of judgment, when the truth about our city will finally be unmasked. Goodbye. It's like, oh. So yeah, he's on his Reddit edge arc here right now.
It's not a phase.
It's not a phase. I'm really the Riddler, Mom.
I'm not a Redditor, Mom. I use 4chan.
Use 4chan.
That's even worse, honey. It's even more pathetic.
But yeah, they took Selena's phone as well. So that's interesting for later when we get a thing that is really weird. And yeah, it's really weird. But yeah, the guy he has in there is actually is Commissioner Savage, the guy that Gordon was talking to, Peter Savage. I didn't realize he was called Savage. That's a pretty rad name, bro. Rock on, dude.
Yeah. Pretty savage, man.
Pretty savage, man.
The pressure on the males of that family to be badass.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh shit, I seen that guy too at the club. And it's like the Iceberg Lounge. It's like, no, 44 below, the club within the club, the real club, the one for the cool kids. But yeah, it's a mob hangout. And is that why Ben wonders if that's where she works? And it's like, no, I just work at the bar upstairs, but I see them come in. A lot of guys that shouldn't be there, I can tell you that. Basic upstanding citizen types. And then Ben was like, you're gonna help me with this. For your friend. And
you
then
don't have a choice.
Bam says, you got a lot of cats. It's like, okay. But yeah, anyway, she's not safe here. She says she can take care of herself. And then we got more things on the newscaster. 2 public figures now dead in just the last 2 nights and only days before the election. Police and city officials are left searching for a killer and hoping to find him before he kills again. But yeah, I think we then go back to Gordon before we do whatever they are gonna do. But yeah, we also established a little bit earlier that she's kind of like living from paycheck to paycheck. There's like an eviction note that she has to pay the rent until X amount of date. So yeah, she's getting by with petty thievery, if you will. So yeah, they're gonna team up or something in a little bit.
They could just make an OnlyFans. She'd be richer than a day.
Only Gotham.
Only cats.
No, only cats. Only pussies. Was the obvious choice there, I think. But yeah, we go to Gordon and they're checking the corpse. And it's like, hey, wait for him at the gym. Pete always liked to work out late at night when no one else was around. Injected him with arsenic. That's rat poison, in case you don't know.
Arsenic, yeah.
And then they look at the contraption, which is like a maze for the rats. It's like, what kind of demented son of a bitch does this to a person? Batman's just like, more symbols. He's like not even reacting to Gordon again. Because more symbols, it's another cipher.
Because he just cannot fucking bring himself to speak like a human being to other human beings.
Yeah. But yeah, there's another cipher on the thing. He blasted these out after the message went viral. And yeah, there's more pictures, and him is in there as well. And it's like, why would Pete get involved in something like this? And it's like, Batman just points out there, it looks like he got greedy after everything we did. After everything they did to take down the Maronis, we busted their whole operation, and then he caves for some stupid fucking dealer? Like, what's going on? And Batman's like, maybe he's not who you thought he would be. It's like you make it sound like he had it coming. It's like, yeah, he was a cop, crossed the line. And then they check out another letter to the Batman, which are all placed on the things. And it's like, let me get this on the thing. So there's like a little professor guy, a little mad scientist on it, says, "I'm mad about you. Want to know my name? Just look inside and see." And then we get the rat thing. Bring him into the... Go ahead.
Someone should replace the image of the mad scientist on there with the scientist from Smiling Friends season 2.
But yeah, bring him to the light, find the rat. And then people are coming back, so they have to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing. The rat thing is to follow the maze until you find the rat. Bring him into the light, and you'll find where I'm at. That's the full quote.
Good rhyme.
And yeah, that's what we have for now. We just leave that there. And yeah, now we we use Selena to get into the 44 below. Which
with the bat lenses.
Yeah, she gets to use the bat lenses. He kind of puts up shop across the street in in front of a window, and he can see whatever he sees. And she basically just goes around the club, and she sees like all of the people, like all of them. There's like who we got here? Like the DA, Jill Colson, like all kind of people. Let me see, who else do we got here? I think it was Colson is the one that's most important for now, but yeah, the DA obviously is a big one. So yeah, this is like the below Iceberg Lounge club, where they basically just all get high on drops and have booze and maybe some hookers or something, whatever the establishment gives you. But yeah, he was like, "Hey, can you look back at this guy? I know him. I need to go check him out." And yeah, that's the DA, Jill Colson. For some reason, in my notes I wrote the DA and Jill Colson, but that's the same person because I'm bad at taking notes apparently. And it's like, "Oh great, now he's coming over. Are you happy about that?" And Barry's like, "Well, fucking talk to him, whatever." And then it's like, "Oh, I'm just like, hey, aren't you the DA? I've seen you on TV." And she's like going into the role of being the bar girl or club girl, whatever she does there. Probably very unchristian things with people.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
She's a sinner.
But yeah, he basically is like, "Oh, I haven't seen you around here, blah, blah, blah. I like to live on the edge." And it's like, "Hey, do you want to come over?" It's like, "Sure." And it's like, "Hey, this is Travis." And it's like, Richie, Glenn, it's like all kinds of people from the DA's office. And he was like, "Hey, do you want to drop?" It's like, "No, I'm good, but you enjoy." And then he's like, gets more high on drops. Yeah, this Riddler guy, he's going after the most powerful people in the city. He knows so much. It's like, he doesn't know shit, man. That's Travis, one of the other guys. It's like, "What are you talking about?" "Yeah, he does." "What about that rat?" It's like, "Oh, come on, Jill, come on." It's like, "Maybe you had a little too much." And then Bam's like, "Ask him about the rat. I just got a puzzle that I need to fix." And she's like, "Hey, what about this rat?" It's like, there was a rat. We had an informant. We had big time information on Salvatore Maroni. That's how we got him out of the drops business. So yeah, he's talking about the Maroni case to get him down. But if this guy knows, it's got to come out. And when it does, the whole city's going to come apart. But yeah, this is the kind of pillow talk that got that Russian girl disappeared. It's like, oh, no, he's talking about Annika, which is much more interesting to Selena, obviously, because she's looking for a friend and not for the case to be solved.
Yes.
And it's like, "Oh, I want a drink. Keep him talking. Where you going?" She knows Annika. "No, stay on the DA. I told you I'm looking for my friend." And yeah, it's just
I mean, yeah, and kind of makes sense from like her character's motivation standpoint, because it's like, well, this is much better information that I want specifically, that I was kind of working with Batman for on this. Batman's got his case. I don't really care.
Yeah. Because Selena's going after this girl that was here. She's like, hey, what do you know about him? It's like, oh, no, keep your voice down. You have a death wish? What are you doing? It's like, oh, you're all right? What's the problem? It's like, oh, nothing. It's just girl talk. It's like, keep it festive down here, all right? Sure thing, Oz. And then we see Carmine Falcone. It's like, oh, it's been a long time since I've seen you down here. It's like, yeah, I've been okay. Well, don't be a stranger. I'm heading just back upstairs. Well, don't be the stranger. And Batman's like, yeah, go ahead.
Is there a reason why his actor was replaced by someone who looked and sounded absolutely nothing like him in the Penguin?
Honestly, I didn't think about that.
Apparently John Turturro did not want to reprise his role because he didn't want to play a character that was being aggressively and terribly violent to women. Although, I mean, he does kind of choke Selena in this movie. I was like,
I was about to say, doesn't he like try and strangle her with like a chain
Chain,
or something?
Yeah, that's what he does later, exactly.
But okay.
It's why it was a weird thing to say. Like, I mean,
in any case, they talk like, hey, you have a relationship, but what's your relationship with him? We don't have a relationship. And then she gets upset and takes out the bed lenses, and she's off. So, I know. So what they're going for here is obviously, oh, the Coulson guy, he's high and drunk, so he's just gonna spill out everything to her right away. Which, no, that he would not do that, especially with all the people around him that kept saying, oh, you had too much to drink, don't tell him. And then he tells her everything, and they don't say a word. Like, even when I'm drunk as shit, I'm just not gonna tell people secrets of people like this, especially not a stranger. I don't buy it.
I feel like that's always used as a I'm blanking on the term, but like all the time people will be like, oh yeah, if you want to find out something, just get them drunk. And it's like, I don't feel like that's how that ever really works.
Yeah.
But like movies do it all the fucking time. Like I've got real drunk. I got real drunk on stream many times, especially during Gollum. I needed to.
As you should.
But like at no point have I ever been so fucking drunk that I didn't know where I was or what was going on, to the point that I would give up like crazy secrets of my friends to random people.
Yeah. And especially if there's like people around you that already said in this movie, it's like, oh, you're too much. Don't tell him. And then he just goes and does it anyway. It's like,
yeah, isn't he hanging out with like people that would be?
Yeah, it's like other people from the DA's office. They don't want this information to come out because that's going to affect them too. And they clearly realize like, oh, he probably shouldn't talk about this to this random stranger lady. So it's just weird to me that they even point out that there's people in there that go like, oh, stop. But then he starts talking and they don't stop him. Just weird.
Yeah. We just need to have like a soundbite of that part in Deadpool 2 where he looks at the screen and just says, that sounds like it's just bad writing.
Yeah. Deadpool 1 and 2 are still really good. Really good.
Oh, yeah.
3 exists.
I love Deadpool 2.
I liked Deadpool 3 on my first watch. The comedy worked for me for a bit, and then on the rewatch I was like, well, that's over.
It's entertaining, but the writing is not very good.
Oh, it's really fucking bad.
Pretty bad.
And on the second watch through, the comedy didn't work on me anymore as well. So that didn't happen with 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are really funny.
Yeah, I know I watched it, and I was like, that was all right. I wasn't like as offended by it because I don't really give a fuck, honestly.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
But I don't know. It just didn't. It wasn't like Deadpool 2. I mean, it's been a while since I've watched Deadpool 1, so I don't really remember it all that well. But I've seen Deadpool 2 a few times, and that movie has just always been outrageously funny to me.
Oh yeah, it's great. I actually got uh I got the double Blu-ray pack that has like a little comic in it after I rewatched the two
Oh,
movies
nice.
because I really
Oh.
like them. The comic is in
I got
German
the-
though. I wish it wouldn't be.
Huh.
I got the Steel book.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Actually,
I ended up liking 2 a lot more on my second viewing, like when we were prepping for the Forge on Deadpool and Wolverine. But I'm
Did you
actually
ever see
here.
the Christmas version of it?
I hated that in concept. I didn't watch it, but I didn't want to go see it, even though people were asking me to go. I had a couple of people ask me to go with them, and I'm like, no, I don't want to support the idea of PG-13 Deadpool.
It was kind of funny. The problem is that it neutered a lot of its own, because it was basically just Deadpool 2 again.
Well, yeah,
but like
but
with
wait.
censored jokes, and it's like, well, the joke isn't very funny if it's censored.
I honestly, I read that as Disney kind of testing the waters for if they could get away with a PG-13 Deadpool movie, because if that did really well, they'd be like, well, Once Upon a Deadpool or whatever it was called was popular, so why don't we just do PG-13 for the third one? Because it's MCU, the kids need to go see it. I was very
Oh,
afraid of that happening.
I didn't even think about that. I assumed, because wasn't Fox still in charge at that point?
I believe they were, but they were like in the middle of the deal. I remember thinking that like, oh crap, Disney buying them. Maybe they're saying, hey, could you do a PG-13 cut? Maybe it'll make some extra money, and we want to see if we can get away with putting Deadpool in the MCU, which means we got to make him PG-13.
I just assumed it was Ryan Reynolds fucking around.
Yeah, maybe
honestly,
probably
there's, like-
that as well. I feel like you don't have to talk him into that very hard.
Just look up the Deadpool 2 Nickelback joke on YouTube, and it's honestly the only part of the movie that's actually kind of funny.
Nice.
all right. Let me see. Where was I? Oh yeah, the Coulson guy. He follows Celine outside. It's like, hey, lost you. Want to do something? He's like, no, I gotta go. Bye. And then he goes to drunk and high driving, but the Riddler is waiting in the backseat. Oh no! And then he puts a saw trap on his face. Ah no! That's actually kind of what it looks like.
I like how Saw keeps coming back up. It's like it's the one movie that's like, this is terrible, but we love it.
We love it.
I actually bought a Blu-ray collection of all those movies.
I will too at some point. I gotta.
They're just
it's something
so
about it.
silly.
Oh boy. Let me see. Okay, oh yeah, so obviously the Riddler puts like a thing around him, and this guy's gonna show up soon enough. So Gordon is back in the picture, and he goes up to the bat signal and turns it on. Turns out the bat signal is just on some random fucking ceiling, or roof, I should say, of a not finished building or something, and it like every bumfuck can go up there and fuck around with the bat signal. Is what I'm trying to say. This is not a guarded place. It's not on top of the GCPD station. It's just here.
Something I'm a little confused by, and maybe you can help me
Yeah.
with this, is that why is, with the attitude that everyone other than Gordon has towards Batman, how is the bat symbol even a thing?
I do not know. I feel like
Like,
some police
wouldn't
people
that
would go
be-
up here and fucking demolish it.
Yeah. And why is Gordon like I get that at some point there's going to be like a Batman trying to actually convince the cops that he's someone worth working with. And I get that Gordon has always been like that one cop who like is always got his back in all these interpretations of Batman.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been doing this for 2 years. Gordon is the only one on his side. And everyone is so antagonistic towards Batman, but he can still get away with having the bat signal on this rooftop somewhere on an unfinished building that Commissioner Gordon just goes to regularly. it feels a little odd to me.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe I'm just not getting it, but
No,
I don't know.
you're absolutely right. And because this thing is like on the top of bumfuck nowhere, like everyone can fuck with it. If Batman is after you, just use this to make an ambush, turn it on, and then he appears, and then you can ambush him. That's what Selina does later. She just turns it on, and then Gordon and Batman was like, "Wait, that wasn't you who turned this on?" It's like, "No, I thought it was you." And
Yeah, wasn't it where was it in the Dark Knight movies? Was it on top of like the police station
I'm
or
pretty sure
Pretty sure.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it's almost exclusively on top of GCPD because they install it after they're cool with Batman. I think that's
Jojo.
mostly the idea with the bat signal. And this obviously just gets rid of the problem that people go up there and fuck around with it because it's on
Yeah.
GCPD station. But this is just a
Yeah, it really
weird place to put it. It's just nowhere in like a construction site or something.
was. I unmuted for Jojo barking just then?
Kinda. I
I
heard
didn't
some
hear
growling
barking,
a little
but
bit, but that
Oh,
was it.
okay.
Yeah.
Because I moved her and then I went to go unmute to say something and I thought I'd muted myself, so I was like, oh no, never mind.
No, you're good.
She's
Honestly,
fine now.
I'm gonna be extremely upset if I ever am in a call with you and I don't hear growling.
Well, I mean that like
I
unless
almost like consider it like a part of your accent almost. Like
For-
if there's no fucking like dog growling in the background, that it's like, okay, so clearly someone that's not Mark but sounds like Mark is using his Discord account.
oh yeah, fair enough.
That's
But I
definitely
mean,
what
like
happened.
in the event that they're like at the groomer or something, like although I mean realistically, it doesn't take either of them long enough to get groomed for like me to get any length of podcast done. So it's like an hour or so. But yeah, no, they're usually around here. They don't go on a lot of trips without me.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yeah, they Gordon and Batman meet up there. Well, I guess Batman is waiting here for him to turn off because it's about to become day. And they talk about, hey, what do you know about the confidential informant on the Maroney case? And it's like, yeah, sure, there was one, but yeah, what about it? It's like, yeah, that's the rat we're looking for. And somehow the Riddler knows who he is. And if we find him, we might be able to track the Riddler down with him. Obviously, Gordon is asking questions like, where are you getting this? It's like, oh, I have a source who spoke to the DA tonight, and he's very nervous, thinking that the killer's targeting people close to that case. And Gordon immediately is like, oh shit, I worked that case. And then he's like, no, Riddler's not after you because you are not corrupt. It's like, oh, Coulson is dirty? Maybe. But yeah, if I go after him, lean on him to give up the rat. That's what Gordon says. Like, no, it's too dangerous. They made a secret deal with this guy. And who knows how many people it touches. Politicians, police, the courts. It could tear the whole city apart. And Gordon obviously points out, he's like, wow, that's like a powder keg. And the Riddler is the match. So, yeah. Yeah, shit's bad. Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
Oh yes.
Then he looks back at the footage from the night, as you do, but he's in the suit. It's like, ooh, he's going out. Crazy. But then Alfred appears.
He's
Let's
Batmaning.
go. Alfred. And there's like, oh, pretty. She's a friend of yours? And he's like, I'm not so sure if she's a friend. Like, looks like you upset her. Shall I take this as a good sign? He's like, huh? What do you mean? Oh, you're tired. You're going out? Is Bruce Wayne making an actual appearance? And then he says, like, yeah, there's a public memorial for Mayor Mitchell. Serial killers often like to follow reactions to their crimes, so Riddler might not be able to resist to go check it out.
And Alfred's just thinking like, oh, of course.
Yeah, so, okay, I thought you might actually be a normal guy for a day.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna go do with it. We thought maybe you were getting ready to take that nice cat lady on a date.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, I've been doing a little work on your latest cipher. It's the one from the rat maze. And he's like, I'm afraid his Spanish
I just had
is
like a
not...
really funny thought because of that.
Go ahead.
Like bouncing off what you just said, taking the cat lady on a date. Like,
Yeah.
fucking, can you imagine like the conversation that must have happened between Bruce and Alfred saying like, Alfred, I want to show you something, and then he shows him his fucking bat costume, and he's like, okay, and then he shows him like, Alfred, this is my girlfriend, and she's wearing a fucking cat costume, and he's like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, he's just like, okay, well, it's like, yeah,
Like,
you're too
oh,
far
Jesus
gone, aren't you?
Christ. Yeah, like,
I'm not bringing you back to normalcy ever. I get it.
I fucking should have smothered you after your parents died.
You needed military boarding school or something. We should have got Major Payne.
eh. But yeah, he's like, I'm afraid his, meaning the Riddler Spanish, is not perfect, but I'm fairly certain this translates to, you are el rata alada. It's like rata alada, rat with wings. And yeah, it's slang for pigeon. He even points that out, like I did. Does it mean anything? He's like, yeah, a stool pigeon. And then Alfred was like, hey, where are your cufflinks, you fucking loser? You look like a fucking bum. You're not poor. Are you gonna show people you're poor with your cufflinks? So he says you can't go out like that. It's like, here, take mine. It's like, I don't want your cufflinks. It's like, you have to keep up appearances. You're still a Wayne. And then he looks at the cufflinks and is like, what about you? Are you a Wayne? And I was like, why are you so mean to Alfred? Stop. You bastard. And
Alfred's a good man.
And he's like, your father gave them to me. It's like, oh, shit. So yeah, he's very passionate about this. Was like a dear gift from his father to him, and he's very passionate and about the Waynes and, well, I guess being their butler and taking care of Bruce. So yeah, it's like, man, he is part of the family. He's been for a long time, and Bruce Bruce, get out of your emo face and do more vengeance or something.
He's still serving Tom Wayne long after Tom Wayne's death. He's taking care of his son as if he were her own, as if he were his own for his entire life.
Yeah.
No. Keep calling him her. That adds a whole new layer of depth to this story that we could have never imagined.
Hey, look, no one asked him what he likes being.
That's the reason why It's the reason why Batman sees himself as a bat.
God.
It all began with Alfred.
Messed up his identity, so I became a bat.
No, I'm a bat. A Batman. A man bat.
I was about to call him Alfreda, and then my mind went to Alfredo, and I was like,
I'm hungry.
Imagine calling Alfred Alfredo.
But yeah, Bruce Wayne has an actual appearance at the memorial of Mr. Mitchell. And it was like, yo, is that Bruce Wayne? Poggy. And I was like, whoa, Bruce Wayne. Everyone's excited. There's pictures and stuff. And then he sees that the Penguin comes out. And Mr. Falcone, good old Carmine, is here. And I was like, oh. They go inside. And he sees the boots. At least he thinks he does. But it's actually not Selina. It's someone else. I was like, hey,
Turns
watch
out
it.
you can make more than one different kind of boot.
Whoa, that's insane.
Crazy.
And then they want to stop Bruce, where it's like, hey, watch it fast. You got the Prince of the City here. And like, some event, huh? Brought the one guy in the city more reclusive than me. Thought you'd never leave your shoreline. Aren't you afraid someone will take a shot at you? And he's like, why? Because your father ain't around? And he's like, oh, so you know Bruce Wayne? Oh, wow, is that right? But yeah, Carmen got shot in the chest, and he couldn't go to no hospital, so he showed up at his doorstep, operated right on the dining room table. Kid here, he saw the whole thing up the stairs looking down. I remember your face. And
What's
like,
my dad doing surgery for right now?
Yeah, like, he asked Bruce, like, don't you think that meant something? He did that? And he says, it meant he took the Hippocratic Oath. It's like, oh, I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah, makes sense. And then he says, like, Hippocratic Oath, that's good. And then he leaves. Also, Ave Maria is playing right now. So the Riddler is here. Oh, music. It's not. I said it like that was cringe, but no, it's what it's actually.
Yeah, no.
The music in this is actually quite good overall.
I just saw it as an observation.
I honestly didn't know what it was, so I was a little confused.
But yeah, they just go inside, and Bruce is kind of looking around. There's some people just being upset, trying to get in the front row and stuff. And
I need to get up into the front row so everyone can see how upset I am.
yeah, he's like, didn't help my daughter. This guy was just another rich scum sucker. It's like, okay, he got what he deserved. And then he looks at Bruce Wayne and is like, know what I mean? And he's like, do you know who you're fucking talking to? He's like, oh shit, is this Bruce Wayne?
Yeah.
I don't think it's more funny that he realized right after. But yeah, he gets greeted by Bella Real. And it's like, hey, walk with me. I wanna talk to you a little bit. And she tells him, let me see, where's this transcript here? It's always nice to be able to read that out. And I was like, why haven't you called me back? It's like, I'm sorry, I'm Bella Real, I'm running for mayor. I wouldn't be bothering you here, but your people keep telling me you're unavailable. Will you walk with me? And it's like, you really could be doing more for the city. Your family has a history of philanthropy, but as far as I can tell, you're not doing anything. If I'm elected, I want to change that. So it's not like the it's not like the thing people say online sometimes, like, why doesn't Bruce Wayne just give everybody money and fixes everything instantly? It's like, yeah, that's not how this works. And no, she just wants him to boot up the philanthropy part again that his dad has been doing this whole time. Because apparently he's not only not doing any appearances anywhere, he's also not doing any charity whatsoever. So he's kind of just sitting on the Wayne money, not doing anything with it or accumulating it, whatever. So yeah, I guess that's.
Yeah, I guess it would definitely be earning interest.
Yes,
that's
for
a
sure.
lot of money. Like,
I don't think if you have Wayne money, you don't actually need to do anything work-wise. You can just put it somewhere and make more money.
I mean, I guess, yeah, like, especially depending on how you're choosing to live, like, you could very easily just be like, yeah, I'm never doing anything ever again.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like, excuse me, can I talk to you? Gil Colson is missing. It's like, what? He hasn't been heard from since last night. Uh-oh. And all you hear is shouting outside. You hear a car, and the car just drives right into this thing.
Well,
through the hall.
he also looks up and, like, sees what's probably the Riddler, like, standing in the...
It's a cool shot, actually. I really like that shot. Everyone is moving except the Riddler, apparently.
I mean, yeah, like, you would assume, but I kind of like that they don't even really show us exactly, because they, like, I mean, we'd know, like, just like, because, like, who else would it be in this scenario?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell by the glasses. If you've seen the movie before, you can tell by the glasses that it's definitely him.
Can you see the glasses? I kind of remember it just being
there's
a
like
silhouette.
there's a short scene where he just turns around. You can see the glasses on the side profile, on the profile of his face. So it is him, yeah. You don't know that though if you've seen the movie, if you're watching the movie for the first time, obviously.
I feel like I knew that was him.
I mean, yeah.
Well, because also he's wearing the glasses over the top of his mask, even in his Riddler suit.
Fair enough. But yeah, he leaves. Also, Bruce saves the kid because the kid almost gets fucking run over.
I mean, yeah. I think if I were in a similar situation and I knew that kid was there, I'd probably go for saving the kid over pushing an adult out of the way, you know?
Push it into the car.
Personally, I would be like, join your parents and just throw him.
Yeah.
Let me get you out of your misery, bitch. I don't know why I put the bitch there at the end. Felt right.
Probably because of Freddy Krueger.
Probably. But yeah, it's the DEA's car, and he drives up in there, and he gets out of the car, and he has like, he has that saw trap around his neck, which is explosives, and a phone taped to his hand, and taped up his mouth. Just saying, no more lies. And he also has a little letter on his chest saying, to the Batman.
Oh, there you go. I wonder if there's a riddle in there.
Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, they're evacuating the whole place, and the poor fucker just has to sit there with the phone constantly ringing. You even have like a little robot, like an explosive robot, checking him out, looking at his stuff. But yeah, they're just checking this stuff out. It's like, we don't know if he's. Oh wait, what's happening?
Hey, baby.
Oh yeah, the other commissioner. I guess he's now the commissioner with the stash and the grouchy voice. I guess you would call it. He's like the
Yeah, I
very
like this
distinct
guy's
voice.
Hey, Jojo.
It's like, what is he looking at? And it's like, oh, we don't know if he's in it. Blah blah blah. And then, yeah.
One thing we forgot to mention that I found kind of funny in this scene was when Bruce goes up there, one of the cops who is like a total dick to him as Batman is like, hey, look, it's Bruce Wayne.
Oh yeah,
it's so cool, man.
Like, oh, can I have an autograph? Yeah, I remember that now that you mention it. Yeah.
Nothing really important. I just found it funny.
Oh yeah, for sure. But hey, Batman arrives here, and they're like, holy shit.
Batman.
It's like, are you kidding me? What the hell is he doing, Gordon? You guys gonna get himself killed in there? And they kind of, again, just don't do anything. They're just like, yeah, I guess we're just gonna watch and see what happens. Which, like, I don't know. I feel like they would do something against him. Maybe take a shot even. I don't know. They don't know what would happen if he touches that device. You know what I mean? It's like, they just let him do things all the time. It's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah.
But yeah, Colt says he made me do it. He told me if I didn't do exactly what he said, he'd kill me. And then he looks like a thing. Oh, it looks like a combination lock. Can't we just cut it off? It's like, not if you want to keep your head. But yeah, there's another letter in there, and it's just, I'm just a phone call away. Answer, and then the phone keeps ringing the whole time. So he is supposed to click the button. It's like, please click the button. And yeah, he takes it on, takes the call. It's like, oh, you came. It's like, who are you? Me? I'm nobody. I'm just an instrument here to unmask the truth about the cesspool we call a city. It's like, unmask. Yes, let's do it together, okay? I've been trying to reach you. You're part of this too. How am I a part of this? You'll see. It's like, okay.
I mean, yeah, it's not what I want to be told by a supervillain.
I would probably tell him, it's like, I'm not gonna fucking help you. What are you talking about? You're a crazy person. But we can't say this here because that would ruin whatever the movie's trying to tell us here. We'll get to that when they have their one-on-one conversation. And yeah, the Riddler is streaming this whole thing. Whoa! Oh my God, that's insane. And they do the thing where
they'd be able to track the stream.
Sorry?
Wouldn't they be able to track the stream, like the police?
They probably would be.
They can't track 4chan. It's too powerful.
No, he's sponsored by ExpressVPN. They can't track him.
NordVPN.
They'd be able to find Nord, not Express though.
I like how everyone like fucking advertises all the shittiest VPNs, and it's like, none of you advertise Molvad, the one that's actually good.
Oh, I've been using NordVPN for a long time, actually.
Oh my God. No, dude, use Molvad. It's like, it's $5 a month, and it does everything Nord does, but better.
Oh, I'll need to look into this.
Seriously, don't waste your money on Nord. I've used it before. Molvad's better.
No,
and way cheaper.
I'll check it out. Yeah, I was about to say, if it's only $5, that's like 3 times cheaper or something.
And it's so much easier to use and less like shit on your computer.
Well, I need to check that out. I'm always happy if there's less shit on my computer that works more effectively.
Trying to help you, buddy.
Yeah. So yeah, they do the thing where he's streaming the thing. It's so weird. So there's so many layers to this. I'm just looking at this picture. Obviously, you guys can't see it right now. Let me put it in chat for you. In the Discord chat. So you have the news, right? So I don't know, there's so many layers that are funny to me because someone made this not understanding how the internet works, obviously, again, as we pointed out before. So first of all, the view count down here, that started at 0, even though it's the news basically restreaming his stream. So the views should also already be at a certain amount, right? Then also, live, the views just keep going as well. Does like the slot machine thing, right? Where it goes like ding, 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 up, 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 up.
Yeah, like seriously, why would the if the news has this, because I forgot about this shot, if the news is able to restream his stream, then why
They
would
must
he
have.
not be able? I'm sorry.
Oh, just there must be one guy in the news station that just has his stream open at all times and waits for it to come back on, I guess.
I know, but like, wouldn't you be able to trace that somehow?
I feel like you could somehow.
Yeah, I think at that point we got to do that. He's a supervillain. He probably did some computer shit. Like,
Also funny. So the way they show the stream here, they do the thing where they just multiply the things and make the sides blurry. But for some reason, the chat is only on the right side, even though in these vertical pictures, the chat is always on the bottom half of the screen. So the chat should be blurred on the left and right. It's, you know what I mean? It's like really weird, the views on the left. It feels like they put the views that are normally below the video on the things that they duplicated. Or someone had already a layout ready at the news. It's like, okay, we need to capture the chat on the right. Transparent, by the way, that's important. And the views too. But they also still have the hearts on the bottom. It's like such a funny way to portray this.
I like the shitty usernames that sound like the kind of thing that
Yeah.
someone would come up with if they
Bend
like,
it with a 8 end it down with the Gotham PD. Then we have Bloody Haven Bandit, Haven in lead speak, of course. Then we got No Tomorrow, but with points, so not .0.M0RRW.
Firestarter 988 TCB Killers.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, that's a good fucking 2009 Xbox gamer tag.
Yeah, so
Lexi Webspinner 96 is like the most normal
Yeah.
one there.
we love you,
I'm also
Riddler.
seeing, yeah, I'm also seeing like a severe lack of PogChamps in the chat. Like,
Yeah, this is probably
have
TikTok.
they ever watched a fucking live stream?
No, they haven't.
But
That's a funny
also,
thing.
isn't it weird that it's like that seems like the like and dislike bar looks exactly the same as the current YouTube one where they removed the colors of it? Or I guess not the current one since they removed the dislikes entirely.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's fun to look at these things and it's like, oh,
if this
that's
is his own hosting site, then like why would he even have a dislike bar?
Yes.
I want to know whether or not you like it.
Yeah. Is this an honest website?
Like look at the fucking like weird molesty looking icon faces at the top of the chat. Like what the fuck kind of emoji is that?
Oh, I don't know. I was looking at more of these. We had Astro Crab, Colby Ray.
And look at the fucking things that they're actually saying in the chat.
I hope it's
Down
a dot
with
and we
Gotham
got
PD.
Yeah.
String him up with the sacrificial lamb he is. That sounds like something you'd see in a fucking chat.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny because I went a little ahead. There's more. Blood makes the grass grow, drill sergeant. His streams are always so explosive. I hope it's a dud and we gotta do it all again Tuesday. What?
Oh, I guess clearly implying that at least one of them is former military.
Yeah. Who is this idiot in costume? It's like,
Okay, that. I mean, I don't feel like that's harsh enough, but it's close enough to what you'd see that I guess I could believe that one.
Right, so. But yeah, the Coulson's like, here we go, the psycho's gonna kill me. It's like, shut up, you deserve to be dead after what you did. But I'm giving you a chance. No one gave me a chance. Now, ever since I was a child, I've always loved little puzzles. For me, they're a retreat from the horrors of our world. Maybe they can bring some comfort to you too, Mr. Coulson. You want me to do puzzles? It chuckles excitedly, says the transcript here. That's just funny. And it's like, 3 riddles in 2 minutes. You give me the answers and I'll give you the code for the lock. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay. So you just want me to... Riddle number 1. It can be cruel, poetic, or blind. But when it's denied, it's violence you may find. Wait. Can you repeat that? I think it's just funny that he's like, can you repeat that? I can get it.
Another easy one.
Justice.
Yeah, it's like cruel, poetic, justice. It's like, yeah. The thing is, I didn't even stop thinking about those because I thought Batman is going to tell us the thing anyway. Also, I guess the Riddler is fine with him, just helping him with the puzzles. And I was like,
I guess. Yeah, you figure like Batman should probably be like holding up a little like cue card.
I was like, oh, and it was supposed to be an arm of justice in this city, Mr. Coulson, along with the late mayor and the police commissioner. Were you not, Mr. Coulson? Of course. And then rule number 2. If you are justice, please do not lie. What is the price for you, blind eye? The price? Bribes. Oh, God, bribes. And it's like, he's asking you how much it for you to cost to turn your back. 58 seconds. How much? Nothing. It's like, how much? It's 10 G's a month. I get a monthly payment just not to prosecute certain cases. It's like 10 grand. That's my answer. It's 10 grand. Don't lose your head, Mr. Coulson. You're just one more away before your time runs out. Since your justice is so select, please tell us which vermin you're paid to protect. Which vermin? The rat. So you should tell them who was the rat who'd rat them out. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna. He's gonna kill you. And he's like, I'm a dead man either way. Talking to a dead man, okay? And if I go out this way, it's just me. But if I give over that name, I have family, people I love. He'll kill them too. Who will? People are watching. What people? It's so much bigger than you could ever imagine. It's the whole system. And then the time goes down. Oh God, have mercy on me. And the thing explodes. And wow.
Right in Batman's face.
Oh God,
right.
I hated this part so much.
Batman's face. They don't even do the thing where it's like, oh, I'm gonna use my armor cape to do something or whatever. But no, right in his face. There's no protection on his face, right? So he's fucked up. Like
that shockwave would have his chin, jaw, teeth, tongue. All of that would be slapping the back of the inside of that bat mask.
Yes.
Like it would all liquefy. There's no chance.
There's not a bruise, not a scratch, not a scrape. This is the point of the movie where I feel like all hope of it being like even decent after this point, it kind of goes away. Like I think we just got through all the good stuff and everything after this is just kind of bad.
There's a whole lot of problems from here on out, I'm afraid.
There's still some stuff I like later on, but this part was very, very troublesome to me even when I was in the theater because I was just like, oh man, I honestly wish I got the clip of it, but there's a show called Gangs of London where there's a fight at a farmhouse and a bomb or like kind of a makeshift bomb is dropped out of a window to like basically blow up the dude that's trying to get into the house. And they sort of do a slow motion thing that really does a good job kind of showing what would happen to a living thing caught in the shockwave of an explosion. And I think once you see something like that or understand it, you'll see a bomb go off that close to just a human face and be like, yeah, well, there's no chance. Like this does not make sense because you'd be very dead. Like if you were in full body armor, I think you could get away with it more. But like having an exposed skin of any kind, it's like, man.
And this is kind of what I was telling you earlier, Mark. Like this is something that happens in like every fucking superhero movie, where like we could just tank an explosion because he's a superhero, and the more that this movie starts delving into like the superhero tropes and shit, the worse it gets.
Well,
Like,
especially because like Batman is not really a superhero in the literal context. He can't just tank shit. He's a man.
yeah,
He's
like that's
just
part of the reason why I like Batman over pretty much any other superhero,
yeah.
because
He's vulnerable.
he's more he's more grounded.
Yeah.
It's same with the villains. Like, sure, like a guy who makes wind up exploding penguins is fucking hilarious, but
I almost think I would have
at least
less.
I could.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, what?
No, sorry, finish.
I was just gonna say that like it's funny, but it's something I could see happening with some deranged fucking lunatic person. Like, it's not something like fucking Thor or whatever, where it absolutely could not happen. The things that happen in Batman are insane, but could happen. But this is like just absurd. Like the idea of him taking an explosion, like literal inches from his face. And on top of that, he shouldn't have even been in that situation. He could have just moved back when he saw the timer like counting down only a few seconds.
Well, I'll do you one more. The Riddler should have told him to fucking move away. Because we learn later the Riddler thinks they're working together. They're working on the same goal. The Riddler thinks they're in cahoots, those two. But he would be...
Which is weird, because he also sent a bomb to Bruce Wayne, but seems to know that he is Bruce Wayne.
Well, I mean, does he?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. They kind of imply he would, but when they have the 1v1, he does not know Batman as Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, because there's like 3 lines or so that really set up like he's going to say it, and then he says something to the effect of like, "We missed Bruce Wayne." So it's like, what? Yeah.
But at
Bruce
the
Wayne.
end, when he's like confronting him in the jail, isn't he like saying Bruce Wayne over and over again?
Yes, he is, but he's talking about Bruce Wayne. He's not saying it to him. He's saying that like the only one that we didn't kill was Bruce Wayne. And so Batman's like, "Oh, okay, so he doesn't know."
Yeah, they kind of set it up like he knows, but he actually doesn't. He doesn't know he's Batman is Bruce Wayne.
Is that where the meme comes from?
Well, I mean, he has a problem with Bruce Wayne, but like any connection to Bruce Wayne being Batman for the Riddler is purely coincidental.
I honestly thought that was like him giving the proof that he does know. Like, Bruce Wayne's the only one who didn't die, therefore you must be. Which was kind of weird, but... all right.
But yeah, he should be very worried right now. He's like, oh shit, the guy I've been working with this whole time, I just fucking blew him up. My inspiration, I just fucking killed him with a bomb that wasn't even intended for him. But this never comes up again. It's just, yeah. Pretty cool. But no, he's just knocked out. And obviously, two police go in and bring him to the station without taking his mask off. Which is bullshit. Nobody likes this guy except Gordon, so they would take his mask off immediately. Like, this is not happening. They got him all the way here in full thing. Like, even just putting him, he just got exploded in his face. So the emergency medics, they would be like, no. Even if Gordon would tell us, like, no, leave his mask. Like, no, fuck off. He just exploded. We need to take off the mask. We need to save his fucking life. Fuck his identity. Like, we need to fucking save his life. Like, there's no way he's gonna get here without the mask getting off. But yeah, now they try to get his mask off, and it's like, back off, and it's like, stop it! I got you on assaulting an officer, and then Batman says actually something I kind of like. He says like, you got me on assaulting 3, which I think that's kind of funny. That's pretty funny. But yeah, Gordon just presses him against the wall. It's like, what's the matter with you? You need to fucking calm down. It's like, give me a minute to talk to him, so to sort this out. And I actually like the way we got here is bollocks, like it's nonsense. But I like what Gordon does here. Like, they get face to face and they make it look towards the others like they have an argument, like the facials and stuff are like different. He's like, well, you punched me in the face to get out of here. So I kind of like that they did it this way. I think it's pretty neat.
I like that element of it.
Hmm.
I do not feel like he should have been able to get out of there at all.
Yeah, probably not.
It's tough, yeah. The thing is, I also like that they show how he has to get out there, and it's a struggle. But there's so many policemen here. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know why he didn't use like any like smoke bombs or anything to distract himself or something, right? Because that's like a classic Batman thing: smoke bombs and flashy stuff to distract people. But he just kind of runs through.
Yeah, and then kind of just tries to like lock them in.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, I guess at the very least he knows the building, and like maybe yeah, there's so many of them there. Because I was about to say maybe they're
But
not.
then how
like...
would he know the building that well?
Well,
if he's like not even like.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Like
there.
it's not like he. I mean, does he come up through the building to get to the bat signal? I guess yeah, it wouldn't make much sense.
It's not on the GPCD.
Oh, it isn't. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was
GCPD.
My brain skipped to another Batman movie.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, this doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like for all he knows, he's in like a sub basement right now.
Yeah, exactly. But he makes it look to the staircase, and then he uses his grappling up to get all the way up, which is another cool shot to look at. And then he.
I thought it was really funny when he like went up like 4 stories, and then there was like a bunch of cops coming out of the door there, and it's like, do you guys even know what you're chasing after?
Probably not. They also shoot at him as well.
I like to imagine that like on their walkie-talkies, one of them was like, "Shoot at the guy who's dressed like a giant bat," and they're like, "What?
What? Sure, okay." So
yeah, you know what? This is a scenario where they probably say something over like the station PA. Like they'd be like, "The Batman is like at large in the station. Please arrest on site. He's not our friend right now."
So something what I like in concept is his they don't he doesn't, so he gets all the way to the top, and he uses like a wing glider, and not his cape. Like it's an extra thing he has to put on basically. Like I don't know, he tucks in the cape, and then he has like a extra over jacket he uses to make like a wing glider. And then he goes down and fucking kills himself.
I mean, yeah.
He's very dead.
Again.
Yeah,
this is another one where it's like, well,
and like on one hand, I like that they acknowledged that there was nowhere near enough time for a parachute to actually really do anything for him there.
Mm-hmm.
On the other, you're not surviving what happened to you.
No chance. Even with a helmet, like, yeah, that's your neck is destroyed. You're quadriplegic and probably dead.
Yeah, because the parachute gets caught on the like the railway thingy bridge stuff, and he crashes like head first into the metal, does a backflip, lands on the bus, on the fucking taxi, and then stumbles across the floor, and then he just gets up.
Yeah, the people that were staging this don't really understand what deacceleration does to the human body.
I feel like a lot of the people who write superhero movies have never been like hit. They like just don't understand the concept of pain like the rest of us might.
But yeah, you didn't need to do this. You could have just done he jumps down, he starts to glide, and then you can cut away. The rest I can imagine. This is one of the things where I can just imagine him landing somewhere safely with his.
Or I mean, honestly, even just making it a particularly rough-looking landing.
Yeah.
Like it'd be like, oh yeah, no, like this clearly wasn't like Christian Bale Batman kind of soaring through the sky gracefully sort of deal. It was, yeah, he has this in case of emergencies, this little kind of squirrel suit, and yeah, and he's not great with it, and it's rough. Like that would have been enough, and I think even without the parachute, we'd probably be like, yeah, well, okay, he's Batman, he's wearing a big suit of armor. But like having him hit his head,
yeah, that's
a choice.
Like very bad choice.
Yeah.
Oh man. In any case, he makes his way back to the bat signal, and yeah, Gordon is here, and he's like, "You could have at least pulled that punch, man." And he just says, "I did," which I think is kind of funny. But now at least.
Do you guys feel like it's a little odd that he would even be able to get out of there? Like, would he be kind of harangued for like we keep
Yeah.
trusting you with this bat. fucker."
Exactly.
And
Like, yeah, we have a lot of questions about this bad
Yeah.
guy now.
yeah, like this is your friend, and he just like assaulted police officers and escaped. Like I feel like he's not leaving that station for a while.
Yeah.
Granted, I say this as someone completely ignorant of police procedure, but
I
I
mean,
don't know.
like,
I feel like I feel like if I was the police chief, I'd be like, "How about we talk to the guy who's friends with the fucking furry who just beat up a bunch of people?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that would. I mean, I guess like theoretically, if Gordon's not done anything illegal, they're probably not going to detain him. And I suppose
Sure, but
there
like,
is
when
enough.
you have questions, at least.
Yeah, well, that's it. You probably would have a lot of questions. So I guess the only thing that would make any sense is we'll assume that they asked those questions, and then there was a time skip through later that night or something.
Right.
And apparently, he answered them well.
Anyway, they talk and they come to the conclusion that, hey, maybe he's talking about the penguin. Maybe he's the rat. A penguin's got wings too. And I was like, do these flaps count as wings? I'm actually not sure.
Oh, was it just with wings? I thought it was like a flying rat, is what it
No,
said.
it means a
Yeah, it
rat,
said rat
with
with
wings.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I rescinded my previous criticism.
That's okay. You can take another one.
That's fine. I'll rack up more criticisms as we go.
But yeah, time for me to have another conversation with him and say, what about the Riddler? He's gonna kill again. It's like it's all connected, like it or not. It's his game now. You want to find Riddler? We gotta find that rat. So yeah, they're gonna go talk to the Penguin. So they go to a place where they do some drug trafficking and
Hell yeah.
yeah, drugs. It's like checking out what's happening. It's like, oh, let's get in out of this deluge.
Is it DLUG?
Yeah, GE.
Deluge.
Okay, can't wait to never pronounce that word right ever again. But yeah, it looks like they got Maroni's operations up and running again. So yeah, that's happening. And they're like, hey, maybe they never shut it down at all. Biggest drug bust in GCPD history was a fraud. It's like, yeah, maybe it's just all a big old fraud. And then Catwoman arrives. Oh wow, that's convenient again. Wow, cool. But yeah, she's just trying to yeah, I just realized this actually was like the drop-off point. Like I didn't even realize while I was rewatching it. Now that I'm specifically talking about, it's like, oh yeah, there's another stupid thing that's gonna happen now. She's gonna check out the things like, oh nice, there's some money here. I want that. It's like, oh, Batman here says to her, wow, dangerous people you're stealing from. And then she opens the other bag and Annika's in there.
I feel like this is just like another part of like how badly this movie kind of bungled how many people I have to keep track of, that I like at this point not only couldn't remember who she was, but couldn't remember like why we should care.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's just way too much shit going on in this movie.
Yeah, I get that. I absolutely get that. I felt the same way after my first watch. That's why I think I also said while I was on the defense, like, yeah, I don't really know what to think about this yet. I think it's decent, maybe even good, but I don't know. It's just so much happening in that movie. But yeah, this is Annika. So she got killed like 2 days ago now. I'm not entirely sure what they did with the body in the meantime. It's kind of weird to me that she's in this bag back here anyway, and after 2 days, I think that's enough to make it smell a bit bad already, right? I think, I'm not sure.
Put a lot of air fresheners in there with her.
Oh, okay. They put some Febreze on that bitch.
I mean, in a pinch, it'll make it smell better. Won't make it cleaner though.
But yeah, very convenient that Selena's here with everything and also seeing that, so she now can get angry to go on her revenge arc here in a second. So yeah, cool. But yeah, the people are coming back and start shooting, and this is again where Dude, Batman takes so many fucking shots here. Like, he's getting blasted with like an Uzi and more shots. Like, you can see like probably 10 to 15 shots like just bouncing off his armor. And it's just so, that's what I meant earlier, that they rely a lot on this. Like, he just keeps tanking shots, and it's like, I always feel like Batman is the guy, and I think we said that earlier as well. Like, he's so good, he doesn't need to be shot. He doesn't need to care about being shot at. Like, the armor is like a last resort, that he doesn't die in case he does get shot. But in this one, he's like more like, I don't know, Iron Man or something. He's like, yep, I'm just gonna get shot here, and I'm just gonna jump away. And I think it's pretty lame.
Agreed.
And it's not the last time. There's at least 2 more instances where he just gets shot to bits. But yeah, shooting is happening. Gordon is here. He tries to shoot some people. He gets one. And Penguin is like, you think you can steal from me, bitch? And then we get the Batmobile, which is more like a muscle car this time around.
Yeah, I like this one.
The thing is, I like the look. I don't really like it as a Batmobile. I think the stylized versions are way better. That's just my personal thing. I like those way better.
That's fair too. I think that this one was a probably the route to go after having like the tank-like military tech of the Nolan ones, and then the kind of stylized Ben Affleck one.
Wasn't the tank one? That was the Tumbler, right? That wasn't the actual. That wasn't the actual Batmobile, though, was it?
No, I mean, no, it was the Batmobile. Through all 3 of those movies. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the same fucking thing.
The Tumbler was what they were calling it in, like in the Department of National Defense Research, and then he basically buys one. He does the whole "does it come in black" thing. But it's the only Batmobile that's in any of the Nolan movies.
So he's chasing after the Penguin with his Batmobile. One tiny little problem. We see that the goons are driving away and there's no one left. Problem is, Batman doesn't know this. So, with the knowledge that Batman has, he just left Gordon there to fight off like 5 goons with automatic machine guns with only a pistol.
Get fucked.
Practically leaving him possibly to die. His friend. I think that's not good.
Bold of you.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like it's a thing where it's like, here, audience, see, there's no one left. Or at least only not a lot anymore. And it's like, yeah, but Batman doesn't know this. He knows there's multiple people. He just gets shot to shit by them, and he just left Gordon there. And this is not brought up again. He's just fine after. So, yeah, pretty lame. But then we get a kind of a cool chase scene with cool shots and stuff and action. I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of nice. And then the ending of that chase scene happens where he kills the Riddler, the Penguin.
It's about to say he killed the Riddler. Damn.
Again?
If only the movie ended there, then we could have saved ourselves another hour and a half of being extremely bored.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's like a chase scene. It's very nicely shot. I really do like it. Visually, it's very good, very intense. Can see that Batman is not just good at driving. He has to like brake and crush into things and stuff. But so the Penguin gets away. He kind of bounces one thing, and then one of the trucks turns into a ramp because we need action shot to happen.
And it's weird, like the way it happens, because it shows him going up the ramp, like before the explosion kicks in. But then when we see it from the Penguin's perspective, the explosion is like underway.
Yeah, you're right.
By the time that and then it shows him bursting through the flames, and it's like there was like a solid 20 seconds of explosion there.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just seeing it
Like the
while you're
continuity
talking
is just
about it,
totally fucked.
he's like basically all the way up the ramp before the explosion happens. But when we get the penguin shot, there's like you can't see him. It's just an explosion, a big one.
Yeah.
And I do like that Penguin's like, yeah, I got you. Take that, you freaking psycho. And I enjoy that.
Yeah.
He's like very excited.
He really did think he won for a minute there.
Yeah, but then he comes through the flames, and Wolf is absolutely right. He should have been behind him already. But that doesn't look cool in the trailer, so shut up. And then he knocks him in the back of the car, and he does like 17,000 flips. And I really hope he has his seatbelt on, because otherwise he's out of that car. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I think he does not have a seatbelt on. I'm trying to.
But he there's no way he would have stayed in that seat without one.
I'm trying to see if there's like
I don't even know if he
shot.
would have stayed in the car without one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It could be. It's kind of hard to tell. I think he doesn't have one on. But then we got another cool trailer shot with the upside down Batman things in front of the fire. That was also a trailer shot, but man, Batman, all these explosions with people that were driving these trucks that are probably dead now. There should be massive consequences for this happening. But this is never mentioned again.
They like, there's no way that the guy driving the truck that exploded is alive.
Oh yeah.
But like, there's never any. And I don't really necessarily have an issue with that happening. The problem is that I don't feel like Batman at that point has been pushed to the level of being that desperate to allow something like that to happen. And if he was pushed to that level, there needs to be a serious conversation about it.
Yes.
And there just isn't, because it's just forgotten about, like, as soon as the scene is over.
Mm-hmm.
And I really feel like the people making the movie were just like, hey, look, that explosion looks pretty fucking rad, don't it?
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
And that was like the end of their thought process entirely.
Yeah. Also, were you really that desperate to get to him, like, right now? You're Batman. You could have just found him. He has, like, very specific locations he pops up at all times. There was no need for you to make this incredible chase happening where people died and got hurt, for sure. There's no other way to say it. This was a bit silly. You could have just stayed behind and helped Gordon out with the guys and then found him, like, the next day or whatever. I don't know, but this seems a bit excessive. As cool as everything looks, this is like, man, I don't know if you needed to do it this way, Batman. I feel like there was a massive a lapse in judgment, if you will. But
it's a small one.
This shot looks nice, upside down. So there you go.
It looked like he was having trouble, like, leaning in to,
like,
to see him.
The suit is a bit
like
stiff.
the costume. Yeah, like the costume was too difficult to actually make that body movement with.
Also, 1 second, I'll be right back. Talk about Alfred again or something.
Yeah, I don't know. We've kind of we've sort of expended a lot of the Alfred conversation earlier. I don't know. I've got nothing here. I didn't expect Metal to leave just then. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess, what do you think about the fact that, like, this is one of those volume shoot movies? Like, I actually thought that the car chase with Penguin made, like, when I found out that this was a volume shoot, I was actually kind of surprised by it, because a lot of that looked like proper
remind
stunt.
me, volume is when they put it in front of a giant screen, right?
Yeah. And, like, this is probably the only movie that I heard was done like that I couldn't tell while watching the movie, really.
So, like, were there specific scenes where it was used on volume, or
to be honest,
was it the whole film?
Well, I'm not sure. I'd assume it's like a vast majority of it. But I mean, I guess it could also be the kind of thing that it might have just been a few scenes, because I was pretty surprised to even find out that there was any of that, because most of this just seems like a normally shot movie, like, to me. But I guess
I couldn't see any difference personally, but at the same time, I don't feel like I care that much, you know?
I
Like,
mean, yeah, like I do when
sure,
it looks like shit. I guess like that's kind of the
yeah,
thing.
I
It's
mean, I
like,
guess like I don't have any problem with the visuals of the film. I think it's a really, really good looking movie.
yeah,
Um,
same.
I guess I don't know the when I think of the methods that they used, it's more of like am I like super interested in like the filmmaking behind it in the process? Because like something with like Lord of the Rings, like there are a few movies I've gone into and like genuinely been curious about how did you pull this off? What did you do? Um, and I think that just it it requires a certain amount of investment that I don't think Batman ever got out of me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hello.
Um, hmm.
What's
I don't
up?
know. I'm still. Oh, there we go. We got middle back.
I'm back. I'm back. Batman or something. I don't know. All right. We're just at the halfway point, by the way. So,
It should be stated that this movie, I mean, maybe you guys don't have the same opinion as me, but like this movie, I think I got around to this point and I looked at the time and I was like, fuck, I'm only halfway through.
it's very long.
Like it
Yeah.
I'm like the kind of guy who I like long movies. I mean, I love to watch the Lord of the Rings extended editions whenever I get the chance.
Hell yeah.
But this movie fucking drags.
Yeah.
Like
The pacing
there's a
is not
point where it's
phenomenal.
like, could you please fucking get on with it? And there's still like the whole shit with Carmine and what happens with Alfred, and it's like, god damn, can we get on with it, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we probably didn't need the Alfred near miss to be an element of this film. Like, I don't think it added much.
Yeah. And then there's still like the whole orphanage subplot, and it's like we have so much left to do, and did we really need like any of it?
I mean, we're already at like what 3 hours in this Forge episode, and we're halfway through the movie.
Mhm.
We should probably maybe either pick up the
It's
pace
been
or
3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jesus.
I will pick up the pace because it's getting late for me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But that's okay. That's what I do for the
It's
dear
crazy
viewers.
to think half the movie is still left. I guess
Yeah.
like in my head, even I was kind of thinking like once the penguin stuff happens, it's like getting towards the end. But no.
No, it's pretty much exactly the halfway point. Anyway, Gordon and Batman talking to him. He's like, "Hey, who's the Riddler?" I like that Penguin says, "What the hell is this? Good cop, bad shit cop?"
Yeah, that's not bad.
He's like, "Riddler, how should I know?" It's like, "Oh, cops caught you doing something. They want to shut you down, put you away. So you gave up bigger fish to save your ass. You ratted out Salvatore Maroni, his drops operation." But the cops, the city officials, the mayor, the DA, they got greedy, right? Wasn't enough. A big career-making bust. They wanted to take over the drops business too. But they needed a minor league mope like you to run it. You don't just work for Carmine Falcone, you work for them too. He's like, what are you, crazy? That guy, because he shows him like the corpse of the girl. It's like, I didn't kill no girl. We know she worked for you at the 44 below, but she got too close, right? Found out from Mitchell that you were the rat, so you killed her. But somehow Riddler found out too. He knows so much about you. You must know about him. Who is he? And just in the most penguin way, it's like, boy, you guys are a hell of a duet here. Why don't you start harmonizing? It's like, there's only one problem with your little scenario, okay? I ain't no rat. It's like, you got any idea what Carmine Falcone would do to me if we heard this kind of talk? He's like, oh, you don't want to talk about rats, huh? Maybe we can talk about what they did to my partner's face. And then he shows him his face as well on the picture, saying, holy God, why are you showing me this? This was around his head. Come on, open your eyes. Are you El Rata Alada? He's like, El Rata Alada? Yeah, a rat of wings, a stool pigeon. That's not you? The symbol's in the maze right here. It says, you are El Rata Alada. URL errata, it says that? Why, you got something to tell us? Yeah, it's like the worst Spanish I ever heard. It's like, what? It's la rata. Like, what is this, Riddler stupid or something? Jesus, look at you two, world's greatest detectives. Am I the only who knows the difference between L and la? Jesus. No habla español, fellas. It's like, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, Penguin being the authority on the Spanish language here
Yeah.
is like not something exactly I expected, and I thought it was charming.
I'm just kind of weirded out by this in general because I don't know why they wouldn't double check the phrase when
It seems
Alfred
a little odd to me that like they wouldn't know the difference.
Because Alfred already says, "Oh, the Spanish is not quite right," I think, but this is probably what it says. We have like technology in this. It's like a technology Gotham with like phones and stuff. They can just Google the phrase and see if it's right, correct or wrong, and then it can.
Granted, Google Translate's really bad with like a lot of that stuff. You should not use Google Translate as a translator.
But you can just look for the phrase and something like that. But yeah. And there's like, hey, maybe it was a mistake. It's like, no, it wasn't a mistake. Maybe he isn't as smart as you think. It's like, oh, wait, is that him? Let's see. Wait, when was the thing? When does he say URL? URL rata. URL. I think, yeah, that's when he realized, like, oh, URL. So this is when he comes up with the URL thing, and then he just puts in the laptop rataalada.com URL and then rataalada.com. Okay, I guess that kind of checks out. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, maybe.
It was something I was wondering about. It's like, why did he put that? But he doesn't put URL rataalada, but el rata. Okay. That was just something for my brain to caught up with. And then he gets to a website with a question mark, and he's like, "Did you find him?" So they kind of have like a small chat room going on. And then it's like typing. It's like, "Did you find him?" El rata alada. Yes. It's like, maybe is a penguin a rat with wings? I just have to read this from the screen. Interesting. That's a Riddler saying, "You are missing the big picture. I need to show you more for you to understand. My next victim is the biggest piece of the puzzle yet." And he says, "Victim? Question mark? Dead? Question mark? He will be soon. Here's a clue to where you can find him." And then it says, "I grew up from a seed, tough as a weed. But in a mansion in a slum, I'll never know where I come from. Do you know what I am?" Someone with little bone structure, bad, but it's an orphan. That's an old EFAP meme.
I love how he says he's an orphan, like almost with disgust. Like he's like, ew, fucking disgusting orphan.
That can't be. He has far too strong bones.
Imagine the slum. Bone density with orphans.
Orphans having bad bone density. It's an old EFAP thing. It's too long to go into when we're trying to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
That must be a different one. I only remember them not being able to be loved.
That's
I mean, that's what causes the bad bone density, one would assume.
Alrighty.
Well, we're going to this orphanage now. And they just go through here and...
Yeah, I mean, we can skip through the slow walking through the orphanage. I mean, basically, they find the what is it? The thing that kind of goes into the there's like the film that they watch, right?
Yeah, it's like there's like a projector there. There's a bunch of drop heads in here,
Which is, of course, playing at the exact moment that they walk in.
They have-
Like
Yeah,
at
we
the
gotta
perfect time.
It's very well synced to whatever they do.
It's on loop, I guess. Like it's just playing all the time. It's lucky they walked in right at the beginning.
Why is it never like playing at the ass end of it?
Or like in the middle, it's like, oh, now I have to wait for it to move, cycle around, loop around. But yeah, it's basically Thomas Wayne talking about the renewal fund that the Wayne Foundation pledges $1 billion donation to start a charitable endowment for public works, to bypass the political gridlock, to get money to people and projects who need it now, blah, blah, blah. And then on the wall it says, sins of the father shall be visited upon the son. And it's like his next victim is Bruce Wayne. But when Gordon turns around, Batman is already gone and just says, hey. And we see him, we cut to Alfred opening up his mail, and he's trying to call him. And they do I think they do kind of neat thing here where it looks like it's happening at the same time, but it's already happened.
The magic of editing.
Yeah. Because he gets Dory on the phone. It's like, I need to speak to Alfred. Oh, Mr. Wayne, something terrible is going to happen. And it's like, I'm afraid it's already has happened, sir. I just kind of mixed up the lines there. But he got exploded.
Yeah, while this sequence was good, I kind of think that like because they didn't kill Alfred, it's like, okay, why did we even need this part? Like if it's just gonna be like Alfred gets kind of hurt by this bomb, like I don't know, I didn't think it added all that much. I guess it gave Batman a little bit more motivation to go after the Riddler, but was that necessary even? Like,
yeah, I don't know, more motivation, but we could have had the same conversation they have later. In a different way, because the way they do the conversation here later is actually kind of a bit jarring.
Yeah.
But yeah, he gets home and there's like a fireproof pouch that is has another thing for the Batman, just says "See you in hell" in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at Alfred in the hospital. It's like, we hope he has to stabilize. He should go home, Mr. Wayne, get some sleep. And she asks, like, is there anyone else to notify? Next of kin? He's like, no, it's just me. And I guess we're doing, like, the thing that's like, oh, man, I almost lost the last guy that I actually still care about, so...
It's kind of interesting, too, I guess, that they established that Alfred does not have any family either. Like, he only has the Waynes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not generally something that comes up in the other films, but I always assume that, he probably has cousins, nieces and nephews and stuff.
Okay, so now we have like a weird thing. So this is like a thing where it feels like this is like he's about to find out where to find the Riddler or something, because he uses up a lot of strength to move this big ass table in the middle of the room, and then he starts like painting on the floor and spray stuff and put everything in order. And it's like, Coulson, and here's the renewal, sins of my father. And it's like, you could have just done, like, this was very hard to do. And this actually doesn't really lead him anywhere specifically.
Yeah, well, I mean, also you kind of figure it's like, do you not have a room that like doesn't have a big table in it? Like, do you really only have this much floor space in that room alone?
Well, also, and remember this because specifically Baller pointed this out, I'm pretty sure, when I rewatched the EFAP on this. The only thing he put where the table was the weird question mark.
I mean, yeah.
Like, you have a computer, get a whiteboard or something. I'm just going to put this here in chat, and then I can throw it up on the screen here. It's like, it's not even that elaborate. It's like, Savage pictures, renewal is a lie. Mitchell pictures, Coulson pictures, no more lies. The sins of my father? Question mark. And then he goes grab a file for renewal and then leaves.
I don't know. I'm trying to justify it in my head, and you're right, it is kind of tough because it's like, well, maybe he thought that he'd need more room to put more pictures under Coulson or under Savage or under Mitchell, but it's like, no, he probably kind of knows which pictures he's putting where, roughly at least.
Because I thought we were doing like a detective thing here, where it's like, oh, I'm going to connect the dots here, and there's like a connection to this. And
Well, I think that's sort of what he's doing. It's just not like it's not very. It's not like one of those the audience has a eureka moment too. It's just like, I mean, really, this could have kind of been summed up with just writing the sins of my father and then looking at that in a notebook and being like, oh.
This is just a mind map that he sprayed on the floor now that someone has to clean up later.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pain in the ass.
I guess we'd assume that he's cleaning it up because Alfred's not, and like are the staff at Wayne Manor that are like cleaning Batman related things?
I mean, he's going to go...
I mean, do they all know he's Batman, or is it only Alfred?
I guess Dory is still here, but I don't think he knows about the Batman stuff. Possibly.
I mean, like that's a good question.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. Like, I mean,
she's so little in this movie. I didn't even think about her, but that's a good point. What about Dory? She's like, oh, Master Bruce, are you Batman? It's like, no.
I gotta assume that he's cleaning up this kind of stuff on his own because he probably just doesn't want anyone walking in here and noticing this.
Just Alfred coming in here with like a brace on his arm. He's like, oh, Master Wayne, put another puzzle on the floor. Gotta clean it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird choice on his thingy. But yeah, he goes grab the renewal part and he reads some things in there. But then Selina is trying to contact him via the flames in her eyes.
The bat signal, yeah. Oh wait,
with the bad lenses.
They go to where the bat signal is.
That's where they meet exactly. It's like, I need to talk to you. Can we meet up? And they're like, yeah, let's go to the bird signal.
I mean, you'd figure the police would have this place under surveillance too at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean that's where we point out this place being.
Like this is one of the few places where we know he goes.
Yeah. Also good for ambushing him, everything. But yeah, they goes like, here, cat burglar pulling another score. It's like, wasn't sure I'd see you again. Yeah, well, things getting a little hot for me. It's like, the pizza shop can't see her body was in her car. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna make him pay. You're gonna help me? It's like, help you? Yeah, I thought you were a vengeance. Like, your friend got involved with the wrong people. She didn't know any better. Maybe you should have explained it to her. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means your choices have consequences. And she's like, Jesus Christ, choices? You know, whoever the hell you are, you obviously grew up rich. Was it worth it? What, compromising yourself for money? What did you have to do to set up that score? How close did you have to get to Penguin, to Falcone? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Falcone owes me that money. He owes you? Yeah, and a lot more. It's like, oh, why is that? You know what? I can't even talk to you. No, I want to know why a guy like Falcone would owe you anything. And it's like, because he's my father. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, he beat me to it.
And he's like, my mother worked at the 44 Below, and I hid out in the dressing room while she worked. Used to see him there. He scared the shit out of me, and I could never understand why he looked at me the way he did. Then one night, my mother told me who he was. When I was 7, my mother was murdered, strangled. Which is another connection to the Penguin when they talk about the strangling things, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, never found out who. Probably
hangman stuff.
Yeah, probably some creep from the club. Anyway, social services came to take me away, and he didn't say a thing. Couldn't even look at me. He owes me that money. And I really like that because Batman realizes that he was like a bit mean and he didn't know, and he's like, I'm sorry for what I said. He's like, it's all right. You assume the worst in people, which maybe we're not so different after all. And it's like, who are you under there? What are you hiding? Or are you just hideously scarred? And he just says, yeah. Which, like, probably more like it's not physically scarred, obviously, but more like mentally. And then we get to the line that is really fucking weird. If we don't stand up for Annika, no one will. All anyone cares about in this place are these white privileged assholes. I was like, what?
Yeah, not the best line in the film.
Why is this in here? This is so out of place. There was no kind of like privileged thing happening here. No identity politics stuff or whatever you want to call it. It's like it's it takes you out of the scene. Like it really
Yeah,
does.
it really was jarring because it's just like, wait, hold on, like you kind of doing stock. You're like, wait, are they all white? Like I wasn't really thinking about it.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like this is like completely out of place. Really, really awkward. Um, uh, but yeah, the mayor, the commissioner, the DA, now Thomas and Bruce Wayne. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that Psycho is right to go after those creeps. I think you'd be on his side. What do you mean, Thomas and Bruce Wayne? What, do you live in a cave? The Riddler's latest. It's all about the Waynes. And it's like, come on, why did you just make moves without me? Understand? It's a little more dangerous than you know. I told you, baby. I can take care of myself. And
Yeah, she's doing an okay job so far, I suppose.
and then
Alive, not in jail.
then there's little Kith.
I mean, yeah, you know, Batman kissing Catwoman. It's a thing that happens in several versions of their stories together.
Mm-hmm.
I see. We got the funny screenshot of him
Yeah.
writing fucking 5 things on the floor in extremely large letters, and it's like, couldn't you have done this on like a whiteboard or a piece
Yeah.
of paper?
It's
I mean, I guess the only explanation is like room to lay out the photos, but there's a lot of negative space too.
it's a big waste of space that he or someone else has to clean up later. It's really weird. And we also just had the weird line where Selena says that it's about white privileged rich men or something. It's like
It's so weird to throw in the white part because
Yeah.
it's not supported by anything before or after it. It's
exactly
like,
yeah. It's a really jarring line.
I'm kind of convinced that was like a studio mandated thing because it's like, but nothing in the movie supports that at all.
Yeah, it's really fucking
Like
weird.
the rich thing, I get. That's like what the whole movie's based on. But like, where'd the race part come in?
It seemed really weird, and also I thought it was probably not the best thing to put in the like coming out of a black Catwoman. Like, I mean, it's just like why call attention to that? Just like let her be Catwoman. Why does she have to be like a racial activist all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
No, what's weird is like the part of the villain's motivation, the white villain, is being fucked by the system too.
Yeah,
And it's like, but I don't understand. It's a weird line. I kind of it's like that. You remember that line from Dark Phoenix, the X-Women line?
I actually did not see. Oh wait, actually yes, though I know that because it was in
Yeah.
the trailer, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in the trailer. And that's another one where it's like, that's nothing. That has nothing to do with anything that's in the whole movie. That feels like someone else came in and wrote that when the script, like, probably originally didn't have that. It feels really out of place to the point that it's like either just a very strangely written line from whoever wrote it, or that someone else came in and added that.
Yeah, for sure. It's really, really weird. Takes you out of the scene. It's like you're just kind of into this conversation because it's actually kind of decent. Then it's like boom, this hits you like a break, and it's like what? Hang on, why is this here? This is vastly out of place.
I do understand that sometimes you do get studio notes if that was the reason, but it's like, at a certain point you should be like, wait, like, do we really want to do that?
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Like, what are we gaining versus what could it cause as far as reaction goes?
I guess it depends on if they were allowed the choice.
Yeah, bad. Big bad. But yeah, while they were talking apparently, and Bruce was doing his little mind map on the floor, the Riddler released another viral video and apparently got 13 million views. Man, I hope he got some advertisements on that because that's a lot of views. But yeah, basically Thomas Wayne tried to force this crusading reporter into a hush money agreement because the apparently Martha was in and out of institution for years. She wasn't doing so well, and yeah, Thomas Wayne apparently tried to force this crusading reporter into a hush money agreement to save his mayoral campaign. So he turned to his longtime secret associate, Carmine Falcone, to get him murdered. So yeah, the Waynes and the Arkhams, Gotham's legacy of lies and murder. I hope you're listening, Bruce Wayne. This is your legacy too, and Gotham needs you to answer for the sins of your father. Goodbye. So, question. The way Riddler has been operating, he's going against all these people that have like actual dirt on their own hands. Like they're actively involved in all the shit that's happening. Do you buy it that Riddler would be like, I'm gonna kill the son of the guy who I think is bad?
I mean, it's debatable, but I think it's the other angle is that the orphan who didn't have to suffer the way he did as an orphan.
I think this is honestly part of what made me think that he knew that Batman was Bruce Wayne, because it's like leading him directly. Yeah, because it's like leading him directly to a thing that he just happens to be related to, attacking a tower that he just happens to live in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the fact that it doesn't makes it even more confusing to me.
Right. Yeah, no, it's completely coincidental that they're the same person. Yeah, I don't know. It feels a bit weird to me still, though, that he would want to kill the guy who he doesn't know that actually did anything bad himself. Seems a bit weird.
Well, again, I think the intention is that he's effectively getting revenge on Thomas Wayne by killing his orphan son, because he was an orphan who never had to suffer the actual hardships of being an orphan, which we kind of get in the interrogation.
Right.
Yeah, and there's the whole argument of like, oh, he just sits up in his penthouse and just hoards the money and does nothing, at least from his perspective, you know?
Yeah, when he could have used that money to effectively save a bunch of those kids. And yeah.
I mean, maybe not at that time, because he would have
I guess, yeah, probably
point,
he
but,
would have also been a kid. Yeah, that's fair.
But, yeah, I mean, I could see the argument. I don't think it's a good one, but, you know.
I guess I'm just trying to less think about what explains it as good and more trying to figure out what the writer's intention was.
Oh yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. I think that is what it is. I just you know, I think it's a bad argument from the perspective of the Riddler.
Yeah, that's fair.
Even though I understand it.
I agree.
That was gassy today.
I just had a sip of Beppis.
I have tacos.
Nice.
I have carbonated water and 2 dogs that I'm not eating.
Oh, what?
I have crippling depression. There's an old meme for you. But yeah, Bruce sees that on the telly and it's like, man, that's kind of weird. Never heard this one really before. How about I just go to fucking Carmine and talk to him? Which, well, he's Bruce Wayne, so he can do that. So he goes to the club and it's like, I want to talk to Carmine. And then the twins again that he beat up before. Like, I think they still have like a broken nose and stuff from when he beat them up as Batman. And he goes up there and he just gets to talk to him one-on-one. And he's like, have a seat. I thought I might hear from you. This Riddler son of a bitch is really stirring things up, huh? And Bruce just cuts to the chase like, is it true? And it's like, what? That reporter business. I was like, what do you want to know here, kid? Did you kill him for my father? And he's like, look, your father was in trouble. The reporter had some dirt, some very personal stuff about your mother, her family history. Everybody's got their dirty laundry, that's just how it is. But he didn't want none of it coming out, not right before the election. And your father tried to pay the guy off, but he wasn't going for it. So he came to me. Well, I never seen him like that. He said, Carmine, I want you to put the fear of God in this guy. And when fear isn't enough, your father wanted me to handle it, so I did. I handled it. I was like, I know, I thought your father was a Boy Scout, but you'd be surprised what even a good man like him is capable of in the right situation. Do me a favor, don't lose any sleep over it. This reporter was a lowlife. He was on Maroney's payroll. Maroney? Oh yeah. He could never stand your father, and he could never stand your father, and I had a history. And after what happened with that reporter, Maroney was worried that your father would be in my pocket forever. He would have done anything to keep him from becoming mayor, do you understand? It's like, are you saying Salvatore Maroni got my father killed? Do I know it for a fact? I'm just saying, it sure looked that way to me. And yeah, that's I like the things like Alfred does this later too. They never actually say if Salvatore Maroni killed is responsible for the death of his parents, or if it was actually just some random bum thug on the street who needed some quick cash. It's
I mean, I guess that's kind of the benefit of not showing it. That
Yeah.
like there is maybe some questions.
I kind of like it. That's like that. But yeah, it's been a long time coming. I mean, you ain't a kid no more.
Actually, kind of think of it like I guess giving Thomas Wayne some kind of a mafia connection to explain why his parents were murdered. That's not terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I was just still confused because at this point, I hadn't seen the Penguin. So I was like, who the fuck is Salvatore Maroni?
Oh, they mentioned him.
Well, I guess I mean they do
mentioned
they
him
show
one
him,
time
yeah.
in the newscast in the beginning.
Well, don't they show him too? Don't they show Clancy
But
Brown?
it's just,
Do they? I'm not sure.
I think they do, yeah. And I'm pretty sure, like in that opening scene too, there's like a newspaper in the background that says Maroni caught, and like he's there.
we
Like, it's like on the wall.
we definitely know about the Maronis in general, but I don't think Salvatore specifically has been a big focus. So I do get the confusion, especially if you have families
you
that
got
are
to deal
called
with like
Falcone, Maroni, Baloney.
you got to deal with the Penguins shit too, and it's like there's so many layers of this, and I don't feel like any of them have been like sufficiently fleshed out enough to the point that I was just really confused. And then it gets even more confusing when he goes and talks to Alfred and he gives him like a completely different story, like literally the very next scene. So it's just like I was just sitting there taking it all in and being like, I don't get it. I'm lost.
I completely understand. And then we get to the scene, which I overall like how it ends, but we see Alfred just awakening from, I don't know, his coma or whatever, this unconsciousness. And you see Alfred looking at Bruce, is like, oh, he's here, he's waiting for me. That makes me so happy. And then Bruce is just like, you lied to me my whole life. It's like, oh fuck, Jesus. Can you fucking calm down, Bruce? That's a bit rough. Also, you just took this fucking Salvatore's guy's speech by heart. Like that was enough to convince you. You don't fucking. He's a thug. Yeah. He probably just fucking lies to you.
On top of that, it's like it's half true, but like all he needs to do is like clear up a minor misunderstanding, and this confrontation just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. I don't understand why he had to be so confrontational to someone that he should be trusting a lot more than the fucking gangster.
Yeah, especially when he just awakens out of a coma, and then the first thing you say to that guy is like, you fucking lied to me. It's like, okay, I'm going back to my coma. Fuck you, Bruce. Just turns around and lies back down. But yeah, he's like,
I was not a fan.
Maybe you don't get a good look at Maroni because I just saw a news. The only thing I could find is saying that there's a news article saying HBO's Batman spin-off series casts Clancy Brown as crime boss, and I'm assuming if that happened, then it wasn't like a picture of him. It might have just not been clear, and
I feel like I would have inserting him in Brown. He's got a very distinctive face.
I'm like inserting him in there in my brain because of Penguin.
Perhaps.
But yeah, because this seems to be like a big thing where it was like, oh man, all these years I spent fighting for him for bullshit because he got a man killed. I thought he was a good man, and then Alfred's like, he was a good man. He made a mistake, and it's like a mistake. He had my man killed to protect his family image, his aspirations, his mayoral campaign. And it's like, it was to protect the family image. He didn't have anyone killed. He was protecting your mother. He didn't care about his image or the campaign, any of that. He cared about her and you. And in a moment of weakness, he turned to Falcone, but never thought Falcone would kill that man. Your father should have known that Falcone would do anything to finally have something on him that he could use. That's who Falcone is, and that was your father's mistake. But when Falcone told him what he'd done, your father was distraught. He told Falcone he was going to the police, that he would confess everything. And that night, your father and your mother were killed. Get wrecked by Alfred, Bruce, you bitch.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, the way you say it there really does kind of make it seem like it was Falcone for sure, or like his guys.
It's another thing. It's like, oh, it was Falcone? It's like, oh, I wish I knew for sure. Or maybe it was some random thug on the street who needed money, got scared, and pulled the trigger too fast. And then he goes on to say, if you don't think I've spent every day searching for that answer, it's my job to protect them, do you understand? I know you always blamed yourself. You were only a boy, Bruce. I could see the fear in your eyes, but I didn't know how to help. I could teach you how to fight, but I wasn't equipped to take care of you. You needed a father, and all you had was me. I'm sorry. I was like, God damn it, Alfred. Why is Alfred always so fucking cool and good in these movies?
I guess you gotta wonder why Thomas Wayne would tell the powerful mafia guy that he's gonna turn him in.
Yeah.
Just go to the cops, man. Don't tell the mafia guy that you're gonna go to the cops and try to like get him arrested. Like, yeah, of course he's gonna try something.
Yeah. I find it so, man, I wish the conversation would have started with him awakening out of a coma and Bruce just taking Falcone's word for gospel, and then the conversation thing. I think that there's definitely better ways to get here without making Bruce look like a fucking idiot and a dick to Alfred.
And it's like, it's literally the very next scene.
Yes.
It almost like highlights just how fucking stupid it all is.
Yeah, it's kind of jarring, but I fucking love the dialogue that's happening right after we get to, like, as soon as we get to Alfred, and he has like his little monologue here, or that talks to Bruce, and it's like, oh man, that's really good. I wish we would have gotten here in a better way. Because then Bruce also has like a thing, it's like, oh man, don't be sorry, Alfred. I never thought I'd feel that fear again. I thought I'd mastered that. I'm not afraid to die, but I realized there's something I haven't gotten past. The fear of losing somebody that I care about. And then they have like a little taking their hand stuff.
Yeah, I like this moment.
And it's like, yeah, man, I wish we would have gotten here in a different way that would have been that doesn't feel like it's so dumb.
I feel like it's just everything that got up to that point cheapens it to the point that I can't even really enjoy that.
Ah, that sucks.
Because like I agree that like I like the dialogue, but it's just like, damn, if only it got here in a way that wasn't like incredibly stupid, because now I just feel like I've been emotionally manipulated.
Right.
Or attempted to be. Instead, I just got to deal with this dumb fuck dialogue, or the dumb fuck scenario to get there. Because like, again, why would Batman care more about the opinion of fucking Carmine Falcone over Alfred? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's stupid. There should have been way more to convince Bruce of this, but in this 3-hour movie, I guess we were running out of time, so we had to rush to this conclusion, funnily enough. Because this is also the last Alfred scene we get in this movie, which is a crime, I think, because we need always more Alfred, because Alfred is based.
Based in Alfredo build.
Based in Alfredo build. I'm gonna make some spaghetti Alfredo.
Hell yeah. I feel like
I am
Andy
honestly
Serkis
quite
could
hungry,
be-
and I hate that keeps coming up.
Why do you think I went and made tacos?
Very smart.
I'm wheelchair bound right now. It'll take me a while to even get to my kitchen.
Roll over.
I have to roll to stairs and then climb upstairs and then get on another wheelchair.
Damn, bro, can we get you like a new house without stairs?
No.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, like I'm.
Can we like crowdfund this for you? Like
Yeah, I guess I
that
won't say
makes me
no to
like
that.
genuinely kind of upset to hear that.
Well, I mean, like I have 2 wheelchairs and I got decent triceps. You know, I can press myself up.
Chat.
We don't have chat. I guess we do in the premiere.
Chat
Yeah,
of the
future chat.
future.
Premiere Chad.
We need to crowdfund a house without stairs.
Oh, okay.
Maybe if we can just like get a wrecking ball to knock the upper part of the house over, and then we like take out a wall and we staple the 2 ends together.
I don't have that much property. I'd run out of space, but I don't have like a huge backyard or anything. It's pretty small.
Do you have neighbors?
Yeah. So
Which one do you like the least?
Well, you know, I only know one of them well because the other ones are fairly new. So, but at the same time, I don't think they deserve to have their home as well. So,
At the same time, however, new people means no attachment, which means who fucking cares? Let's knock out their property.
I mean, this only happens a few times a year. I get injections in my leg, and then I can't wear my leg for 3 days, and then I'm fine, and my leg works better because I don't sweat inside my silicone liner.
What if we got you a pogo stick?
I would probably be less safe than me just crawling up the stairs and or like tricep pressing, like kind of sort of like butt shuffling, like one. Hey, whatever. I can do it. Is
Probably, but not certainly.
We will never know if we don't try.
Yeah.
Hey, remember how we said how everyone could just use the bat signal to fuck around with it? That's exactly what Selena does right now. So Gordon and Batman arrive here at the same time. It's like, wait, that wasn't you? It's like, I thought it was you. But yeah, no, it was Selena.
What if someone found the bat symbol?
Yeah.
Did not know that was even going to be there. And then they decided to fuck with it, and they turned the bat part into just a giant dick.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the
like
dick.
that seems like the kind of thing that me and my bros would get drunk and do.
You got to figure the protocol would probably be, hey, look, before you turn on the bat signal, look at it once at least. Just make sure no one's.
Well, you don't have to do it. You could do it, or rather, Gordon doesn't have to do it. You can just do it. You can fuck up the symbol and then do it. And then you got a giant dick in the sky.
You figure though, like with that, like would Gordon not be like, okay, I'm gonna clean this off before I turn this on, or would he just be like, okay, it's gonna be a dick.
No. I mean, like
it'll be a dick tonight. That's fine.
What I mean is, like, you go. So, like, imagine that I'm the one doing it because I would totally do this.
Oh yeah.
And I just go ahead and I do it. Gordon ain't there, and I just turn it on. What's he gonna do? Drive over there and just turn it off? But then there's a giant dick in the sky for who knows how long.
Yeah, that's true.
That's funny. I want the dick man. Dickman. Dickman. Anyway, she's up here. She found Kenzie, and she's beating the piss out of him. And he's like, Gordon, help me out, man. She got my gun. He's like, shut up. I'm telling you, she called me. That's what Selena says. Like, here, listen. And then this, we hear the recording. It's like, hey, get back here. Where you going? Come back here. That's what. And then Annika is like whispering. So he's basically like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Falcone. Please don't hurt me. And he's like, oh, don't be scared. Come here. It's all good. It's like, what did Mitchell tell you? He's like, nothing. He's like, don't like to talk. Don't like to talk. I know that. Especially to pretty girls like you. That's why I made him take your passport until we could have this little conversation. And he's like, all I want to do is get out of here. You'll never hear from me again. Nobody will. Please, please. We're going to get you out of here. I promise. But first, I got to know, what did he tell you? And it's like, he just told me that they made a deal with you. And, he told me about that, the deal. And it's like, yeah, he gave me some information about, like, some drops stuff. And that's why he become mayor. And he said that you were a very important man. He's like, okay. And then she gets strangled and killed.
By the hangman.
By the hangman. Okay, when the fuck was this recording supposed to be recorded and taken? Because this is like a really weird thing.
Oh well, no, it's Annika called her, and there was a message, right? Like it was a voicemail.
When they had Selena's phone.
Maybe they couldn't get into it?
The record, they would have broken it. Why would they keep it? Why would Kenzie keep it?
Well, I mean, theoretically, though, if she just gets... I guess, yeah, we don't know what kind of voicemail it is.
Because the voicemail starts...
I mean, voicemail, though, like, is at least here, it's like through your carrier as well, too, right? So even if you, like, lose your phone, you could still theoretically check your voicemail.
Yeah.
Which also kind of makes you think, why didn't she check her voicemail if that's the case?
No, my problem is, how did she record this while she was being held by them after being kidnapped, then send it to the phone that they have that would ring because they have it, they would realize it would ring.
Oh, yeah.
They look at it, it's like, oh, she was trying to
call
someone.
Right.
Let's break this phone and possibly even get this person we got the phone from.
Yeah, fair enough. It makes no sense.
So this can't be really happening.
When did they have her phone? I'm just lost.
When they come back to her apartment after they first meet Batman and Catwoman in Mitchell's house when she was getting the passport. When they come back, she says they took my phone. Shit, they took my phone is what they say. So yeah, this is really weird that this is here on her phone.
No, who's Mitchell?
Oh, that's the mayor guy that was killed in the beginning.
First victim.
Oh.
You pretend like there's 7,000 people in this movie. What are you doing?
Yeah, there are a hell of a lot of characters in this movie. That's true.
There's so many people, and it's like, fuck, man. Remember when Lord of the Rings had like 10 characters in like 4 hours to get us to know them? And even then, we didn't have. It wasn't until Two Towers that like Gimli and Legolas were like really fleshed out, or even like really Merry and Pippin for that matter. They took their time. This movie expects you to know like 84 different people and be like, okay, which of the fucking Italian names is which?
Falcone and Maroni. I know those.
Okay, so it's like, oh, a falcon has wings too. It's like, yeah, sure. It's like Falcone is the rat. Like Falcon works for you.
Wouldn't it be funny if they just had like different, like every time that they ran into not being able to figure it out, they just guessed literally every fucking thing on the planet that has wings.
And it's like a fly has
At
wings
some
too.
point, they're like, emus have wings. They go to Australia. They're like, what are we doing out here? I don't know.
But yeah, it's like, oh, Falcon has wings too. Falcon is the rat. Falcon works for you guys. It's like the mayor, the DA. It's like, no, we work for him. Everybody does. Through renewal. Renewal is everything. The renewal fund? It's like, yeah, after Thomas Wayne died, they all went after it like vultures. The mayor, Falcone, Maroni, everyone got in on it. It was perfect for making bribes, laundering money. A huge charitable fund with no oversight. Everybody got a piece, but Falcone wanted more, obviously. So he orchestrated a play to take Maroni down big. He'd rat out his drops operation, make the careers of everybody that went after him. Then install them all as his puppets. It's like, you think the goddamn election matters? Falcone's the mayor. He's been the mayor for the last 20 years. It's like, okay, so the Mr. Falcone has been fleeing around this whole time. He's the big bad guy. He's the kingpin of Gotham, if you will. And then Selena's like, come on, vengeance, let's go kill that son of a bitch. This creep too, let's finish this. And then, we obviously get like the things like, no, stop, don't shoot him, we'll get him, not that way. He cross that line and you'll become just like him. It's like, yeah, I like this. That's like the classic Batman stuff.
Yeah.
I enjoy this.
Batman's morality in like being expressed in a scenario in which he would express it. It's Good stuff.
Yeah, if only he expressed that same morality earlier in the movie
when he exploded that truck driver, yeah.
Yeah.
Vehicles don't count. There's no people in them.
But yeah, he says, like, don't throw your life away. It's like, don't worry, honey, I got 9 of them. And then he just kind of pushes him down. They kind of grab him and make sure he doesn't fall to his death. It's like, she won't get out of there alive. And if she kills Falcone, we may never find the Riddler. And it's like, I have to stop her. Don't you mean we? And he's like, Batman's like, I gotta do this my way. And then what? We do what the Riddler said. Bring the rat into the light. Meaning Mr. Falcone.
So we got and Selina arrives in at the
Iceberg Lounge.
The Iceberg Lounge in a pink wig.
Yeah, and he just goes right up to Mr. Falcone. It's like, can you tell Mr. Falcone I'd like to come up? But yeah, it's like, hey, sorry to bother you, but no, it's fine. Just hoping I could talk to you for a minute, Mr. Falcone. So yeah, they just, she's up there. Bruce is making his way into the club, getting beats up one guy. He still has his makeup on his eyes, which is kind of fun, I guess. So yeah, she's basically here just to kill him right away. She has the gun in her pocket.
But she's gonna make sure to take a long time monologuing before she does it.
Yes, they do like a thing with like a tissue. It's like, oh, I have my own number. It's like, you don't even need to do this. You can just grab into your bag and just do it anyway.
Seriously, like there's so many instances where she could just kill him, and the movie's like, no, we can't have her do that. And it's like, well, stop giving her chances.
Yeah. And then he gets interrupted in the conversation because some guy is like, Mr. Falcone, I really think you're gonna want to see this. And then he leaves. And it's like, they don't have the balls to actually kill him here. Boo. It would have been much more interesting if they would have done this, but I guess
he could have
not.
just shot him when his back was turned.
Yeah. So yeah, they have the recording now, and the recording goes onto the television, and they've played it full, screaming and everything again, because the news in Gotham are fucking insane.
The newscasters in Gotham must be like, wouldn't it be really funny if we gave everyone trauma?
Especially all the kids that watch the news with their families. No, Mr. Falcone.
Everything's fucked anyway. Who cares?
But yeah, they're watching the newscast, and she makes her way and makes sure it's like, Mr. Falcone, please look at me so I can tell you I'm Maria Carl's kid. And then she shoots, but she misses. It's like, really. It's kind of lame. I don't know. They do a lot of work for her not to kill him here immediately. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like when she comes in and she's like giving her whole little "I'm gonna kill you now" speech. It's like, fucking shoot him in a place that he's almost certainly either gonna be mortally wounded, or maybe won't kill him instantly, but will keep him from getting away, and then give your shitty fucking monologue. I hate it when people do this. It's like, do you want him dead or not? Like, I totally understand the desire to have the person who wronged you, like, know, like, you're the one who let me rephrase that. The person who wronged you to, like, know like,
that action is resulting in their demise.
Yeah, like that's a I totally get that. But for me, it's like, if I'm in that situation, I'm like instantly shooting the guy he's with, and then shooting him in the stomach, and then giving the monologue and then shooting him in the head after that.
Yeah.
There's no reason to stand there and give him all the time in the world to not get shot.
Or even have backup show up. I mean,
Yeah.
part of it is like I can believe that maybe she's also hesitating because she took some of Bruce's words to heart. But you're right. Like, I mean, wound the guy. Like, don't make it so that he's still a threat to you. At least you know you don't like him.
Yeah.
You're considering killing him.
Yeah.
You're there with the sole intention of doing that. I don't know. If I'm gonna write a character like that, I'm gonna make sure that they don't do the fucking monologue until they're safely able to do it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's the meme, right? You're monologuing.
Actually, reminds me of this part in a book. I'm gonna keep it a little vague for anyone who doesn't want spoilers for it. But there's a point where like a villain is trying to just get somewhere and do a thing, and he absolutely just needs to not be held up. And there's like a whole like basis of honor in the society that he's in. So like you're not supposed to just pull a gun on someone and get a cheap shot. You're supposed to like draw your sword and like do it the manly way, I guess you could say. And at the end, when they're kind of like in a stalemate almost, he just pulls a gun and the guy's like, "You don't have any fucking honor," and he's like, "I don't have any time," and he shoots him in the head and leaves. And it's like, yes, that's exactly what you should fucking do if you're in that position.
Yeah, that's good
Yeah,
stuff.
And the only reason he was in the position of having the original melee battle in the first place is only because he got jumped. So like he would have just pulled the gun in the first place if he was not in that specific situation. But the fact that like the instant he had the upper hand to be able to pull his gun, he did it. And that's what you should do if you're, in that situation, that is.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's monologuing is always a weird one, for sure. That's always when it ends badly for her because she gets fucking jumped by him after having to deal with 2 guards because she's just been fucking monologuing and then making herself known to everybody, even though the back was turned. It's just like, yeah, just shot him.
Yeah.
Then we got a pretty cool looking scene with Batman coming out of the elevator. I'm kind of just gonna echo what I remember from what Mahler said on the EFAP that I rewatched. I think it would have been way more interesting if he would have used like a smoke bomb here, or they try the first shot and then you just see that he's already behind them, so they just shoot into nothingness because now he's just tanking bullets again for no real reason. You could have just done this cool shot without him having to tank any bullets like this. You know what I mean?
I don't know if I would have used a smoke bomb necessarily. I think there is a way you could probably do that scene without, just using darkness again.
Yeah.
But
I mean, darkness plus smoke bomb, because that would actually look probably even cooler when they start shooting and you have like all the lights coming back from the reflecting on the smoke.
One easy fix is make it small arms fire instead of rifles.
That's also a good one, yeah, because those are like 3 or 4 machine guns.
Yeah, like, granted, does it fix it entirely? No. Is it a lot more believable if they're armed with pistols instead of rifles? Because, like, they're shooting fully automatic.
Yeah.
Like, surely one of those is going to just hit him in the face, right?
I mean, also just
by accident?
Or just the bits flying off the bullets themselves, right? Just bouncing off the armor. There's probably a couple of them that just go up into his face.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
I think there's ways to fix it and keep like that original vision.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the thing is that they always get ahead of themselves. Like they have a cool idea, but they don't know how to temper it. You see this in a lot of indie projects, be they like self-published books or smaller games or smaller movies where they don't have someone there to tell them like, hey, this is kind of a dumb idea, or if it's not necessarily on its own a dumb idea, like an idea that needs to be pulled back a bit, because if you really look at it, it doesn't really work all that well. Yeah. And then they take it too far, even though buried under there's an idea that can work.
And especially like the 2 or 3 steps he takes when it's just like 2 guys unloading submachine gun fire into his chest at point blank range. It's like, did you really have to, like, did you have to go that far with it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like he's still walking forward against that force, even.
Yeah, like getting hit by a bullet, it's got some force behind it. You know, like they have to be shot at a very, very fast speed.
It's almost like a sequence that was envisioned for Superman, and they just decided to use it in a Batman movie.
Yeah.
Feels like a sequence that was like almost video gamey, kind of.
Ironically enough, a gun in one of the Arkham games is a much larger problem than that.
Oh well.
A video game understanding how to do it better? No way.
So yeah, Selena gets knocked out by Falcone. She gets starts to get strangled with a pool cue.
Not violence against women.
Yes.
That's a very peaceful act.
That's a very peaceful act. She
Supposedly strangling is not the worst way to go.
Oh, okay.
He could be eaten by a bear.
Oh.
Or lit on fire.
What if you get eaten by a bear and strangled at the same time? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I feel like that would be a very difficult thing to do.
I just train the bear to strangle people while it mauls you.
What if it slashes your throat? Does that like kind of count? Since you're like choking on blood so you can't like get air into your lungs?
That could work.
I mean, you die pretty quick from exsanguination. I don't even think it would be the lack of oxygen that would kill you. Oh, bleeding to death is what that would
We give it a robotic arm.
Only losers have those.
Yeah,
Okay.
not like robot legs.
I mean, realistically, there's far more badass characters who have a robot arm than a robot leg. Like,
I can't think of anyone with a robot leg other than the main character of How to Train Your Dragon. And that's if you
Hiccup.
consider...
And I've got a Hiccup and the girl from Planet Terror, and that's pretty.
I
much
thought
it.
about her as well just now. Yeah.
Yeah, trust me. You don't have a leg amputation for long before people will be like, "Hey, you should put an M16 on there with a grenade launcher." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've seen Planet Terror. Okay."
Makes you rocket jump.
Hey, I guess Darth Vader technically has no real arms.
Yeah,
yeah.
he's a quad amputee. It's not. I don't know. I don't know if he's allowed in the leg club.
Wow. Banned from the leg club.
Imagine that, like, Darth Vader is like seeking therapy for his loss of legs. He has no legs at all.
I mean, like,
and you bi-legged man, uno-legged, solo-legged man,
well,
go up to Darth Vader and say, "You with no legs,
get out,
are lesser than me."
No, well, I mean, to be fair,
leg.
I'm not allowed in the more machine now than man club. That's his.
You know what? Okay, that's literally him in the Terminator, and the Terminator is not a very personal.
No,
person.
well, I mean, no, it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi like says that about him. You know, he's more
I know.
machine.
I'm thinking about the random instance in which you exist in the Star Wars universe as well, and could tell Darth Vader that he doesn't belong in the legless man club.
Well, I mean, we can also get something straight. The Terminator is not a man at all. He's only a machine. There's some fake skin.
Exactly.
That's
So who does Darth Vader have to rely on? Who can he cry? Whose shoulder can he cry on?
The Force.
That's not thoughts and prayers. Star Wars, apparently.
Hey, I mean, if thoughts and prayers could let you move shit, that would be pretty cool.
But it can't get him his legs back.
No, that can never happen.
Yeah, and
Unless
you're
you use robot
denying
parts,
him
trust me.
therapy.
Talk about moving
no.
shit. We need to move Falcone the fuck out of this club. And stop Selena from killing him because she's like, you gotta die. He has to pay. It's like, you don't have to pay with him. You paid enough. So Batman, once again, stopping her from killing someone and going down that route. And then Batman escorts him out of the lounge. It's like, I'm not scared of you. I'm not. You're gonna start crying. It's like, oh, you can scare me, and all of a sudden some big secrets come out. It's like whatever I know, whatever I've done, it's all going to be with my grave. To my grave, I mean.
How right he was.
It's like, don't you know your boys in blue work for me? And then we just flip the switch of, look, they're not all corrupt. There's good policemen here. I was like, I mean, yeah, would have nice to see that before, because before this it seemed like everybody was like a dick and corrupt and stuff. I say this because now they just kind of all tolerate Batman, because we go to a crime scene here in a little bit and they're all like, yeah, he's here now. That's okay, basically. And it's just really weird. It's like they feel like they switched the flip with this scene. It's like, see, it's all cool.
Switched the flip.
Flip the switch.
Flip
Yeah.
the switch. He's German. You got to give him some slack.
Fucking goddamn.
Yeah.
What kind of disability is it? It's a temporary disability.
Situational disability.
Situational disability.
Anyway, the fucking Falcone is starting to insult Penguin, saying, "Oh, for me, well, it's just a gimp in a suit." It's like, blah, blah, blah. And then Penguin is like about to fucking shoot him right there with all the police around. It's like, that's not a great plan, Penguin. You shouldn't do that. And then there's a gunshot, but it's like, it wasn't me. I didn't pull the trigger. It wasn't me. It's like, doesn't matter. You're in jail now. You're very much in jail. But you know, that's fine. It's not like he shows up randomly here in a little bit. He will later, even though he should be in jail.
It's so weird that he would be so insistent about it not being him, when it's like, wouldn't you be a little bit more surprised that it wasn't you?
Yeah.
Because like, if I was Penguin and I was like, I'm gonna kill this guy, and then someone shoots him before me, I'd be like, what the fuck? I wouldn't be like, no, it wasn't me, even though I was just about to do it.
Yeah. But yeah, he realized he put them into the light, literally below the lamp, and then the Riddler shot him with a Schnipperriffel.
That is so fucking stupid. Like, bring him into the light in this one extremely specific spot.
Yeah, what if it would have gone
absolutely
the other way?
No guarantee that this would have ever worked.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and also, like, how would he know when it would happen? Like,
yeah, it was
How
just.
would he know when it would happen? How would he know that there's not another way out of the club that he doesn't know of, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, well, it happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Riddler. And then Batman goes into the flat. He kind of checks the room and everything's going out. And it's like, he's gone. He's been here this whole time. And then it's like, hey, Lieutenant, we got a witness here. Says she saw someone coming down the fire escape right after the shot. Said he went into the corner diner. It's like the guy's sitting by himself on the counter right now. So it's kind of weird because they say we have a witness that says she saw him, but I think later they say they think he was the one who made the call. So I don't know if he maybe used to.
oh, I think that he was the Riddler.
Wait, what?
In that context, isn't it like they're saying that the Riddler kind of made the own call to say, yeah, he's in this place?
No, but the Martinez says we got a witness here. Says she saw someone coming down the fire escape right after the shot.
Yeah. And then sorry, then what's the next line? Actually, here.
No, I think that I need to check here the transcript, but I think there was something where they think he might have made the call himself, but then I don't know why Martinez would say she. The way I'm pointing this out is if it was just a random bystander that saw someone on the fire exit, I guess he would have just had to wait longer to be found by them, even though he wanted to be found. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, he's just chilling out there, and so the SWAT team gets there. It's like, police, hands up. It's like, I just ordered a slice of pumpkin pie. Then we see him, the fucking nerdler. Look at this fucking goofball.
Damn cops didn't let him have his pie.
Yeah, bastards.
He looks like how I imagine most of the people I argue on the internet look like.
You think they also go like, no, this was not how this was supposed to go?
Oh, yeah,
100%. I absolutely know for a goddamn fact that they all do that.
We spoiled it.
Yeah, the way he also acts, he goes like, oh, when he gets arrested. He has like some interesting facials going on there.
Facials, huh?
Not those ones. I mean, I guess I don't know what they do off screen, but you know, wow. I'm not judging. Maybe a little bit. But yeah, they get him into cuffs. But he's really happy to see the Batman, because he's like, that's my favorite guy, my favorite little guy, the Batmaster. But yeah, they check out the whole apartment. They really do check everything and everything. Pinky promise they definitely didn't miss anything that they probably should have caught immediately. But
you say that as though maybe they did miss something.
What? I don't even know why I would say that.
You wouldn't make that implication.
That's an accusation I will not stand for, and it's definitely not going to come back here in a little bit when they have a talk and things explode. That should have definitely been able to be stopped if they found us here. We get there. We're getting there. I'm just kind of speeding things up here a little bit. But yeah, they're just going through their shit. There's like all kinds of diaries. And he got like thousands of ledgers, and he scrawled all over them, rambling ciphers, codes, and yeah, cipher rage, right there. And they found something on the back of an ID. Apparently, his name is Edward Nashton, and works at KTMJ, a forensic accountant, which means this is how he got a lot of information about all the things. Renewal and stuff, so he was able to uncover a lot of secrets because he's a smart guy who has like forensic accountant information he can get to. So yeah, not too bad. But yeah, chain of evidence, wearing the people are like kind of like, why is Batman here? It's like, oh, it's fine, he's wearing gloves, and then everybody is fine. But I don't know, we gave up on the police being against him,
at this point
much.
They're just like, okay, he keeps showing up no matter what happens, like, let's just not question it.
Yeah, which is bullshit, but you know, that's just what we're doing.
I mean, I guess also, like, I guess in fairness to that, at a certain point you'll be like, okay, look, someone's authorizing him to be here, I guess. So like, are we gonna say, why is this guy here every single time, or are we gonna just be like, okay, yeah,
well, we already know that the new commissioner is against him, so I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you're right, and that would make it tougher.
The thing is, they feel like they flipped the switch. That was the right way around this time. With the last scene, it's like, see, those are all good cops now. And it's like, it's okay, lame. And then they read like a thing that says like, Friday, July 16th. My life has been a cruel riddle, and I could not solve. Suffocating my mind, no escape. But then today I saw it. A single word on this letter sitting on the desk beside me: renewal. And the empty promise they sold me as a child in an orphanage. One look inside, and I finally understood. My whole life has been preparing me for this, the moment when I would learn the truth, when I could finally strike back and expose their lies.
Cringe.
Yeah, and if you want people to really understand, you can't just give them answers. You have to confront them, torture them with the horrifying questions, just like they tortured me. I know now what I must become.
I must become.
No, the funny thing is the way it is in this transcript. It just says Jesus right after. I know now what I must become.
I know what I must become.
Jesus.
I like that we managed to make the exact same length of pause.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
That's really good. Just
I know what I must become. Jesus.
It's almost like the narrator himself is saying that he must become Jesus.
But then they find another letter in there for the Batman, and just says in there confession. And they find some kind of prying tool. Is it a chisel? And Batman's like, it's a murder weapon. He killed Mitchell with it. The edge will match the floorboard impression in the mayor's study. And I was like, oh, what is he confessing to? He already told us he killed Mitchell. It's like, this isn't over. And then they see it's like, oh man, he's been posting kinds of shit online. And he's like, he's got like 500 followers. Real fringe types.
we did address this earlier.
Yeah,
so
we
we're
did.
Trying to move on. It's it was. He would need more to get people willing to die for him, I think.
Yeah, it's like his final post was last night. Some video got a lot of views, but it's password protected. I mean, he has 500 followers and I don't know how many views this could get, really, but you know.
I guess it's only his tier 1 patrons.
It's like blah blah blah. It's right here.
Patreon.
The truth.
Well, they get the passwords.
But yeah, I think I'm his last target as Batman. It's like, maybe this is all coming to an end. What is it? What is the Batman? Riddler's
Does
asking.
it not feel like this is like 2 movies too early to be coming with a line like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially because this is just supposed to be his second year. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it's like, well, maybe I shouldn't be doing this at all. Like, But anyways.
Because the thing is, I guess he's like having like this confrontation as Brian's like, oh, I inspired the Riddler to do something, blah blah blah. Maybe this needs to stop. Something along those lines. But yeah, Riddler's asking for you at Arkham, and I guess they just allow him to go there because I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess if the guy who they just arrested is asking for a specific person and they think they will be able to then get information, that makes more sense than having him at any of the crime scenes.
Yeah. So now we have the one-on-one conversation. I'd like to say that Robert Pattinson is doing a pretty good job here. The way he uses the limited space on his face that you can see to emote properly. It's just another way of, when someone says you can't emote if you can't see the face. Like, no, you're just stupid and you can't do it properly.
Yeah, some actors are better.
Yes. Anyway, the Riddler is talking. It's like, hey, what do you want from me, Riddler? It's like, one, if only you knew how long I've been waiting for this day, for this moment. I've been invisible my whole life. I guess I won't be anymore, will I? They remember me now. They remember both of us. And then he just starts, and this is where I know what Wolf was talking about. It's like, Bruce Wayne. And the way Batman looks at him is like, oh shit, I think he knows who I am. But yeah, the Riddler says, I was there that day. The day the great Thomas Wayne announced he was running for mayor. Made all those promises. Well, a week later he was dead, and everybody just forgot about us. All they could talk about was poor Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne the orphan. Living in some tower of the park isn't being an orphan. Looking down on everyone with all that money. Don't you tell me. Do you know what being an orphan is? It's 30 kids to a room. 12 years old and already a drophead, numbing the pain. You wake up screaming with rats chewing your fingers. It's like, okay, Jesus. And every winter, one of the babies die because it's so cold. But oh no, let's talk about the billionaire with the lying dead daddy. Because at least the money makes it go down easy. I was like, God, you need to get off Reddit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is a pretty stark contrast, though. Holy shit, that orphanage is poorly funded.
Oh, yeah.
Rats are just, like, chewing the kids.
Like we talked about earlier, I get this perspective, and
Yes.
I don't even think he's necessarily wrong to have it. But, man, it feels weird to be gatekeeping or being an orphan.
I know, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, I still think about this now, and I remember thinking this when the movie came out, because I think this was about the time where people were like shitting on PewDiePie because he said he got sad when he got robbed in his house, or his house got like
Yeah, it's
stolen
like,
from.
oh
It's like
well,
he's
what did
rich,
they
he doesn't
steal?
feel
Like what,
sad.
0.001% of what you have? Fuck off. It's like, well, I know it's still bad.
Yeah, you feel unsafe in your home and all that shit. There's like more than the value of the things. That's just what I was thinking about when this happened. But yeah, but yeah, it's like because at least the money makes it down easy, doesn't it? And he goes like Bruce Wayne, and then he goes and say he's the only one we didn't get, but we got the rest of them, didn't we? All those slick, sleazy, phony pricks. God, look at you. Your mask is amazing. I wish you could have seen me in mine. Ain't it funny? All everyone wants to do is unmask you, but they're missing the point. You and I both know I'm looking at the real you right now. My mask allowed me to be myself completely. No shame, no limits. And then I was like, why did you write me? He's like, what do you mean? All those cards. I told you, we've been doing this together. You're a part of this. And he's like, we didn't do anything together. We did. What did we just do? What did we just do? I asked you to bring him into the light, and you did. We're such a good team. It's like, we're not a team. I never could have gotten him out of there. I'm not physical. My strength is up here. I mean, I had all the pieces, I had the answers, but I didn't know how to make them listen. You gave me that. It's like, I gave you nothing. You showed me what was possible. You showed me all it takes is fear and a little focused violence. You inspired me. He's like, you're off your goddamn mind. He's like, what? This is all in your head. You're sick, twisted. How can you say that? You think you'll be remembered? You're a pathetic psychopath begging for attention. And now it starts. No. You're gonna die. No. Ah! This is not how it was supposed to go. I had it all planned out. So, yeah, this is what I meant earlier, where in the places where he was able to actually talk to him, be it via the phone or the the little messages they made in the text prompt thingy. If at any point he would have told him, it's like, why are you being such a fucking weirdo? What are you doing? This would have all gone very differently. And again, he this whole time he thought they were doing this together. He fucking exploded his face, and he didn't care about this. So
yeah,
it's
the Riddler's plan factored into the Riddler's plan factored in the fact that Batman cannot be killed by explosions.
Exactly. So yeah, this is all very, very weird. And we kind of moved around the possibility that he could have told him, it's like, hey, why are you doing this to anyone? But we don't ever
Why
get
are
there.
you being cringe, Mr. Riddler?
Yeah, why are you posting cringe on the internet?
Do you think if Batman called him an incel, he would have killed himself before any of the plans could happen?
Batman, we're doing this together. Aren't we cool as a team? It's like, shut up, incel. And he's like, oh no, just
have sex.
Touch grass.
Redditor.
Touch grass, Riddler. But yeah, I had it all planned out. We were gonna be safe here. We could watch the whole thing together. And he's like, watch what? And he was like, you mean you didn't figure it out? It was all there. Are you really not? Oh, you're really not as smart as I thought you were. I guess I gave you too much credit. And then he gets like really angry. He's like, what have you done? And he's like punches at the glass. And it's
I think this is another instance because he starts singing immediately after this. And
no, it's like
I feel like this is another instance where I'm positive this is literally what the people I argue with on the internet do. they assume that they've won, and then they start singing to themselves in a really cringe way. Perfect.
Like what was like everything. What could were we watching everything? It was all there. You didn't figure it out. Now it's like what's black and blue and dead all over? And it's like you.
Wow. Really took off the gloves there.
Yeah. Who said? Oh, he said that, right? It's like, if you think you can stop what's coming, and then he just starts singing. And he just goes back to the apartment. Martinez is still here. And it's like, hey, what are you doing here? He's like, hey, man, I don't think that you should be touching that. And then
he just like stares at him wordlessly. And it's like, why do you have to be like this?
Yeah.
Why can't you talk to people like a normal person?
Also, Martinez just doesn't do anything. He shouldn't be touching that, but that's all he does. But he was the guy who called him a freak early on this movie, and now he's like, oh boy, this guy's a real nut job, huh?
He's on board now.
Yeah. And then, this is like the fucking line. It's like, killing Mitch with a friggin' carpet tool. And it's like, what?
You'd figure, I don't know, like, especially if they find the carpet tool in a place where there is a big carpet in the middle of the floor, maybe considering you're up against the Riddler, maybe, like, why wouldn't they have checked
if you do, there were so many forensic people in there, for sure they wouldn't get rid of the fucking carpet.
Yeah.
Like, of course they would. And also the fact that Batman can't figure out himself that it's a carpet tool and needs fucking random ass Martinez to be like, my uncle, he's an installer, you know? Oh, it's a Tucker.
I have less of a problem with Batman not necessarily knowing what it was, because I didn't fucking know what that was. I'd never seen that before. So I guess I can understand him not knowing what it is, like, right off the bat.
Yeah, how would nobody?
But there was like 30 cops in that apartment.
Yes.
Like, not a single one of them knew, except for the one guy who was holding back until after Batman came back.
I just don't think we need Martinez to tell this to Batman. I think he would have checked the thing. It's like, oh, what's this? And it's like, oh, maybe this is like a prying tool of sorts, which they already established. And then he starts doing the fucking thing on the floorboards. So they should have fucking checked the floorboards or the fucking carpet, because he rips them out, and all of a sudden, fucking the whole map is there with all the blinking lights, which we know is gonna start doing explosions. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, and I remember this was like an argument with someone in EFAB chat. I do remember this because it was really frustrating. Someone was like, no, there was no way to save these guys. He finds this, and then it just happens. And then the whole point that we were making is like, if all these policemen actually checked everything and found the thing, as they probably should have, there was a lot of time to get to these vans and figure out, hey, what did you find on this fucking blinking spot? Oh, a van. Oh, we also found a van. Oh, there's all explosives in there. We should probably do something about this.
Yeah, unless we're assuming that Arkham is like down the street from the place with the carpet puzzle.
Well, it's an island, right? So you have to.
Yeah, well, I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just. So there's like an hour, maybe even two, because you think they got him into custody, then they went to Arkham, processed him because he has the Arkham clothes on. He doesn't have his own clothes anymore.
Yeah.
So he probably already has a cell, and then was brought there, asked for Batman. Then Batman went there.
Gets there, yeah.
Talks to him. Now goes back to the apartment and finds all these things. So there's probably like 3 hours or something in between these things. So yeah, this could have all been prevented if the police did their fucking jobs. So yeah, that's a bit frustrating. So yeah, this is like a whole map of blinking things. A real change, it says, and this is also the password to the Riddler thing. The video
his patron exclusive video.
His patron
content.
And of course, this all happens right at the exact moment that all the bombs go off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 507 followers. Wow, real fringe types. So yeah, this was like the thing. And on the right, it's like, what gauge, what caliber? Rifles are good. There's never been a better time. But ready and willing. Got you, bro. Don't forget your cling wrap. And then it's like, well, oh, there's winter combat masks you can buy. So they've been plotting this all on the internet on their own little website.
Yeah, some of his followers are, again, willing to become domestic terrorists for him, which, like, you know, with 500. Like honestly, they'd even fix a whole lot of the logic by even just adding a zero, like 5,000. Like I think if you have 5,000 people, believing 10 of them are crazy enough to do this
Yeah.
shit, like I think is a little more reasonable than 500 people.
Yeah,
And
for
think
sure.
about like EFAP. There's like 100,000 people. I still think it'd be a tough sell to believe that 10 people would be crazy enough to get together and do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, not
Telling
that
One would be
it's
telling
impossible.
someone
It's just like kind of crazy.
there's a difference between telling someone on the internet to go raid this person's server and write slurs versus, hey, can you buy guns and terrorist things to kill people? It's like, no, I don't think I want to.
Yeah, because the most likely scenario is you're getting arrested. The almost even more likely scenario, depending on the context of how this is going down, is that police just shoot you and you're dead. So it's like, is the Riddler worth dying for to you?
Yeah.
I guess to these guys, yes, but yeah. We had to have the big action scene, fate of the city deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with that, but I'm saying that's probably what they were thinking.
It really, like, the stakes escalated fucking a ton in a very, very short span of time. Like, it went from, like, just a pretty easy, self-contained little murder mystery to suddenly apocalyptic event happening that's going to forever alter the course of this city's future.
Yeah.
And also, the fucking the explosion that they do, this is only going to affect mostly all of the poor people already. They're just going to be out of housing, which is
is like, why
would you do this?
The Penguin outright confirms that. And
Yes.
It's like, why exactly would the guy who grew up in poverty want to attack the most impoverished areas?
I guess like I don't know. It's that's where the like flooding can happen, and that's the biggest high stakes thing that the bad guy can do at the end of the movie.
Yeah, but it's just like
happens to be the poor
it's
people.
such a
Read the
wildly hypocritical thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, he's like, oh, the Bella Royale, she's gonna win. But we know the true face now, so she's also free to kill because they start shooting her. We're just like, oh, now you just minority report their asses. It's like, it's gonna kill them for things they haven't done yet. Because from what we know, Bella Royale has been like super
trying to fix it,
uncorrupted, uncorruptible. So yeah, that's very cool and hypocritical as well. So yeah, very, very nice.
Yeah. Luckily, I guess this is mostly action stuff, so we'll probably get through this relatively quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like the bombs go off.
But yeah, they
flood
see a thing
happens.
and the bombs go off. Everything starts to explode, and we see fucking Riddler watching out his cell. He goes like, "Boom!"
He seems quite happy.
So yeah, everything explodes, and his plan is that everyone goes into the Gotham shelter thingy. The what's this called? Gotham Square Garden.
The stadium.
That's where they go. So yeah, and we cut to them going up on the, I guess, are they called catwalks also? Just the things
catwalks
on top?
up.
I never know if they're
rafters.
just all called catwalks or if there's like specific ones. But
well, the catwalks are the bridge. I suppose the rafters is what you'd call that area.
Okay.
Like,
so yeah,
you should just start calling anything over a gap a catwalk and expect us to figure out which one you mean.
Hell yeah. But yeah, they all have like the Riddler masks on. So there's a couple of people. I say a couple of people. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's probably like 15 to 20 people that just came here with guns and a shitload of ammunition to just, well, indiscriminately shoot at the fucking masses for some reason.
Yeah.
Because
that'll show those rich people.
Yeah,
exactly.
Shooting all these random people in the square garden. Let's see. Yeah, bombs are going off. Everything is going crazy. Gordon is here too. Policeman. everyone is like freaking out. And Villarreal's like, hey, I'm going to go out there and talk to my people. It's like, yeah,
Very
no,
bad idea.
you're not going to do that. That's just like, well, fuck you. I'm going to stand up and do the right thing.
It was,
for
this was
once.
actually so funny.
And then it's like, they just let her go. It's like,
And
fuck
she
it,
immediately
no.
gets shot at.
And then she immediately gets shot.
Like, I remember hearing that I can't remember if it was Rudy Giuliani or who was Bush's VP. I'm asking people who aren't American. this
VP
question.
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney. I don't remember. It was one of the two. Maybe even both. Like, as soon as 9/11 happened, and they didn't even know what was going on, they had Secret Service members like immediately like taking them out. You cannot be here, not allowing him to know what was happening, and just dragging him away. Like, he was no longer like he no longer had like
Choice.
yeah, he didn't have a choice in the matter. He didn't like
Authority.
he didn't have any autonomy over what was about to happen. He was just made to move. It's
security
like,
protocol.
yeah, exactly. Their whole job is to protect you. Why would the cops even fucking allow her to do this?
Yeah, this is not happening. They would just, if they had to, they would probably tackle her down and just fucking restrain her somehow so she doesn't just go outside, because they have an active situation here. And yeah, she goes outside, immediately sees there's people on the rafters up there, and gets shot in the belly or somewhere. Yeah. And then
He gets shot, and it ceases to matter immediately.
Yeah, she fucking walks through like the water later on. It's like, oh, okay. Then Batman does a very interesting thing. For some reason, he blows up the ceiling and just sprays everyone in the stadium with glass.
Yeah, this is also kind of a weird thing to have done.
I was like, oh shit, why are they exploding the roof? What is that? I was like, wait, Batman did this? Why?
He's a bit of a troll.
I guess, but yeah, there's so many people downstairs. They just got fucking ass blasted with fucking shards. But yeah, he's like kind of he's going around kicking a bunch of people using his hook to get them. He's also getting shot a lot again because he does. I think he tanks a fucking. Yeah, he tanks, like, these are no rifles, like, pretty high caliber rifles, like, bullpull one. Is it called bullpull? The ones that you reload one at a time with the pull thing?
Bolt action?
Bolt action,
yeah. A bullpup is when the mag is behind the trigger assembly.
Bullpup, that's the thing I was wondering. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Yeah, okay. No.
Yeah, that's any rifle in which, like, the magazine is behind the trigger assembly.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just tanks those. They're all attached to like the like zip lines up there, so they don't just fall down and die when he punches them down. So
I guess at least they did account for that. Otherwise, Batman would like if he's knocking people off this thing. It's like, well, okay, like I mean, if they're not dead, they're never walking again.
Yeah, but yeah, he just kind of gets them all. Thing topples down a little bit. He holds on. They blast him a lot with bullets, but they don't hit. And really, but it's just he has a lot of plot armor here, is what I'm saying. Until he gets to the guy with the shotgun, where he gets shotgun blasted close up, and he gets yeeted back. And force-wise, this should just fucking crash the guy with the shotgun into the floor if he just knocks him down all the way over there, because that's how force works, goes both ways. If that's the right way to phrase it, but you know what I mean, hopefully.
Yep.
But yeah, he's
I'm just
about
gonna remain silent whenever that happens, just to make you sweat a little.
Me?
Just to make you think, wait, did I say the wrong thing?
Oh, that happens so often, I don't even care.
I'll make you
Damn it,
care.
did you do it again? Fuck. But yeah, the guy is about to reload and shoot Batman in the face. For some reason, he aims at the head mask and not for his mouth, which I know is just a small thingy that just bothered me. But Catwoman is here to save him. Woo! He gets him up there.
He also did not need to take that fucking long to point it at his face.
He
I
was
mean, honestly, nor did he need to load 2 shells. Like one would have been fine.
But yeah,
He watched Zombieland and was like, "No, double tap."
double tap.
Well, I
Anyway.
mean, isn't this one's kind of the second tap?
Right.
First one was shooting him down and knock him off the ledge.
Triple tap.
In any case,
Yeah.
he's lying down there. He's out cold almost. He's like almost unconscious, but he's Selena's getting beat up a little bit, and he's like, "Fuck, can't get up." But he gets his bad adrenaline shot or whatever it is, his vial thing he puts into his little cap thing. He opens up because it's body armor.
Yeah. His rage mode stabby thingy, auto injector.
Martin Rage.
And he like fucking punches the shit out of him. It's fucking
Yeah,
wild.
well, and like that guy's 100% dead too. like that is a lot of very, very hard blows to the head made by someone who is like established earlier on in the movie as being a very good puncher because the one that he pulled even hurt the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that head's crushed. It's like there's no way.
That guy is not wearing a helmet, but he just has like a broken nose or something.
Yeah, they shouldn't have even taken the mask off.
Like I said, this is written by people who have not been hit.
The guy also says, "I'm vengeance." So just another parallel. It's like, oh shit, did I make this? Was this my fault?
Which is, I don't think that's. I don't feel like there was enough to build that really.
What else are we? Oh yeah, the water is coming into the garden. People are getting more flooded. There's also the big electric thing that's about to crash and go into the water. So he uses his bat knife to cut it open. He gets a little bit electroblitzed. So we have like a 5-second fake out that he might be dead, but he just gets out of the water. So
yeah.
And then
I guess that shot's still working apparently.
Yeah, it's so funny to me, honestly, that they almost framed it like, oh, Batman's gonna die here. And it's like, what fucking idiot thinks that Batman's gonna die here? Like, really? This is silly.
No. It's also super short, so they don't even dwell on it for so long to convince me otherwise. He just gets out pretty much immediately. But yeah, there's some people under some rubble. He gets them out and got like a nice little visual where he leads them to safety. Just a little thing. It's like, oh man, this is my chance to do some helping to the people because
making an effort to be something other than vengeance.
Yeah, because doing vengeance pretty effective at times, but you also gotta do some helping to the peoples. So yeah, he's just helping out people on the roof. There's water everywhere. We get a shot of the Penguin looking over the city. Ooh. I wonder if we'll get a show of that. We do. We were going to talk about this. And yeah, everything is underwater. The city is pretty much shittier now, at least in this area. Bel-Rel is like, we need to make people believe in us again, making good. Batman is helping people upstairs. It's like, oh, the people need help because they're scarred. Hang on, let me actually get the transcript here. We're almost done, guys. We almost got it.
Yeah, we're so close.
I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty tired.
I'm very hungry.
Let's see. Yeah, because he's Bruce says, I'm starting to see now. I have had an effect here, but not the one I intended. Vengeance won't change the past, mine or anyone else's. I have to become more. People need hope. To know someone's out there for them. The city's angry, scarred, like me. Our scars can destroy us even after the physical wounds have healed. But if we survive them, they can transform us. They can give us power to endure and the strength to fight. So So yeah, and then there's like a reporter saying that the masked vigilante at top Gotham Square Garden is helping to save the lives of a couple of people. Then we got the little cringe scene with the Riddler and the Joker. Yeah, that's it. That's the Joker man. We got like 30 seconds and it was cringe because they're both laughing maniacally together. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's sequel bait stuff.
Yeah.
And bad sequel bait like that.
Yeah.
Like that did not inspire much confidence in a fucking Joker to me.
I mean,
I
I thought the Batman Begins, like Commissioner Gordon just handing him the card, and it's like, yeah, no, this guy leaves a calling card, and it's just the Joker card. You're like, oh, okay, cool, Batman 2, let's do it. And
Yeah,
I
and
just don't
unlike this one, like Batman Begins, like granted, I haven't seen it in a while, so it could be worse than I remember. It probably is worse than I remember. I don't know.
I like it a lot.
I don't want another Joker. I'm sick of Joker at the moment. Give me. You have so many different
like,
villains. You've been cringing all over the Joker, so stop.
We gotta not get into Joker talk. It's gonna make me sad.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, the reason I bring it up is like, unlike this movie, Batman Begins was at least good enough to inspire some hope in another movie. This one, like, it falls the fuck apart really, really quickly. Why would I want to see a Batman 2?
Because of the Penguin?
Was the Penguin made by Matt Reeves, or how much?
No, well, I mean, it's the same world as this, but I think the Penguin's better.
Oh, the Penguin.
Well,
is
yeah,
way better
but I mean, like,
movie.
if this is just like the same people making Batman 2 as they made this, and not the same team as the Penguin, then it's like, well, I don't think I want to watch Batman 2. Because like, this wasn't good. It had promise, but it just devolved into the same dog shit superhero slop we always get.
Yeah, it does. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of issues.
Yeah, but we have one ending scene with Selina asking Batman, "Hey, you wanna get out of here? Shit's gonna get rougher with Carmine gone." And he's like, "No, I gotta try to change the city." She says it won't. And it's like, hey, we can go and get into some trouble or knock off some CEO hedge fund types, and it'll be fun. The bat and the cat, let's get a nice ring. She's like, who am I kidding? You're already spoken for. And then they leave and drive into different directions on their motorcycles.
It felt like that scene assumed that they had a stronger relationship than I feel like the movie actually showed.
Yeah, I feel like we had the start of a romance that needs to be established more for me to care about this.
Yeah, like, you lingered so much on this fucking motorcycle shot, and it's like, I don't even feel convinced that Batman likes this bitch. Like,
they've hung out. They've hung out a few times and they kissed once. It's not that serious.
It's not that serious. Yeah.
One of the times they hung out was beating each other up too. So it's like.
Well, I guess also they have saved each other's lives, so there's that. But like, they didn't really connect much more outside of that. Like, it's not like those moments drove a connection that we're to believe is separating now and is sad.
Yeah, I feel like that was not earned at all. A little bit cringe.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Although, hey, yeah, there you go. We've reached the end of the movie.
The Batman has become the vengeance once and for all. Yeah, I mean, that's the movie. In conclusion, first hour, I think the first hour is really strong. I think the first hour is really good. And then we get like all these weird fucking shitty issues with superhero stuff, plot armor, the plan starting to not make any sense. A lot of things that have been dodged in conversations so we don't get into problems. Selina showing up when she does makes the plot happen as it does. Otherwise, this would have been a very different story. And yeah, the bat armor is way too strong. That's yeah. The visuals. We haven't really talked about like I think visually, I think it's really good. I think there's a lot of really great shots in this movie. I really dig the world. I really like this Gotham. It feels dark and gritty, and I like this. And I just like doing. I just like seeing Batman doing detective stuff because we don't really get this normally. It's normally way more the action side of Batman. But the first hour was pretty much only doing a murder mystery with Batman things. It was like, yeah, this is really cool. I want more of this.
Jojo.
And yeah, but unfortunately, it actually gets like pretty bad towards the end, and it's a shame. And it's way too long, as we already said.
Each hour takes a dip, and and I think it ends on an overly large scope action sequence when I think keeping this one smaller scale I think might have been a cool move.
The Riddler just blowing up the pores is funny, but also not in his character, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like him being so angry at the top brass of the whole city and then just blowing up the small people in the and not the undercity, but the poor side of town. It's like, wow, that's a dick move. I don't know why people would go after you. It's kind of weird because we're going to talk about Penguin next week. Of course.
They all had parents. He only cares about orphans.
Yeah, exactly.
He did orphan someone.
He did, yeah.
Yes.
But in Penguin, there's apparently people that are still behind the Riddler for some reason, and I don't really know why. I just thought about this while we talk about this movie. But yeah, that's for next week because this all leads right into the Penguin. It pretty much starts up right after this movie, and we will get into that, and we'll get some backup for that because Theo is gonna join us for the Penguin once.
All right.
So that should be fun. But yeah, I mean those are my closing thoughts on this. What about you guys?
I mean, I kind of echo those. I think I think it was good at first, and then it starts developing problems and continues to have even worse problems. Some scenes it's a really nice looking movie. Some of the action scenes are kind of cool to watch, but I think the Bulletproof Batman is not a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got pretty much the same opinion like that. I really liked the detective stuff. I liked the different angle to it. I thought it was a much stronger direction. And I feel like as the movie went on and it started falling into it's a superhero movie, so we need to have the superhero beat up the bad guys and do cool things like race through explosions that don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
The movie like progressively got much, much worse. And there was a cool visual style. I really liked it. Not just like the effects or anything like that, but like the look of Gotham, as we've discussed, like it was much more distinct than other live action versions of Gotham that we've seen. And I really like that, but it's not enough to save the movie from the otherwise really bad writing that went downhill really, really fast. And I'm not really eager to see the next Batman movie.
No.
I'm just kind of logging this away as, oh yeah, just another piece of superhero slop that I will promptly never watch again.
No.
Yeah, there you go.
Shameful. But at least we got the Penguin out of this, which was, I already said it in the beginning, really fucking good, and we're going to talk about this in the next 2 weeks. Well, we already talked about it when you hear the next weeks, but you know what? Keeping the illusion that I just destroyed. Never mind.
Here's hoping the future turns out well.
Before we get out of here, though, Wolf, are you up to anything on the EFAB highlights channel? Maybe some Strumblesteins? Some highlights going up?
Well, highlights are as often as possible, at least 6 days a week.
Nice.
Sometimes more, depending on if I have anything short enough to upload on the EFAP days. I am taking a bit of a step back from streaming, only because I've been doing it a lot, and I'm kind of fucking tired of it.
That's fair. I mean, it's also about to be, New Year's Crimbo time and stuff like that, so...
Yeah, I did a stream yesterday on it's called Cursed Halo. It's a mod for MCC, and it is, I swear to God, the funniest shit I've ever played in my life. It was fucking unbelievably hilarious. and I might do more of that, but I don't know when I will.
Right.
But if you want to see that, the VOD is on the EFAP Highlights channel. It's extremely fucking funny. You should
Nice.
see it.
I assume
Cool.
the Gollum vids are also over there, right?
Yes,
For you to
they
see.
are all up there.
Go check those out. I
Yeah, you
still
can
need
see me
to.
get very
I,
drunk.
I had no time to watch any of you guys play that. I'll probably wait for the inevitable supercut to check that out because I just haven't had the time to check it out, which is a shame. I wish I had unlimited time to check all the things out, but that's not how this
There
works.
was a point in the second part of my playthrough where I was like suicidally like not fucking having the game, and I asked my chat like, can I have a mental health break for just 10 minutes? And I exited the game and played 10 minutes of Tomb Raider.
That's funny. That's cool.
I needed a little bit of time. My brain was like absolutely dying at that point. That game was like funny for like the first couple hours and then became just the worst shit ever very quickly.
Welcome to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. I'll link it down below, of course, as always. Mark, I assume you're gonna be busy for a while still.
Yeah, well, I mean, real world this coming Monday, or sorry, our timeline this coming Monday. I've got my military fitness test, so hopefully by the time this airs, I'll have passed it.
Yay!
But yeah, so yeah, that's kind of what I've been focusing on lately, and that's pretty much that. And Forge, and
Hell yeah. Good stuff. Well, when you hear this, I'll be, well, as I said before, in Longman Land, probably somewhere drunk in a corner or on a chair. Depends how the night goes, I guess. I know I might be currently streaming over at Mahler's. I don't know. We might be playing some weird video games and get drunk. So yeah, that's happening.
Is that the Dead Space 2 stream?
Dark Souls 2.
Dark Souls. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking of a good game.
That's definitely gonna happen. That's probably the
You're
first
thinking
stream
of
we're
the
gonna
better
play.
DS2.
So maybe the first stream of that already happened when this goes live. Because wait, when does this go live? Actually, I'm not sure. I think I arrived like the day before this goes live. So I don't know if we're gonna be streaming already. Because there's an EFAP on the day. This is funny. Like the day I arrive, I get out of the plane, go over to his place, have some food, and then EFAP starts. So
Oh my.
I'm going straight back to the mines, even though I'm on vacation. So yeah, the mines, the Forge, and the EFAP mines, they always call to me, and I always answer.
But for now, you got to go to bed.
Yeah. But yeah, I know the next 2 weeks you'll get the Penguin Forges, so that should be fun. And yeah, I'll be over at Mahler's and play some video games over there. Should be fun. Come check that out. As for content, that's gonna continue in January. So yeah, that's my thing. With that said, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this little pre-recorded Forge. And yeah, well, thanks for joining us, and we'll have you back next time on
Thank
the
you,
Penguin
everybody.
stuff.
Thanks for joining, Wolf.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see you all soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.